Yo, Atlas speaking, and welcome to part 12 of What If I Was Reborn into Percy Jackson as the son of Hades and became the Underworld Prince. Let the tale begin. Chapter 331, Princess Andromeda, 3. You seem to know the Black One quite well, Lucian hissed as he slithered in a slow circle, his grin widening with every word. I can't help but wonder just how well you know him. Your relationship with him intrigues me. Luke scoffed loudly, his expression twisting into disgust. What relationship? There is no relationship between us besides hate. His voice dripped with venom as he leaned back in his chair. He appeared out of nowhere with that obsessed little weirdo clinging to his side, acting like he was the chosen one, like he was in charge. As if he knew better than the rest of us. Annabeth's jaw tightened at the insult, her face twitching involuntarily. She knew without a doubt Luke was referring to her, but she kept her disguise firm, refusing to rise to the bait. Talia, however, had to exhale through her nose to stifle the laugh threatening to burst out at the sheer irony of it all. Annabeth hummed, her voice sly, but from what I heard, you wouldn't have survived without him. Wasn't it because of him that you even made it to camp? From what I've been hearing, it was quite the spectacle. She slithered casually between the two hairy, bear-like guards who towered on either side of Luke. Luke's lips curled, and for a heartbeat, his eyes betrayed the faintest flicker of doubt. Then he forced a scoff. Oh please! If anything, we were in more danger because of him. Being a child of the Big Three, one of the Forbidden Ones, he was a beacon for every monster within 100 miles. In fact, he leaned forward, his tone hardening, we would have had it easier if he wasn't around at all. I have a question, Talia cut in suddenly. She was enjoying this, the dangerous game of being undercover, blending in with enemies who had no idea who was standing in front of them. If you don't mind answering, that is. Luke narrowed his eyes but gestured for her to continue. From the whispers floating around, Talia said, tilting her head as if in curiosity, you and the daughter of the Sky God were close. You knew her even before the Black One came into the picture. So tell me, Luke. Her eyes bored into his, would you be able to do it? Would you be able to strike her down when the time came? Before she could blink, Luke was on his feet. His hand lashed out with inhuman speed, clamping around her throat. He lifted her off the ground slightly, his grip iron and merciless. His eyes glowed faintly, charged with barely restrained power. What are you insinuating? He asked coldly, his voice a growl that vibrated in his chest. His fingers dug harder into her neck as his teeth clenched. Are you questioning my loyalty to the cause? You have no idea what I'm willing to do, no idea what I'm willing to go through. His tone cracked into something feral, half rage, half desperation. But then his eyes narrowed. His grip loosened ever so slightly as he studied her more closely. Something about her gaze, those unmistakable, electric blue eyes, sent a jolt through him. He tilted his head, suspicion dawning. Talia? Talia grinned, letting her disguise melt away like smoke in the wind. Her true form snapped back into place, her eyes sparking with defiance. You shouldn't have done that, she whispered darkly, my boyfriend can be a bit overprotective. Blurg! Blood exploded from Luke's mouth, spraying warm and wet across Talia's cheek. His grip instantly faltered as shock stole the strength from his limbs. He staggered, looking down in horror. A black gauntlet jutted through his abdomen, the steel dripping red with his own blood. Luke's expression twisted into fury as he turned his head slowly, his teeth grinding together. Behind him, Lucian's silhouette shimmered as his transformation receded, revealing him in full armor. His helm slid back, unveiling a cruel grin stretched across his face. Hello, Luke. Lucian's voice was sing-song and venomous all at once. I heard you were enjoying yourself on your little cruise. And you know me. He leaned closer, twisting the gauntlet for emphasis before yanking it free, blood splattering across the floor. I just can't let you experience even an ounce of happiness. Lucian raised the gauntlet to his mouth and licked the blood from the blackened steel, his tongue dragging across it with relish. His eyes burned crimson. Lucian! Luke snarled through clenched teeth, his whole body trembling with rage as he clutched his bleeding stomach. His voice was guttural, laced with pure hatred. The twin man-bears, Aureus and Agrius, reacted instantly. Panic shot across their brutish faces as they stumbled into battle stances, spears snapping forward. Annabeth, however, didn't even spare them a glance. Calmly, she undid her transformation, her true self re-emerging. Her eyes were sharp, commanding. "Nox! Lucerna!" Her words were a command, and the air answered. A burst of devouring darkness and a flare of radiant light erupted simultaneously on either side of the bear twins. Out of the shadows and brilliance, two figures materialized mid-motion, their legs already bent for impact. They struck as one. Their feet collided with Aureus and Agrius's jaws, sending the enormous twins tumbling backwards across the deck with bone-rattling force. When the dust settled, both stood tall behind Annabeth like twin sentinels, Nox with his hands buried lazily in his pockets, and Lucerna with her chin raised proudly toward the heavens. "Deal with them," Annabeth ordered, her tone brooking no argument. As the Great Mother commands, they intoned in perfect unison. Without hesitation, they strode forward with purpose. Annabeth's voice slipped through the psychic link towards Lucian as she asked, "Do you want me to? I know he gets stronger with more blood around." Lucian smirked, crimson light flickering in his eyes as he stopped licking Luke's blood from his gauntlet. "Do it." Despair tastes sweeter when someone is fighting with all their might and knows they have no chance at victory. The corner of Annabeth's lips curled into a knowing smirk. Her voice rang out across the deck with commanding sharpness. "Nebula, send the civilians inside. Aerarius, just the wings." The mist stirred as if answering her directly, curling up from the cracks between the deck planks, thickening, shaping. The haze pulsed and converged, forming into shifting silhouettes, men, women, children, faces both familiar and forgotten. Nebula's illusion spread outward, blanketing the ship in a reality only the civilians could see. For the enchanted mortals, the skies suddenly blackened. Clouds boiled overhead, spilling sheets of rain while thunder cracked loud enough to rattle their bones. Screams filled the air as they scurried toward the safety of the cabins, fleeing from a storm that did not exist. In truth, the deck remained dry, starlight untouched by clouds. Only the monsters remained. At the same time, golden bronze wings unfurled from Annabeth's back with a metallic shriek. Each feather trembled violently as though alive, humming with restrained energy. Then, one by one, they ripped free, tearing themselves from her wings in a torrent. Her once proud wings were left bare, skeletal, stripped raw, while hundreds of razor feathers hovered in a storm around her, each one glinting with lethal brilliance. Luke staggered back, clutching his bleeding stomach as the whirling cyclone of feathers filled the air, the storm reflecting in his furious, pain-glazed eyes. The monsters tried to retaliate. A pack of Scythian Dracini hissed, their serpentine lower bodies coiling as they swung curved blades desperately at the incoming storm. Some managed to deflect a feather or two, sparks screaming against bronze, but the sheer volume overwhelmed them. Feathers sliced into their scaled arms, carving through flesh and bone, before driving straight into their skulls with wet, sickening cracks. The giants roared and hurled cannonballs, massive iron spheres that would have crushed men like ants. But the bronze feathers met them midair, shattering the iron into shards as if it were brittle clay. The storm pressed on, feathers piercing thick hides and muscled chests, sinking into hearts. The giants dropped to their knees, eyes wide in disbelief, before collapsing into pools of blood. The deck became a slaughterhouse. Rivers of red ran between the wooden planks. Bodies crumpled where they stood, the air stinking of iron and death. Annabeth, wings bare and proud, lowered her hand. The storm of feathers slowed, hovering like a crown of blades awaiting her next command. "Now then." Lucian's voice purred, rising above the carnage. He spread his arms mockingly, stepping over corpses without a shred of care. His grin widened, cruel and radiant. "You can't say I didn't give you a fighting chance. Shall we go ahead and commence round 2? But before he could strike again, a familiar voice cut in. "Actually, Lucian." Talia cracked her knuckles, lightning crackling faintly between her fingertips, her grin sharp as a blade. Mind if I take this one? I've been meaning to have a little fun myself. Lucian turned his head toward her, crimson eyes studying her face in silence. For a moment the deck was filled only with the groans of dying monsters and the hiss of feathers dripping blood onto the floor. Then Lucian chuckled, low and dangerous. His smirk returned, curling wider than before. Sure. He stepped back with a flourish, his gauntlet dripping red. Just make sure I can hear him scream. Chapter 332, Talia vs. Luke, 1. The golden bronze feathers, slick and dripping with fresh blood, tore through the air with a sharp whistle as they flew toward Annabeth. Mid-flight they twisted and whipped about, shedding the gore in crimson arcs before settling into a clean gleam once more. One by one they slotted into place along the joints of Annabeth's bare wings, locking into her frame with a faint metallic snap. Her new wings folded in unison. Luke's gaze darted around wildly, the remains monsters began to unravel. Their massive forms crumbled into particles of radiant golden sand, dissolving into the breeze. Yet even as their bodies faded, the aftermath lingered. Their blood, thick, heavy, and too human in color, remained pooled across the polished deck of the cruise ship, streaking the white surface with deep red smears that refused to vanish. The smell of iron filled the air. Luke staggered, his chest heaving. He lowered his eyes, grimacing at the gaping wound in his stomach. But the flesh began to writhe and pull together. Muscle fibers crawled like serpents, knitting into each other, sealing the cavity with unnatural speed. The hole closed as if it had never existed, leaving only faint scar tissue that shimmered. He opened his mouth, lips parting to speak, perhaps a curse, but Lucian silenced him with a single raised finger. Wait a moment, Lucian said smoothly, his tone light and unhurried. Hold that thought. The corners of Lucian's lips curled into a sly, predatory smile as his eyes glimmered. He whispered a single command, a word laced with power. Arise. The sound seemed to crawl through the air like a living thing. From the mixture of blood and golden sand at their feet, the darkness quivered. Shadows lengthened unnaturally, swelling outward. The pools of darkness twisted, shapes coalescing into nightmarish forms, monsters reborn in shadow. Their jagged limbs and glowing eyes barely had time to take shape before they collapsed again into pools of blackness, melting seamlessly into Lucian's own shadow at his feet. Ah, magnificent, Lucian said, thank you for the gifts, Luke. You truly are the gift that keeps on giving. His tone dripped with faux gratitude, yet his expression was unshakably pleased. I knew sparing you wasn't a mistake. Look at you, already proving your worth, already helping me build my own army. Their sacrifices. He clasping his hands together in mock prayer, his voice suddenly reverent, will not be in vain. Annabeth let out a quiet chuckle, her eyes sharp with amusement. Luke, however, glared with a madness brewing just beneath the surface, his jaw clenched. A crack of thunder split the night. Talia appeared in a blinding flash of lightning, her form manifesting before Luke. Her leg shot up with impossible speed, a whip-crack kick aimed straight for his head. Luke jerked back, the suddenness of the attack catching him off guard. He barely dodged, leaning his head as far back as his neck allowed. Even so, the sheer force of the strike nicked his cheek, slicing it open and drawing a thin line of blood. You're focusing on the wrong person, Luke, Talia said, her voice charged with energy, her eyes glowing faintly as power gathered within. Your opponent is me. Fine, Luke growled, fury twisting his features. His hand tightened around the hilt of his blade, and with a shimmer of golden light, ancient armor materialized across his body. Plates of celestial bronze locked into place. His jaw tightened as he lowered into stance. Earlier, you wanted to see how far I'd go against you, right? I'll show you firsthand. Talia smirked, her expression brimming with anticipation. Good. This is going to be fun. She crossed one hand over the other, her body alight with stormborn power. One eye sparked with crackling blue lightning, the other shimmered with the verdant glow of the wind. Her dual control over storm and sky bled into form, swirling around her body in a violent spiral. The wind solidified, compressing into a visible, almost metal layer of armor that wrapped around her limbs and chest. A helm formed over her head, strands of her hair flaring out the back, whipped by the storm. Lightning coiled along her gauntlets and legs. In her left hand, a shield of tightly woven air condensed into existence, its surface rippling like a translucent echo of her usual shield. In her right, a spear of pure electricity materialized in a burst of searing light. Luke didn't wait. He exploded forward like a cannon blast, sword slashing toward her in a lethal arc. Talia didn't resist. She let his blade connect with her shield, allowed the sheer force to launch them both backward, straight off the edge of the cruise ship. The night air rushed past them, the sea roaring below. They fell like meteors toward the water, Luke pressing forward, his blade grinding against her shield, his strength driving her back. The ocean surface buckled beneath the pressure of their descent, splitting apart before they even touched it. Luke's eyes narrowed, his face twisted into a grimace, every muscle straining. Talia, by contrast, wore an eager grin, eyes blazing with the thrill of the fight. She twisted her shield, knocking his sword aside and lunged with her spear. But Luke's blade moved faster than expected, flashing with impossible speed to deflect the attack in a burst of sparks. Steel and lightning sang against each other. Luke's sword wove intricate arcs around him, his mastery undeniable, each parry flowing seamlessly into another. Talia's strikes were wild bolts of fury, yet her control of the storm gave them precision and weight, every strike like a thunderclap. On the deck above, Lucian and Annabeth leaned lazily against the railing, their eyes following the clash below. The fight was beyond normal vision. Luke and Talia were moving at speeds that blurred them into streaks of light and shadow. To mortal eyes they were no longer bodies but silhouettes, ribbons of steel and storm dancing across the sea. Every clash sent waves rippling outward, the ocean itself shuddering beneath their battle. The air sizzled with heat, lightning and bronze clashing again and again. "You know," Annabeth began, her eyes still following the blur of Luke and Talia clashing above the waves. She shifted her gaze to Lucian, her lips curving mischievously. "How come you didn't use that ability back at camp? You know, when your voice goes all dark and ominous and you go," she dropped her tone into a poor imitation of his deep, commanding growl, "arise." She waved her hands dramatically, trying to mimic his flair. "After the battle, you could have expanded your little shadow army." Lucian turned his head, staring at her blankly for a long moment. His eyes flickered with faint amusement before he casually looked back toward the ongoing fight, arms resting on the railing. "Because I didn't feel like it. Obviously." Annabeth raised an eyebrow, her expression flat as stone. "You completely forgot about it, didn't you?" Without even blinking, Lucian replied, 1010%. Annabeth just started and snorted, shaking her head. Lucian scratched his cheek, feigning sheepishness though his smile betrayed him. "What?" "I was distracted. Luke, Hestia, all that chaos? Forgive me if raising shadow soldiers slipped my mind for half a second. Not to mention, even if I had remembered, I probably would have hesitated anyway." Annabeth tilted her head, curiosity sharpening her gaze. "Seriously? Why? That doesn't sound like you." "Not sure if you've noticed," Lucian said, "but none of my soldiers are really human. Baba Yaga is the closest, and even she's, well, Baba Yaga. Definitely not human." Annabeth frowned, mentally tallying his collection of shadow minions. Her brows furrowed as realization dawned. "Wait, hold on. Why is that?" Lucian exhaled slowly through his nose, watching the flickering silhouettes of Luke and Talia skimming across the water. "Because up until now, we've mostly fought monsters. Beasts. Abominations. It works for them. But humans? That's different. After the camp." His tone dipped low, it would have been twisted. "Imagine forcing the others to watch me resurrect their dead siblings, see them warped into shadows, stripped of who they were, bound to me as eternal slaves. Even I'm not that cruel. For a heartbeat, silence stretched between them. Then Annabeth's lips curled into a smirk, and she burst into laughter. She leaned forward, pressing her forehead against the railing as her shoulders shook with quiet giggles. I swear, you're just so freaking weird, Lucian. Lucian rolling his eyes dramatically. Geez, thanks. No, really. She tilted her head toward him, still grinning. I meant that in a good way. You're one of the most sadistic people I've ever met, capable to doing heinous war crimes if it came down to it. I mean, look at what you're doing to Luke, you're tormenting him with every chance you get. And yet, her smile softened. You're also one of the most compassionate person I know. Sometimes it's like you've got two entirely different people living in the head of yours. Honestly, I wouldn't be shocked if you were officially diagnosed with bipolar disorder. Lucian blinked at her, deadpan. Again, geez, thanks. Annabeth chuckled, leaning her head against his armored shoulder. The cold metal pressed against her skin, but the comfort of his presence outweighed the chill. She closed her eyes briefly, her smile serene. And again, I meant it in a good way. I love both sides of you. Lucian's lips twitched upward, but instead of a sincere reply he went for mischief. He gasped theatrically, clutching his chest. Wait, hold on, so you're saying you love a different version of me? Are you cheating on me with one of my personalities? How dare you, Annabeth? She turned her head slowly, giving him a long, incredulous stare as though he'd completely lost his mind. The absurdity of his expression broke the moment, and they both dissolved into soft, stifled chuckles, laughter weaving between them. Ugh! Knox, sprawled casually across the broken body of one of the Bear brothers, jabbed a finger toward his shadowed face, pantomiming a gag. His voice oozed disdain. Gods, you two seriously need to get a room. He punctuated the statement by driving a spear of condensed darkness straight through the creature's skull. The body twitched once, then stilled. Seriously. Get a room, you two. Someone sounds jealous, Lucerna sang from the opposite side, crouched before the other Bear brother pinned against the railing. She lifted her hand, forming a finger gun pointed at his chest. Her grin was sly. You're just jealous you'll never find love like that. A flare of searing light bloomed at her fingertip, then erupted forward. The burst pierced clean through the beast's heart, exiting in a dazzling trail that streaked out over the ocean before vanishing with a soft flicker. Please! Knox scoffed, snapping the spear free with a twist. Like you'd fare any better. I pity whatever poor fool ends up stuck with you. Far away, on a golden throne beneath the high halls of Olympus, Apollo sneezed, a sharp, almost adorable sound that he quickly muffled with the back of his hand. His face flushed faintly, and he rubbed his nose with a sheepish grin. Ha, didn't know gods could sneeze, guess a pretty lady must be talking about me. The storm roared overhead. Lightning cracked and danced wildly across the sky, gathering in violent bolts aimed directly at Luke. But Luke only raised his blade, using it as a lightning rod, the metal humming as it attracted the strike. His sword drank the lightning before diverting the massive surge harmlessly into the ocean below. The surface hissed and steamed. Luke glared across the storm-swept battlefield at Talia, his cape-like shawl billowing madly in the wind. His eyes glowed with restrained fury as he lifted his blade again. Chapter 333, Talia vs. Luke, 2. Luke and Talia skimmed across the ocean surface with impossible speed, their movements so sharp and violent that the very air warped around them. Every step they took left ripples that deepened into troughs, the sea buckling beneath their momentum. To an outside observer, they were nothing but blurs, phantoms carving destruction into the endless waters. When they clashed, the world answered with thunder. Shockwaves rippled outward, flashing arcs of lightning and sparks of gold erupting each time Luke's blade met the charged tip of Talia's spear. The ocean itself seemed to recoil, the surface dipping and swelling, as if even the sea could not withstand the violence of their duel. Talia darted backward, body flowing like a current, and in the same motion thrust her lightning-forged weapon forward. Her technique, piercing thrust, gathered power so immense that the spear hummed, the surrounding air trembling as though it anticipated the strike. Luke's martial foresight burned to life, scattering his mind with ghost images of futures where her weapon pierced his chest. At the last possible instant, he twisted his body at an angle so unnatural it seemed to break anatomy itself. The strike sliced above his chest, grazing his cape and punching a clean hole through the fabric. He slipped beneath her guard, the spear missing by inches. The sound of shattering glass erupted as Talia's thrust detonated the sound barrier, her spear's force cutting through air and water alike. The ocean split wide open in a vast, yawning trench, walls of seawater towering on either side before slamming back together in a roaring collapse. Luke was already on the move. His speed blurred him into a streak of gold and shadow as he appeared above Talia, legs swinging down in a brutal kick charged with deadly momentum. Talia whipped her shield upward just in time. The collision rang like a war drum, the sheer force launching her backward across the water. She fought against inertia, slamming her feet down in the air and shattering the very pressure around her into a rippling shockwave as she regained balance. Luke crouched low, eyes shimmering with an unnatural, piercing blue. His gift, weakness exploitation, illuminated vulnerabilities in Talia's form. He lunged, backbiter thrusting against her wind-forged shield. The moment the sword struck, her shield dissolved, dissipating as if the air had lost the will to protect her. Talia's eyes widened in shock, and a sharp sting ripped across her arm as Luke's blade found flesh. Her instincts roared louder than pain. She drew in a breath so sharp it burned her lungs, then unleashed it in a primal cry, "R-A-H-H-H." Her voice, amplified by sound amplification, became a physical weapon. The scream tore outward in a concussive blast that cracked the atmosphere itself. Luke was hurled away, his body skidding helplessly across the trembling ocean before vanishing beneath the waves. Submerged, his world became muted chaos. Water rushed around him, muffling sound yet amplifying the ringing in his ears. Blood streamed into the current, spiraling outward in crimson ribbons. Dazed but not broken, Luke grit his teeth, tightened his grip on Backbiter, and carved a rift in space itself, opening a portal even as his lungs ached for air. Above, Talia pressed her palm to her wounded arm. Wind healing drew the air's vitality into her body, staunching blood and accelerating recovery. Simultaneously, her wind sense warned her of the disturbance behind her as Luke's portal tore reality open. She turned just as the sea convulsed forward with the momentum of his return. Backbiter lashed out in a devastating arc. Talia's lightning spear cracked, severed clean in two. Luke pressed forward, his second strike already poised for the kill. But Talia's reflexes matched his ferocity. She batted his wrist aside with a sharp slap, her other hand surging forward, fist pressed firmly to his chest. Wind spiraled there, condensing into a violent storm. "Boom," she said with a cocky grin, and unleashed tornado fist. A luminous green gale exploded from her knuckles, a cyclone birthed from her very bones. The twisting column of wind tore into Luke, swallowing him whole and blasting him backward in a storm of howling devastation. The gale shredded at his armor, peeled strips of flesh, and consumed him in slicing winds until his form disintegrated into nothing but black mist. Talia blinked, disbelief tightening her chest. What? Because above her, another tear opened. The Luke she destroyed had not been him at all, but a shadowy double, an avatar woven from his power, shadow of betrayal. He had sent it ahead, sacrificing the doppelganger while his true self lurked unseen. A vast shadow fell across her. The ocean above them ruptured as a blanket of water collapsed downward, a torrent like a falling sky. The crushing surge pinned her from above while below the sea churned violently, as though some colossal drain had been pulled open, threatening to drag everything into its abyss. Luke burst free from the collapsing rift, Backbiter clutched tight in his grip. The tears sealed behind him with a hiss, dropping down towards Talia, eyes burning with focus. He swung his blade in a wide arc, ready to carve into his blade into her. But the strike cut nothing but empty water. She was gone. Luke's head snapped up at the sudden crack of thunder splitting the sky. Lightning roared above him, cascading in jagged forks that lit up the storm-churned heavens. His sharp gaze found her immediately, Talia Grace, standing high above, thanks to her ability, Storm Step. Luke and Lucian weren't the only who had the ability to teleport short distances quickly. So did she. For an instant, Luke's blade trembled in his grip. Reflected in his eyes was her silhouette, arm pulled back, her entire body coiled with divine fury. In her hands blazed a jagged thunderbolt that was nearly the size of her, raw and crackling with the infinite wrath of Zeus himself. The sight alone was enough to explain her title as the daughter of Zeus. "You escaped me once." Talia's voice cracked, her roar amplified by the heavens themselves. "It won't happen twice." With every ounce of her strength, she hurled the thunderbolt downward. The world split open in white fire. The bolt tore through the sky like judgment itself, a blinding spear of light too fast for human senses to comprehend. Luke's martial foresight screamed at him in desperate flashes, visions of death, of being reduced to ash, yet even with foresight, his body was far too slow. The thunderbolt found its mark. It slammed into Luke's back with a sound like the sky collapsing. Aharga! His scream was a guttural, ragged wail as the divine current surged into him. Lightning erupted outward from his body in uncontrolled arcs, streaking in every direction. His limbs convulsed violently, jerking as if his skeleton itself were trying to tear free from his flesh. The sea became a conductor of his agony. Lightning streaked across the water's surface in violent forks, whole sections of ocean boiling under the divine heat. Jagged arcs snaked outward like a living web of light, uncontrolled, untamed. The air itself buzzed with ozone and fury. Luke spasmed, choking on his own scream, his armor sizzling and splitting apart as if it were nothing more than brittle paper. The lightning leapt farther, racing toward the cruise ship caught in the battle's vicinity. For a terrifying moment, the arc surged hungrily toward it, threatening to engulf hundreds of lives in divine destruction. But the ship did not fall. The arc slammed harmlessly against a shimmering barrier of dark red light, the magical shield shimmering like glass beneath the onslaught. The massive cruise liner, an impossible weight of steel and life, was hovering above the ocean, lifted free of danger by sheer will. At its center stood Lucian. His eyes burned like twin suns, glowing with impossible might, his cape billowing behind him, every vein in his body shimmering faintly with coursing magic. His arms were spread wide, trembling under the raw weight of the spell, yet his posture was unyielding. With his power alone, he levitated the entire ship, holding it aloft as though defying the ocean itself. The barrier flickered, straining against the wild fury of Talia's lightning. Sparks cascaded around him like burning stars. But Lucian did not waver. Chapter 334, Talia vs. Luke, 3. "I don't get it," Annabeth muttered, her sharp gray eyes fixed on the clash between Talia and Luke. The air practically vibrated with the power those two were unleashing. Her lips parted slightly, not in fear, but in awe. "Luke didn't even use half of these moves when he fought you back at camp." Her voice was hushed, yet it carried clear amazement. "He was too scared to," Lucian replied with a crooked grin. His arms remained raised above his head, muscles taut as veins of energy rippled through him. Beneath his will alone, the massive cruise ship groaned and lifted, its colossal weight defying gravity. The sea gushed off the hull in waterfalls as he suspended the several-ton vessel effortlessly above the water. The casualness in his tone contrasted with the impossible feat he was performing. Annabeth scoffed and shook her head, her blonde curls bouncing with the motion. "I'm being serious, it's weird. It doesn't add up." "I was being serious too." Lucian's grin didn't falter, though his eyes narrowed, sharp with memory. "Back at camp, right before I fought Luke, he was right beside me when my dread presence abilities slipped out of control. The moment when you told me what he did to Lady Hestia." Annabeth's expression shifted, the corners of her lips twitching downward as she recalled. "Yeah. I remember. It was terrifying. Your presence quite literally became a physical force capable of crushing someone, thick with despair. Everyone could feel it crushing them. Some even went mad just standing near you." Her words trailed with a faint tremble, her arms folding as though to ward off the memory. I can still feel it crawling up my spine if I think too hard about it. Lucian's gaze was fixed on Luke. Well, Luke didn't just feel it. He took the brunt of it. As much as his willpower is impressive, despair doesn't care about strength. Dread seeps in, corrodes, and drowns you until you're fighting yourself as much as your opponent. He was disoriented. He could still fight, yes, but not at his fullest. Annabeth's brow furrowed, understanding dawning. Meanwhile, Luke floated in the churning waters, his form rising and falling with the restless sea. Sparks still danced across his twitching body where Talia's thunderbolt had struck, the burns raw and searing. All around him, lifeless sea creatures bobbed to the surface, fish, eels, even sharks, all fried in the storm of electricity she had unleashed. The water stank of ozone and charred flesh. "You made a grave mistake, Luke," Talia's voice rang out like a hymn, carried effortlessly by the winds that swirled around her. Her blue eyes glowed with the storm's fury, lightning arcing within them. "You should have never left camp. If you wanted to change the status quo, there were other ways, better ways, than this path you chose." She raised her head, electricity flashing along her eyes. "Now look at what you've become." Luke's jaw clenched so hard it looked as though his teeth might crack. His hand trembled around the hilt of his sword, knuckles white with effort. Pain ravaged his body, his limbs twitching with every lingering spark of lightning still crawling across his skin, but his rage gave him fuel enough to stand against it. "What would you have me do then, Talia?" His voice was raw, torn from his throat. "Keep playing the gods' perfect little soldiers? Keep groveling and pretending we're satisfied being their pawns? Because that's all we are, just toy soldiers. Puppets to amuse them." Talia hovered high in the air, suspended by the very currents of wind she commanded, but her wine sense carried his every word to her ears as if he'd whispered them beside her. Her expression hardened, but there was no hesitation in her reply. "That's where you're wrong, Luke. I won't deny that many gods are like that, but not all. To lump them all together, to blind yourself with hate, that's your ignorance speaking." The sun had long since dipped below the horizon, and night fell heavy across the sea. Yet the darkness deepened further as storm clouds gathered at Talia's words, smothering even the stars. The winds howled in tandem with her rising fury, the storm reflecting every ounce of her conviction. "And don't you dare act like you're some martyr. You're no saint, Luke, you're no better than the gods you claim to despise. You twist words like a knife, deceive others to follow you, and when they don't, you cut them down. You turn innocent people into monsters." Her voice cracked like thunder itself, shaking the waters below. Bolts of lightning danced violently across the sky, illuminating her silhouette as the storm reached a fever pitch. Even the sea seemed restless, waves crashing with the weight of her power. "You're so consumed by your hatred for the gods, by your envy of Lucian, that you can't even see the truth anymore. You've become exactly what you swore to fight against. The gods that you despise so much is the man you've become." Luke's chest rose and fell erratically, his breath shortening as if the very air had turned against him. His heart skipped a beat, pounding unevenly in his chest, and for the briefest instant his eyes shook, wide, raw, as if Talia's words had struck harder than any blade. The tremor hardened into fury. A guttural growl ripped from his throat, low and feral, his eyes bloodshot and wild as his body rocked with the violent rhythm of the waves. "Don't you dare!" Luke bellowed, his voice reverberating across the storm-tossed sea. With a violent snap of his wrist, his sword raised high, trembling in his grip not from weakness but from sheer rage. "I'm nothing like them. Nothing like them at all. Do you think I enjoy doing this?" His voice cracked with rawness, desperation bleeding through his defiance. "Someone has to stand against them, and if it won't be you, then it'll damn well be me. And you must be completely delusional if you think, even for a second, that I envy Lucian." Talia's only response was a sharp scoff, a sound brimming with scorn. Her eyes narrowed with dangerous calm. "You don't? Then maybe you should." Above her, the storm seethed, the lightning no longer random but deliberate, weaving into chaotic motion. Within the clouds, shadows shifted and coiled, massive in scale. The storm flashed, and for an instant the silhouette was revealed, a colossal form writhing within the thunderheads. Her voice thundered over the roar of the storm, because you will never even amount to half the man Lucian is. Luke's teeth ground together until his jaw ached. A snarl tore from his lips, and with a violent surge he launched himself upward, blasting through the air at blistering speed, water exploding beneath him. His aura flared, raw power bursting from every pore as he shot toward Talia like a bolt of hatred made flesh. Talia's grin spread wide, sharp with confidence. She flicked her wrist downward, her storm answering in kind. The storm split open, and from its heart descended an eastern dragon of stormlight plunging with a roar that shook the sea and skies itself, its serpentine body twisting gracefully yet violently. Jagged horns crowned its head, its long whiskers crackled like burning wires, and its maw split wide to reveal teeth made of raw thunder. The beast was beautiful and terrifying, a god's wrath-given form. Luke's jaw locked as his instincts sharpened. His grip on the sword tightened, knuckles widening as he invoked weakness exploitation. His vision narrowed, searching, hunting, for the mythical reverse scale. And then he saw it. With a roar that ripped through his throat, Luke twisted midair, angling his body against the descent of the beast. At the last second he spun, his blade carving upward. Steel screamed against living lightning as he dragged his sword across the dragon's side, the strike beginning at its cheek and tearing up in a furious slash. "Eh!" Luke's scream tore through the chaos, half battle cry, half agony. The lightning beast's body buckled against the attack, but arcs of raw power surged into his weapon, coursing through the metal and into his veins. His muscles spasmed violently, his body jerking as searing pain numbed him from within. Still, he pressed forward. With one final, savage swing, he split the dragon in two. The construct exploded into a shower of sparks, fragments of its body cascading like falling stars as Luke hovered in the storm, suspended by sheer will. Lightning still coursed through him, arcs dancing across his skin and leaving him trembling, his breath shallow, teeth gritted so hard he could taste blood. He looked to Talia, defiance in his eyes. Only to find her laughing. The sound carried over the storm, mocking and cruel. Arcs of lightning still crackled in her eyes, bright enough to cut through the night. "Ha ha ha. That was so cute." Her smirk widened, taunting him with every word. "Why don't you show it to me again?" The clouds rumbled as though obeying her, and the heavens split wider still. Another form made itself present, vast and furious, lightning weaving into scales and claws. A second dragon emerged, even larger, its roar like a world tearing apart. Luke's blood ran cold. His body refused to move, the lightning residue had paralyzed his nerves, leaving his limbs stiff, trembling. He could only watch in horror, his sword shaking uselessly in his grasp. The dragon descended with impossible speed, maw gaping wide, jagged teeth gleaming like shards of the storm. "No!" Luke rasped, but his voice was lost to the thunder. The beast struck, swallowing him whole in a single devastating lunge. Its body twisted downward, plunging into the ocean below. The sea erupted with explosive force as the dragon dove, vanishing beneath the waves with its prey still inside. The spray rose high, a geyser of seawater lit by lightning before darkness reclaimed it. Above, Talia hovered calmly, her armor dissipating into sparks of wind and storm. She slicked her dark hair back with one hand, her grin sharp and confident, her eyes alight with pride. The storm raged on, but there was no question in the air. The skies belonged to her. They always had. It was her birthright. Chapter 335, Leaving Princess Andromeda. Talia stood silently, her sharp eyes fixed on the restless sea below. The waves rolled and hissed, echoing the violence that had just shaken the waters. She narrowed her gaze, waiting, anticipating a counterstrike, some desperate attempt from the depths. Seconds stretched, heavy with tension, but nothing stirred. At last, she released a breath she hadn't realized she was holding, her chest rising and falling in a weary sigh. Though she didn't lower her guard, some part of her knew the battle had ended. Victory should have tasted sweet, yet all she found was a bitter tang that clung to her tongue. Gradually, the wind began to die down. The furious gusts faded into gentle breezes, carrying the salt of the sea. The storm clouds above broke apart, thinning until silver light spilled through. The stars glimmered faintly, and the waxing moon emerged, bathing the wreckage in pale radiance. When Talia finally turned her head, she caught sight of Lucian. He stood next to Annabeth in the Princess Andromeda, lowering the shimmering dome of protection he had been sustaining. His barrier flickered and dissolved, threads of light unraveling as his shoulders slumped. Her eyes swept back to the ocean one last time. She lingered there, unwilling to fully trust the silence, before she willed herself to move. As she flew back, she extended her legs and, spreading her arms, Talia drifted downward, her boots touching lightly onto the railing of the cruise ship. With a soft hop, she landed inside the deck. Hee. The giggle startled her. Lucian swayed like a drunk, both hands pressed to his flushed cheeks. He peeked at her from between his fingers, his expression dreamy and absurdly giddy. Talia blinked in bafflement, her brows lifting in amusement as she turned toward Annabeth. Was he bitten by some strange bug? What's wrong with him? Annabeth only smirked, her eyes glittering mischievously. You realize when you were speaking to Luke, you amplified your voice with your power, right? We all heard every word you said. Talia frowned, tilting her head. Oh, so? Rolling her eyes, Annabeth explained, he's been like this because you told Luke he would never amount to even half the man Lucian was. She motioned toward him with a deadpan look. Lucian, crouched at the far side of the deck, had somehow acquired a flower, gods only knew where. He plucked its petals one by one, muttering with childlike intensity, she loves me not. She loves me not. She loves, each phrase twisted his face between a beaming grin and a tragic pout. Talia's lips twitched as her patience frayed. A violent urge rose in her to smack some sense into him, though she feared she might actually kill him if she gave in. Anyway, Annabeth said briskly, pulling her attention back, what happened to Luke? Talia released a long, weary sigh that seemed to come from the pit of her soul. I don't know. He sank into the ocean. Live or die, that's his problem now. Lord Hermes can't fault me for what happens to him afterward. She shrugged, dismissive as the waves below. So you're leading it up to fate, Annabeth muttered, shaking her head. You should have at least gouged out one of his eyes. Preferably both. Cutting out his tongue would have been the ideal solution, if you ask me. Talia chuckled, raising a brow at her friend's venom. You really don't like Luke, do you? How dare that arrogant bastard call me an obsessive little weirdo? Annabeth snapped, her teeth clenched as her glare turned seaward. Talia couldn't help laughing again, raising her hands in mock surrender. I mean, whose side are you on? Annabeth shot her a flat look, unimpressed. Lucian, having finally finished his flower ritual, straightened and stretched, his shadow shifting unnaturally as the twin bear brothers swam back to him. If you leave it to fate, Luke will most likely survive. It's bound to happen. Not that I mind. A grin tugged at his lips, his tone disturbingly cheerful. He's my new source of shadow monsters, after all. My little gold mine. And if he does die, well, then he was never meant to be anything more. Annabeth and Talia both nodded in agreement before Annabeth asked, so, where to next? Lucian stretched his arms above his head with a weary groan. The closest island, obviously. It's been a long day and I'm growing really tired. He punctuated the statement with a yawn that made both girls blink in surprise. Annabeth and Talia exchanged a silent, worried glance. Lucian was someone who could go days without rest, his endurance bordering on unnatural. For him to be worn out before a full 24 hours had even passed was concerning. Still, Lucian only smiled to himself and murmured, what a good day this has been. Then, without warning, he leapt into the air, shadows curling around his form as he shifted into a sleek black raven. His feathers shimmered like polished obsidian, and his eyes glowed with an eerie, crimson light. The girls watched him flap away into the distance. Both sighed in unison and hung their heads. Annabeth shook herself first. With a small smirk tugging at her lips, she leapt high into the night sky, twisting gracefully as magic wrapped around her body. Her form compacted into a golden feathered owl, her silver eyes gleaming as she shot after Lucian. "They're both so freaking extra," Talia muttered, dragging a hand down her face. Now how did that spell go again? Her control over the mist wasn't perfect, not like Lucian's, but she had practiced enough to handle basic transformations. Closing her eyes, she whispered the process. "Wrap my form in magic, and compress it into the form I need." A ripple of energy surged around her body. In a blink, she shrank, feathers replacing flesh, wings spreading wide. She opened her sharp new eyes to find herself soaring forward as a bald eagle, her wings cutting gracefully through the cool night air. "Wait, I never specified what bird I wanted to become," she thought, startled. But the sensation of riding the air currents filled her chest with calm. "Still, this feels surprisingly natural." She tilted her wings and caught up to the others, the three of them weaving together as an unlikely flock. It was a strange, almost comical sight, a raven with blood-red eyes, a golden owl, and a bald eagle all flying side by side across the open sea. Their dark shapes mirrored themselves in the water below, their cries echoing into the starry night. For a time, none of them spoke. The thrill of flight was enough. The ocean spread endlessly beneath them, silvered by moonlight, and the stars above seemed close enough to touch. It wasn't until the novelty began to wear off that they finally noticed the dark silhouette of land rising on the horizon. Lucian twisted in midair, feathers dissolving into shadows as he landed on the sandy shore in a crouch. He rose slowly, brushing stray grains of sand from his hands. Talia and Annabeth landed beside him, their transformations unraveling in bursts of light and feathers until they returned to their human forms. "So where exactly are we?" Annabeth asked, arching an eyebrow at Lucian. He only shrugged. "How am I supposed to know? I landed at the same time you did." Annabeth gave him a flat stare. "By using your navigation abilities, oh brilliant treasure hunter." Lucian blinked, then smacked his forehead. "Oh right, those." He gave a sheepish grin. "Guess there hasn't really been a chance to use them much, until now." Mist coiled around his fingertips, spiraling upward into the faint outline of a glowing map. Annabeth and Talia leaned in close, studying the lines as Lucian cross-referenced it with the night sky. He tilted his head back, eyes narrowing as he gazed at the stars. "Barty," he called softly. From his shadow, a smaller raven burst forth and took flight. Lucian closed one eye, synchronizing his vision with the birds, granting himself a sweeping view of their surroundings. "Okay, I think I've got it," he announced after a moment. "We're in the Bahamas, close to Florida. That means we've officially entered the Bermuda Triangle." His voice carried a faint note of excitement as he gestured toward the sea. "North is the way we just came from, and if we want to push deeper into the Sea of Monsters, we'll need to head west. That way." He pointed to their left. "Though, if we'd rather play it safe, we can explore inland first before heading back to sea." Talia tilted her head curiously. "Wait, does your ability just tell you which way is north and south without a compass?" Annabeth and Lucian both froze, then looked at her with matching expressions of disbelief. Slowly, they raised their fingers and pointed straight upward. He just looked at the North Star," Lucian and Annabeth said flatly. "Oh, right." Talia's cheeks warmed with embarrassment. She rubbed the back of her neck, muttering, "Totally knew that." Lucian chuckled under his breath before explaining, "But yes, in a way. My powers let me tap into the Earth's magnetic field. So, I always know which way I'm facing, and I can't ever get lost. As an added bonus." His smile widened as a small ripple of metallic sand danced between his fingers. "I can manipulate metal because of it." Chapter 336, Monster Donut Shop. "Are we going to set up camp here and wait until morning before moving again?" Talia asked, folding her arms across her chest as she scanned the quiet clearing around them. The moonlight filtered weakly through the dense canopy, painting silver streaks across the forest floor. "No," Lucian replied without a shred of hesitation. A slow, expectant grin spread across his face, his eyes glinting mischievously. "I'm quite hungry, so we're going to find something to eat." "What?" Annabeth gave him a look that hovered somewhere between disbelief and mild irritation. "Excuse me? We were literally on a cruise filled with food. Buffets, endless desserts, and you didn't eat then? Now you're suddenly hungry?" Lucian shrugged, his expression maddeningly casual. "Because I wasn't hungry then. I'm hungry now." Both girls exhaled in perfect unison. "Seriously, you're such a toddler," Annabeth teased, rubbing her brow as if just being near him gave her a headache. "Did you at least bring food, or are we about to go hunting for squirrels or something?" Talia asked with a low chuckle, clearly finding Annabeth's description of Lucian all too accurate. "Actually." Lucian's grin widened, a mischievous gleam flashing in his eyes. "I'm kinda in the mood for some donuts." Both girls stopped mid-step, blinking at him. "What?" they said at the same time, their voices echoing slightly through the trees. Annabeth stared at him, her expression dead serious. "Lucian, be honest with me. Who's the father, and when's it due? Because what is that random pregnancy craving in the middle of the night? Donuts? Really? I don't think I've even seen you eat a donut before." Talia snorted, biting her lip to hold back a laugh as she deliberately let her gaze drop to Lucian's stomach. Lucian rolled his eyes and waved a dismissive hand. "Haha. Very funny. Just follow me and don't ask too many questions." Without waiting for a reply, he started walking deeper into the woods, humming under his breath. After a few minutes they were able to hear Lucian singing to himself, "Jingle bells, Batman smells, Robin laid an egg, the Batmobile lost its wheel and the Joker got away, hey!" The ridiculousness of the tune made both girls exchange a look. Talia twirled a finger around her ear, a silent signal of Lucian's questionable sanity, earning a quiet giggle from Annabeth as they trailed behind him. The laughter died in their throats when they broke through a patch of trees and froze. Ahead of them, glowing like a beacon in the dark, stood a store that looked absurdly out of place in the middle of the wilderness. Neon lights flickered in cheerful pinks and yellows, forming the unmistakable words, "Monster Donut Shop." Oversized donut designs, sprinkled, frosted, and practically sparkling, decorated the storefront. Annabeth's eyes went wide as recognition struck. "No way. Did you lead us here on purpose?" "Oh, who am I kidding? Of course you did." Talia let out a flat, weary sigh. "We're going to have to fight a monster, aren't we?" She was tired of fighting for one day after her battle with Luke and wasn't in the mood for another one. "You're not," Lucian corrected with a devilish grin. "But I might." He snapped his fingers. "But first things first. Murder, come out." From the darkness, a woman with crimson wings and curling demonic horns emerged like a living shadow. She knelt before Lucian, her head bowed in silent obedience, her presence radiating an eerie mix of elegance and menace. Lucian casually reached into the swirling darkness at his feet, pulling out a single gleaming gold coin from his personal pocket dimension. He flicked it toward her with an easy motion. "Here! Buy me as many donuts as you can with this." The winged woman, Murder, caught the coin effortlessly and gave a small, almost reverent nod before gliding toward the glowing shop, her movements silent and predatory. Both Annabeth and Talia turned to stare at Lucian without saying another word, letting their gazes do all the talking. "What?" Lucian scoffed, noticing their looks. "I was really craving donuts, okay? And I can't exactly stroll in there and order them myself. Only monsters are allowed. Bite me. A guy wants a donut, don't fault me for wanting a little dessert." The two girls slowly raised their hands in mock surrender, backing off while still fighting back laughter. Murder returned not long after. In her hands she carried a precarious tower of donut boxes, 10 in total, stacked one atop the other. She appeared before Lucian without a sound, dropping gracefully to one knee. She presented the boxes to him as if offering a sacred tribute. Thank you, much obliged, Lucian said, his grin sharp with amusement. This is exactly why I keep you guys around. His tone carried a teasing lilt, but there was a glimmer of genuine appreciation in his eyes. With a casual flick of his fingers, the boxes rose into the air, each one levitating lazily around him in a slow orbit. Murder gave a small nod before melting back into his shadow, her crimson form dissolving like smoke into the earth. Lucian plucked one box from the rotation and cracked it open, the warm, sugary scent of fried dough spilling into the cool night air. He reached inside, retrieving a chocolate-frosted donut with exaggerated care before turning toward the girls. You know, he began with a mockingly solemn expression, I shouldn't even be offering you two anything after all those judgmental comments earlier. But I was raised with a heart of gold, black though it may be, so here. He extended the box with a flourish. Both Annabeth and Talia scoffed in unison but didn't hesitate to accept. Talia grabbed a perfectly glazed ring, while Annabeth selected a jelly-filled one that oozed faintly at the edges. The moment of sugary peace didn't last long. Talia suddenly froze mid-chew, her eyes narrowing as she pressed a hand lightly against her mouth. We've got company, she said through a muffled bite, her tone instantly shifting from casual to alert. She swallowed quickly and closed her eyes, calling on her wind sense. A faint breeze whispered through the trees, carrying with it the telltale vibrations of something massive moving in the distance. Her senses stretched outward, tracing the disturbance to its source far beyond the first layer of trees. Don't worry, Lucian said calmly, his voice smooth and unconcerned. I'm aware. His pupils glowed faintly as he activated clairvoyance, his sight piercing through the dense foliage like a phantom lens. His vision slid past the forest floor, over the gnarled roots and shadowy branches, until it caught the serpentine outline of something slithering along the ground. A massive creature emerged in his mind's eye, its body long and thick. 9 heads reared above the shifting coils, each one distinctly draconic in nature. The creature's scales shimmered faintly even in the darkness, their natural brilliance dulled by the night but still betraying a mesmerizing array of colors. The moonlight caught at its body just enough to reveal streaks of green, blue, violet, and gold rippling along its hide like a living prism. Lucian's mouth quirked upward. Well, that's new. What is it? Annabeth asked, her curiosity flaring as she stepped closer. Without a word, Lucian shared the image through their psychic link, letting the sight of the beast flood her mind. Annabeth's eyes widened as the picture formed. Whoa! A rainbow-scale hydra. Talia's head snapped toward her. What now? Rainbow hydra? What happened to the normal kind of hydra? You know, big, ugly, lots of heads, acid spit? There's more than one breed of hydra, she explained, her voice slipping into the cadence of a seasoned scholar. The standard hydra is dangerous enough, usually spitting acid or venom. Then you've got the red-belly hydra, known for breathing fire. But the rainbow-scale hydra. Her eyes gleamed with a mixture of awe and caution. This one's special. Each head emits a different form of energy, fire, acid, freezing cold, plasma, lightning, you name it. It's easily one of the most dangerous subspecies out there. Fantastic, Talia muttered, taking another bite of her donut with deliberate defiance. Because fighting a regular hydra would have been too boring. Annabeth turned back to Lucian, her gaze sharpening with an eager light. Actually, do you mind if I take this one? I want to see how I'd fare against something that unpredictable. Lucian studied her for a long second, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. Without a word, he reached out and brushed his thumb across the corner of her mouth, wiping away the smear of jelly. Then, with deliberate nonchalance, he brought his thumb to his own lips and licked it clean. Annabeth's entire face lit up crimson, her confident posture faltering as a flustered sound escaped her throat. That was, she stammered, completely unnecessary. Lucian only shrugged, a spark of amusement dancing in his eyes. Consider it a pre-battle blessing. Go wild. Chapter 337, Annabeth vs. Hydra, 1. Nebula, Nox, and Lucerna emerged silently from Annabeth's shadow, their spectral forms gliding forward. Ararius, shaped as an owl pendant, gave a faint shiver along her neck. Annabeth pressed her fingers against the cool surface of the pendant, her silver eyes narrowing with quiet determination. "Actually, you guys can stand down," she said, her voice calm but carrying a faint, commanding lilt. "For this battle, I want to test my own magic. I'm pushing myself here. If I rely on you, it defeats the whole purpose, don't you think?" Her familiars froze mid-step, their eyes widening in disbelief. In perfect unison, they began to pout and protest, their overlapping voices filling the air with a chorus of complaints. Before their grievances could grow into a full rebellion, Lucian's smooth baritone cut through the din. "That's enough." The effect was instant. Every creature fell silent as they drifted toward his side without so much as a backward glance. Annabeth puffed out her cheeks in frustration, pulling open her enchanted pouch as she muttered, "Really? They argue with me but jump to attention the moment you speak? Am I not supposed to be their master?" Lucian gave her a grin so effortlessly charming it almost seemed unfair. "You might be their master," he said with a lazy wink, "but I am their father." Rolling her eyes, Annabeth tied her hair into a sharp ponytail, the motion quick and deliberate, then retrieved a pair of silver-edged bracers from the pouch. Sliding them over her forearms, she let their subtle weight settle against her skin. "My status should still outclass yours by a long shot," she scoffed, tightening the straps. Before Lucian could retort, a deep rumble interrupted the night. The ground trembled beneath their feet, sending faint vibrations racing through the soil. The surrounding trees quivered, their leaves whispering in a sudden, uneasy wind. Annabeth's head snapped toward the forest's edge. From the shadows came a guttural roar, not a single cry, but a horrible, layered chorus of countless throats roaring as one. "It's here," Annabeth muttered, her silver eyes igniting with an inner glow that lit the darkness. She fixed her gaze on the shifting tree-line, every muscle coiled and ready. A flash of golden light split the night. Without warning, a thunderous bolt of lightning tore through the canopy and speared toward her. The strike collided with a deafening crack, engulfing her in a blinding cloud of smoke and scorched earth. When the haze cleared, Annabeth stood untouched, one arm extended. A shimmering hexagonal barrier bloomed outward from her palm, the magic pulsing faintly. "Now that wasn't very nice," she said evenly, lowering her hand. With a flick of her wrist, she shaped her fingers into a playful gun and aimed forward. A silver magic circle flared to life at her fingertip, energy sparking with a sharp hiss. In the next heartbeat, a streak of condensed magic screamed through the air. The shot struck home with a thunderous crack, and a guttural roar of pain reverberated through the clearing. The monster slithered into view. Annabeth's breath caught as the creature finally emerged beneath the moonlight. Even though she had glimpsed it once before through Lucian's eyes, seeing it in person was something else entirely. The dragon loomed at nearly 10 meters tall, its massive body armored in scales. 9 serpentine necks writhed and coiled around one another, each ending in a head crowned with jagged horns and burning, bestial eyes. Her attack had left a mark. One of the heads bore a gaping wound along its neck, a patch of scales shattered and flesh chipped away as if struck by a high-caliber bullet. But before her eyes, the torn flesh knit itself back together with sickening speed, the scales reforming until no trace of injury remained. Annabeth's mouth twitched upward into an uneasy smile, the sound of a nervous chuckle slipping out. Hee. "Well," she murmured, flexing her fingers as sparks of silver magic danced between them, "this is certainly going to be fun." The Hydra answered with a deafening symphony of roars. All 9 heads reared back in unison before striking forward like striking vipers, their gaping maws snapping toward her with bone-splintering force. Annabeth darted aside, her body a blur of motion as the ground erupted behind her. The impact of the missed strike sent a shockwave rippling through the clearing, uprooting dirt and shattering tree trunks. She landed lightly atop a mound of rubble, just as one of the heads inhaled and exhaled a savage blizzard. Frigid air howled across the battlefield, ice and snow churning into a swirling storm. Annabeth's hands flashed with movement, tracing intricate patterns in the air. A massive silver magic circle spun to life before her like an ornate wheel. With a sharp pulling motion of her fist, she seized the storm itself, transmuting the blizzard's frozen particles into countless crystalline blades and spears. With a commanding sweep of her arm, she sent the arsenal screaming toward the beast, each weapon sharp enough to cleave stone. But the Hydra was faster. One of its central heads lunged forward, jaws opening to unleash a storm of molten fire. The inferno collided with her conjured weapons midair, melting them into steam. Annabeth reacted instantly, slamming her palm against the scorched earth. The ground quaked as jagged slabs of stone erupted upward, forming a massive wall between her and the incoming inferno. The Hydra's fire slammed into the barrier with a deafening whoosh, molten heat washing over the field. The wall glowed cherry red, cracked, and finally began to melt into rivers of glowing slag, but it had served its purpose. The flames licked harmlessly around her, leaving her untouched. Without a moment's hesitation, Annabeth swung both arms sharply upward. 2 more walls of granite surged to life on either side of her fist. With a sudden forward thrust of her palms, she sent the slabs hurtling outward like gigantic battering rams. They smashed into the Hydra's lunging heads mid-ambush, the impact ringing through the clearing with the thunderous sound of splintering rock and bone. The serpent's skull recoiled violently, scales cracking as the creature hissed in fury. But the Hydra was relentless. From above, a deadly rain of acid began to fall, sizzling against stone and soil alike. A bolt of raw lightning followed, tearing through the night with blinding brilliance. Then came spears of condensed light and streams of devouring darkness, all fired in a deadly, overlapping barrage. Annabeth flowed between the attacks like she was dancing through a storm. Her body weaved and spun, every motion sharp and deliberate. Explosions erupted around her in quick succession, bursts of ice, flame, and shadow, but she moved with a grace that defied the chaos. Her silver eyes remained calm, untouched by panic or fear. She vaulted over a lunging head, twisting into a midair rotation before slipping beneath another's snapping jaws. The ground quaked as a massive neck slammed down where she had stood a heartbeat earlier. Landing lightly, she slid beneath the thrashing coils, sparks of magic flickering at her heels. A whip of thunderous energy sliced across her path, followed by a spiral of frozen wind. Annabeth tucked into a tight backflip, her body rotating cleanly through a deadly lattice of lightning, ice, and fire. She hit the earth in a low crouch, both palms bracing against the dirt. Another hiss of warning split the air. She launched herself backward with a handspring, flipping into the air once more just as a tail carved a deep trench through the ground she'd occupied seconds earlier. As she jumped into the air, her eyes flared. Drawing a deep breath, she cocked her fist back. Her body shimmered faintly as she converted raw stamina into sheer physical power while activating the deep pulse of her geomancy. With a sharp cry, she dropped her weight and slammed her fist into the ground. The impact cracked the battlefield like glass. A massive chunk of earth, an entire boulder the size of a house, tore free from the ground and rose skyward in a slow, thunderous ascent, propelled by her power alone. Annabeth straightened and struck a poised stance, fingers snapping sharply. As the sound cracked through the night, a faint orange glow flared beneath the boulder. While crouching moments earlier, she had inscribed a hidden rune into the soil, a sigil only now coming alive. The markings burned brighter, spreading like veins of molten light. The Hydra's many eyes flicked upward in unison, drawn to the boulder hanging high above. At its base, a blazing orange symbol now pulsed like a heartbeat. Flames erupted across the stone in a sudden inferno, swallowing the massive rock in a shell of roaring fire. The night sky blazed as though a second sun had ignited, the air trembling beneath the heat. The falling mass turned into a meteorite, streaking downward with apocalyptic force. Okay, whoa. Holy shit, Talia breathed, her eyes wide as she shielded them against the blazing light. Annabeth can just create meteorites whenever she feels like it? That's insane. Lucian chuckled, leaning lazily against a broken tree trunk. I don't know why you're so impressed, Ms. I can't create natural disasters with a flick of my wrist. He smirked, but his gaze stayed fixed on the battlefield. Although, as cool as that is, it still won't be enough. The big boy over there is a lot smarter than he looks. Even as he spoke, the Hydra proved him right. One of its central heads tilted back and exhaled a piercing dust of frigid air. The icy blast struck the flaming meteorite dead on, snuffing the fire with a hiss that filled the clearing with steam. In the same instant, another head opened wide and unleashed a bone-rattling roar, a concentrated burst of sonic energy so sharp it shattered the boulder into 1,000 jagged fragments that rained uselessly to the earth. Which, Lucian added with a sly grin, is exactly what Annabeth wanted to happen. Talia blinked at him, incredulous. Wait, what? Why would she want that? Isn't she strong enough to just take this thing down already? She is, Lucian said, folding his arms with a grin that was equal parts pride and exasperation. But it seems Annabeth's picked up one of my unfortunate habits, making a fight harder than it needs to be just to force growth. That meteor wasn't meant to kill. It was a test, a way to measure how many heads she needs to sever to make the battle more dangerous, but still winnable. Just enough to push her limits without crossing into the impossible. On the field, Annabeth ran her tongue along her lower lip, her gaze locked with predatory focus on the writhing Hydra. I've seen enough, she murmured, her voice barely more than a whisper, but laced with iron resolve. Let's start taking heads. Hail Hydra! Lucian suddenly declared, throwing an arm into the air at an extremely ill-advised angle. Talia slowly turned to him, her stare a mixture of deadpan disbelief and sheer judgment. Seriously? Lucian froze mid-pose. Realization dawned. He dropped into a crouch, burying his face in both palms as his ears turned crimson. I forgot who my brother was. That's not great for my PR. I regretted it the second the words left my mouth. Chapter 338, Annabeth vs. Hydra, 2. The tips of Annabeth's fingers on both hands ignited with shimmering bands of magic, tiny sparks snapping in the air. Her eyes narrowed, locking on one of the Hydra's many monstrous heads as it pulled back, the inner lining of its throat glowing a crackling golden hue. A bolt of lightning was charging within its fang maw, each spark growing brighter until it threatened to blind her. Annabeth exhaled sharply and sketched a glowing symbol across her palm with a single swift motion, the runes forming on her skin with a hiss of power. She sprang upward just as another serpentine neck whipped toward her, the snapping jaws slicing through the space where she had been a heartbeat before. The dragon didn't hesitate. The charged head released a blinding beam of lightning that tore through the sky like a spear. Annabeth raised her wrist and thrust her glowing palm forward, the runic symbol shimmering with power as it read, Absorb. The bolt slammed into her hand with a deafening crack, electricity dancing across her body in violent arcs. Her muscles seized and her teeth clenched, but she held firm. The raw lightning coursed into her, swallowed by the rune and dragged into her veins until her magic and alchemy twisted the destructive energy into something she could wield as her own. A sudden shadow streaked beneath her. Another head burst upward, jaws gaping wide to swallow her whole. Annabeth reacted in a blur. She stamped downward and conjured a magic circle beneath her feet. The sigil solidified like glass, creating a glowing platform in the air that propelled her higher in a graceful leap. Circle after circle appeared in rapid succession, forming a staircase of pure energy as she bounded across the battlefield like a dancer. Around her, Hydra heads snapped and spat death from every direction, jets of flame roared upward, spears of plasma lanced through the air, beams of light and darkness carved through the smoke, and streams of acid hissed. On her other palm she swiftly carved another rune with a flick of her glowing fingertip, the letters burning like molten silver, Release. Annabeth brought her hands together. Between her palms a sphere of lightning flared to life, a miniature sun wrapped in writhing electric arcs. The energy built to a violent crescendo, vibrating the air around her until her hair stood on end. One of the heads lunged upward, its throat igniting with a furnace of fire. Bon appetit, Annabeth muttered, her voice carrying a razor edge of amusement. The sphere screamed forward like a railgun round. The Hydra's flaming head exploded in a shower of blood, charred flesh, and shattered bone, the shockwave rattling the ground below. But victory was fleeting. Almost instantly 2 fresh necks bulged from the smoking stump, splitting the skin like overripe fruit as new heads clawed their way free. Each newborn serpent shrieked, their eyes burning with unholy malice, and streams of flame dripped from their fangs. A sharp, mechanical WHRR echoed ominously from the base of another throat. Annabeth's eyes widened, atomic breath. She dropped, twisting midair. Her boots struck the ground as her arms spread wide, fingers carving a vast alchemic array in the earth before her. The Hydra unleashed its catastrophic breath, a searing beam of nuclear energy that could melt mountains. But as the torrent struck her array, the deadly light fractured and dissolved, transforming into a swirling storm of black rose petals that filled the air like a nightmarish blizzard. The petals whirled around her in a hypnotic dance. Annabeth extended a hand, her magic seizing them like a puppeteer pulling strings. She commanded the storm to converge, the petals twisting together into a towering silhouette. The shape solidified, transforming it with alchemy, metal blooming from shadow until a colossal iron figure emerged, an armored knight whose design mirrored Lucian's knight form, sword and shield gleaming under the chaotic battlefield light. Annabeth used material enhancement and architectural animation with a single touch. The golem's eyes flared a crimson light as life surged into its frame. With a roar of grinding steel it lunged forward, leaping over Annabeth's head to meet the Hydra. Its shield crashed into the snapping maws, each impact sending shockwaves through the ground. The massive sword cleaved through a writhing neck, severing it cleanly. The detached head fell with a thunderous thud, shaking the earth and spraying black-colored blood across the smoking battlefield. Annabeth's own eyes widened, exhilaration lighting her grin. Two titans clashed before her, metal against monstrosity, each strike like thunder, each roar like a mountain splitting. The golem hacked and slashed, decapitating head after head, but the Hydra's cursed biology only birthed more. Chains of pure steel erupted from the cracked ground at Annabeth's command, wrapping around the Hydra's thick trunks of muscle to slow its endless assault. Still, the beast adapted. Neck after neck coiled around the Iron Warrior, constricting it in a vice. The golem tore free in a burst of sparks, its sword flashing in desperate arcs. Heads fell, but every victory was poison, two more sprouted where one was cut. A barrage of fire and plasma beams slammed into the knight's shield, the metal groaning as atomic breath tore it apart. The sword followed, encased in sudden frost until it shattered into glittering shards. Acid rained down from above, eating through the golem's armor until the proud creation sagged and melted into an unrecognizable heap of slag. Before her stretched a sea of writhing, roaring heads, each mouth glowing with a different brand of annihilation. Annabeth inhaled slowly, steadying her racing heart. Her eyes sharpened, and a dangerous smile curved across her lips. "I think," she said, her voice carrying through the cacophony of screeches and crackling magic, "that should be enough." She raised her hands, magic and alchemy intertwining in a storm of symbols and light. Time for the grand finale. Annabeth raised both hands high above her head and clapped them together with a sharp crack that echoed through the moonlit forest. Immediately, the world answered her. Runes flared to life across the bark of the trees, silver marks lit up their trunks until each tree became a pillar of living sigils. Symbols were etched into the soil, boulders were no different. Every mark pulsed with restrained power. All the while she had been running and fighting, helping her metal knight keep the Hydra at bay, she had been secretly preparing this very moment, slipping runes into the earth with every footstep, embedding sigils with every palm strike against stone, weaving invisible circles of magic and alchemy throughout the entire forest floor. The clap was the trigger. With a sound like 1,000 arrows slicing the air, binding chains of radiant metal burst upward from the glowing runes. They whistled through the darkness in streaks of light, twisting and coiling around the Hydra's endless necks. The monster shrieked in fury as dozens of heads snapped and thrashed, but the chains only tightened, wrapping around Scale with unrelenting force. The creature strained violently, each movement making the ground tremble, but Annabeth had anticipated every possible counterattack. Every place marked had been reinforced with material enhancement, the alchemic strength of diamond hidden within each link. The Hydra's vast body heaved and writhed, yet it could not break free. Annabeth let out a long, controlled breath, feeling the drain of power. Her trap had devoured more energy than she cared to admit, but she still had enough left for the grand stroke. She spread her arms and called forth the final symbols. On the back of her left hand, an intricate alchemy circle appeared, a perfect square contained within a glowing circle. On her right hand, a pentagram flared silver. A single wisp of crimson flame bloomed between her palms, tiny and almost delicate, as though the heart of a candle had been coaxed into existence. Alchemy and magic, Annabeth murmured, her voice low and resonant, aren't so different. Alchemy is simply magic bound by science, and both are nothing without the knowledge to wield them. She began to work. With her left hand, she fed the flame oxygen and different gases, transmuting the air itself to fuel its hunger. With her right, she tightened her magical grip, shaping and containing the volatile heat. The wisp swelled, its color shifting like a living spectrum. Red deepened into molten orange, then brightened to a piercing yellow. Her breathing quickened as the flame flared into a neon green blaze, then bled into a shimmering pale blue. The air warped from the sheer intensity, the heat so sharp it stung her skin and made sweat bead and run down her temples. Still she pressed on. The blue thickened into a deep indigo, before finally blooming into a brilliant violet fire that seemed to hum with a sound beyond mortal hearing. Annabeth's lips curved in a breathless smile. Slowly, delicately, she rotated her hands, coaxing the violet flame into form. Under her command the fire folded inward, edges sharpening until it blossomed into the shape of a perfectly detailed butterfly, its wings traced in lines. The creature hovered, trembling with lethal beauty. Architectural animation, she said, imbuing the fiery construct with movement and intent. Then she leaned forward and blew softly across her palms. The butterfly fluttered away, leaving a trail of violet embers in the night. It floated through the smoke-choked air toward the raging hydra, which was still tearing and roaring against its chains. Every head craned upward, vomiting streams of fire, lightning, plasma, and acid into the sky in a frantic attempt to break free. Out of the corner of one monstrous eye, the hydra noticed the tiny glowing shape. The butterfly twirled gracefully around its snapping jaws, wings scattering sparks like falling stars. Hypnotized, several of the heads tracked its dance as it drifted downward, finally landing with deceptive gentleness upon the center of the beast's massive snout. Boom! The forest vanished in a single colossal eruption. Violet fire consumed everything, roaring outward in a mushrooming pillar of light that dwarfed the tallest trees. The shockwave flattened entire groves, sending boulders skidding across the ground like pebbles. Annabeth's feet lifted from the earth as the blast hammered her, forcing her to throw up a shimmering force field to keep from being torn apart. Inside the inferno, the hydra didn't even have time to scream. Its armored scales vaporized instantly, flesh and muscle igniting into a storm of embers. For a fleeting instant its blackened skeleton stood framed against the raging violet fire, an enormous shadow writhing in silence. Before it, too, dissolved into drifting ash. The purple flames raged skyward, crackling like a chorus of thunder, before slowly guttering into glowing coals. What remained of the hydra scattered as little more than a fine gray dust carried on the night wind. Annabeth lowered her shield and stared at the scorched clearing, chest rising and falling in ragged breaths. Her bangs clung damp to her forehead, the air still shimmering with residual heat. Ha! Ha! A shaky laugh escaped her lips, half relief and half shock. She rubbed the back of her neck, her expression caught somewhere between pride and disbelief. I might have overdone it a bit, she admitted with an awkward grin, violet sparks still flickering faintly around her. Chapter 339, Oh Captain, my Captain. When Annabeth finally made her way back toward Lucian and the rest of the group, she looked like she had just stepped out of the heart of a volcano. Her hair was a wild tangle streaked with soot, her face and arms dusted in ash, and the faint shimmer of residual magic still clung to her. The moment her boots touched solid ground, a hush fell over the clearing. Everyone was staring at her in a mixture of awe and disbelief. Lucian stood at the center, calmly maintaining a protective barrier of shimmering light around the group. Beside him, Nox floated lazily inside a perfectly round chocolate donut hole, hugging it to his chest like a life raft. His eyes widened at the sight of Annabeth, and in a dramatic whisper he breathed, "Whoa!" before he shouted out loud, "Praise the Great Mother!" "Praise the Great Mother!" echoed Lucerna, Aurelius, and Nebula in perfect unison. They zipped through the air in excited spirals, swarming around Annabeth. Their combined cheers and enthusiastic praise created such a whirlwind of attention that Annabeth, who had faced down a 9-headed hydra without flinching, actually felt her cheeks heat in flustered embarrassment. Lucian's lips curled into a sly grin as he lowered his barrier. "I have to say," he drawled, "when you used those black rose petals to forge that iron golem in my likeness," he paused to make a dramatic chef's kiss gesture, fingers poised elegantly to his lips, "that was exquisite." Annabeth let out a short giggle to spite herself. "Why am I not surprised that that was your favorite part?" "Those purple flames were so gorgeous too," Talia added with an awestruck sigh. "I had no idea you were hiding that kind of firepower. A little over the top if you ask me, but still, wow." Annabeth pressed her soot-smudged hands over her face, her blush deepening. Okay, enough already. No more praises, I mean it." She cleared her throat sharply, trying to bury the grin tugging at her lips. "Anyway, did you get it?" Talia blinked, brows furrowing. "Get what exactly?" She looked from Lucian to the others, clearly missing a piece of the conversation. Lucian arched one perfectly unimpressed brow. "Who do you think I am?" He pointed upward with an easy smirk. All eyes turned skyward, and collective gasps followed. Suspended high above them, dozens upon dozens of severed hydra heads floated weightlessly in the night air, each one encased in Lucian's dark magic. Jagged fangs glinted beneath the moonlight. Alongside the heads hovered glistening scales and a massive liquid sphere of thick black blood, pulsing faintly like a captured heart. "Noise," Annabeth said in a comically deep voice. "What?" Talia sputtered, still scrambling to process the scene. Lucian gestured lazily toward the grisly collection. Apart from making her fight harder, the real reason she went wild cutting off so many heads was to farm the hydra for its blood, eyes, fangs, and bones. While she kept it busy, it was up to me to make sure the remains were withdrawn and properly preserved during the fight. "Wait, what? When did you two even plan this?" "You didn't speak, and I didn't sense a thing through the telepathic link," Talia exclaimed, completely baffled. "We didn't have to," Lucian replied with a self-satisfied smirk. "We're just that in sync," Annabeth added, brushing ash from her cheek. "Words aren't necessary." As if to prove their point, both of them raised their hands and crossed their index fingers in perfect unison. "We're like this," they declared simultaneously. Talia groaned and rubbed her temples. "Right, of course. How foolish of me not to realize." Lucian and Annabeth exchanged a mischievous look, then slapped their palms together with an exaggerated smack. "Nikki," they cheered at the same time. Annabeth's shoulders slumped dramatically, and she tilted her head back with a frustrated groan. "Ugh, I swear, I wish I could kiss you right now." Lucian chuckled, clearly enjoying every second of her fluster. "Tempting offer," he said smoothly. "But first, while the spoils of war technically belong to you, I should thank you for the special gift you left behind just for me." Before Annabeth could respond, the moonlight above them dimmed as a colossal shadow swept across the clearing. The temperature dropped as Talia spun on her heel and instinctively took several steps back, Annabeth mirroring the motion. Lucian's eyes flared an ominous crimson. Behind him, pairs of fiery red eyes began to ignite one by one, each set hovering in the gloom. The air rippled as the shapes attached to those eyes revealed themselves, massive, serpentine dragon heads formed entirely of living shadow, their bodies writhing in slow, sinuous motion. 9 of them emerged in total, each head slick and black as liquid night, their draconic eyes bleeding scarlet light. They slithered around Lucian with a predatory grace, weaving a shifting crown of living darkness. Lucian reached up and ran his hand along the smooth, cold muzzle of the nearest spectral beast. A small, almost reverent smile curved his lips. "Oh, you precious, precious creature," he murmured, his voice a dangerous blend of affection and quiet menace. Lucian tilted his head toward Annabeth and Talia, a confident, almost cocky grin spreading across his face. Shadows swirled around his feet, and the 9 black and crimson dragon heads encircling him hissed softly, their glowing eyes cutting through the darkness. Tell me, he said with a flourish, do I look cool or what? Both Annabeth and Talia, momentarily caught off guard by the sheer spectacle, nodded almost involuntarily. The sight of Lucian standing tall, guarded by a living crown of writhing dragon heads, was nothing short of extraordinary. The air itself seemed to shiver around him, the night bending to his presence. One of the shadowy heads dipped low, its serpentine neck sliding beneath Lucian's feet. With a slow, deliberate motion, it lifted him high into the air. He rose above the group like a monarch on a throne of living darkness, spreading his arms wide as the other heads coiled protectively around him. Ha ha ha, he laughed, the sound echoing through the clearing. Man, don't I just love being me? As the laughter faded, Lucian tapped his chin thoughtfully, the theatrical gleam in his eyes never dimming. Now then, what to name you magnificent creatures? He tilted his head, letting the words roll lazily off his tongue. Something related to the number 9, perhaps? A clever play on words. His eyes suddenly lit up with a spark of mischief. I've got it! He slammed his fist into his open palm and dramatically raised one arm at a sharp, obscene, rigid angle. Neen, he shouted triumphantly. And oh! Annabeth and Talia yelled in perfect unison, their horrified cries echoing across the clearing. Annabeth slapped her forehead and stared up at him in utter disbelief. Lucian, do you seriously want to give the most poisonous monsters ever a German name, while making that gesture? Oh my fucking god, Lucian groaned, immediately dropping the pose and covering his face with both hands. A deep blush crept up his cheeks. I completely forgot about the whole lethal poison thing. This is the second time in under an hour you've made some kind of Nazi reference, Talia said flatly, her voice a perfect mix of exasperation and disappointment. We're going to need to get your head examined. Lucian exhaled a long, dramatic sigh, shoulders slumping as the dragon head beneath him shifted to keep him balanced. Fine, fine. No German. But I do still need a name. I can already tell I'm going to be summoning this beauty a lot. He tilted his head so far to the side it looked like he might fall off the dragon's back, eyes shut tight in deep concentration. Hydra, Hydra, Hydra. I just keep thinking about Marvel whenever the word Hydra comes up. Should I name him Marvel? Nah, it doesn't fit. I mean, apart from Marvel, the only thing I could think about is Captain America. He does have a counterpart called Captain Hydra. Him. His inner monologue trailed off into a thoughtful hum. At last, he snapped his fingers and threw his arms wide. All right, I've decided. Drum roll, please. It was dead silent. No one made a sound. Lucian paused, eyes narrowing playfully. I said drum roll, please. Still, nothing. He puffed out his cheeks and continued undeterred, voice booming with theatrical confidence. Fine, I'll supply my own. He pounded his chest twice for a makeshift drumbeat and then pointed dramatically toward the sky. I present to you, my glorious Hydra, Captain. Annabeth arched a skeptical brow. You're seriously going to name that thing? Captain? Before she could say more, all 9 dragon heads suddenly threw themselves skyward and unleashed an earth-shaking roar. The ground trembled violently, pebbles and ash rattling underfoot as the air vibrated with their deafening approval. The Hydra heads swayed in unison, clearly delighted with their new title. Well, there you have it, Lucian said smugly, gesturing toward the ecstatic beasts. They like it. Democracy in action. He began pointing to each head in turn. Captain 1, Captain 2, Captain 3. Each time his finger landed on a head, it let out a proud, ear-piercing roar, as though responding to a roll call. When the naming ceremony was finally complete, the massive heads carefully lowered Lucian back to the ground. Their shadowy bodies began to dissolve into the night, fading into dark mist, but not before each of them flicked a wary glance toward Annabeth, their glowing eyes betraying a touch of caution in her presence. Lucian stretched his arms high above his head. Ah, what an interesting day, he declared with a satisfied grin. Don't you all agree? As if answering his call, his shadows suddenly stretched outward, spreading across the ground like a living tide. From the darkness rose a crooked hut with wooden beams and black shingles, its walls stitched from pure shadow and its foundation supported by enormous chicken-like legs that creaked ominously as they settled into place. The structure looked as though it had stepped straight out of a nightmare or a fairy tale. Lucian gave a casual wave toward the ominous dwelling. "Well, I don't know about you, but I'm ready to call it a night. Tomorrow we can resume our journey. Tonight." He gestured grandly toward the hut. "We sleep." Annabeth and Talia exchanged a glance, equal parts weary and amused, before silently agreeing. Without another word, they followed Lucian toward Baba Yaga's shadow hut, the massive chicken feet creaking under its weight as it lowered itself invitingly to the ground. Inside, the darkness beckoned warm and strange, promising a night's rest unlike any other. Chapter 340, Bink Sake. Lucian was striding several paces ahead of the group, an accordion strapped proudly across his chest. He stumbled from side to side with the exaggerated swagger of a sailor long lost to rum, his boots crunching against the gravel path as he belted out a merry tune. "Bid farewell to Weaver's Town, say so long to Port Renowned, sing a song, it won't be long, before we're casting off." His voice carried through the trees like a festival chant, warm and slightly rough around the edges, but filled with a jubilant charm that was impossible to ignore. Behind him floated all four of Annabeth's spirits, their forms bobbing in rhythm to his beat. They twirled and spun, trailing after him with a contagious joy before breaking into their own chorus. "Cross the gold and silver seas, the salty spray puts us at ease. Day and night, to our delight, the voyage never ends." The forest around them seemed to echo the melody. Annabeth, unable to resist, swayed her head from side to side, quietly humming along as her fingers tapped against her thigh. Talia, who had been walking with her hands shoved into her jacket pockets, turned slowly to catch Annabeth mid-sway. Her eyes narrowed in mock suspicion, one eyebrow arching high. "What?" Annabeth asked, caught in the act. She shrugged with an unapologetic grin. "It's a very catchy song, and, admit it, Lucian actually has a great singing voice." Talia could only shake her head as Lucian's lively tune pulled them forward. They left the forest behind and emerged onto the side of a long road. Cars and trucks rumbled by in the distance, their drivers no doubt bewildered at the sight of a ragtag group marching in step to an accordion. Yet none of them slowed, and the mismatched crew kept time with Lucian's jaunty rhythm. "Gather up all of the crew. It's time to ship out Bink's brew. Pirates we, eternally, are challenging the sea." As Lucian's voice rose, something stranger began to unfold. His shadow stretched across the asphalt, growing longer and darker. From that deepening blackness, figures began to take shape, silhouettes of soldiers, armored and armed, emerged. One by one they solidified, their features sharpening into the familiar visages of Lucian's shadow army. Talia's eyes darted from one soldier to the next. Azura and Galark, two of the more imposing soldiers, were casually bopping along with their arms draped over each other's shoulders as though this were the most natural thing in the world. Were the donuts laced with something? Talia muttered under her breath, rubbing her temple. "Because what the hell is happening right now?" Lucian, completely unfazed by her murmuring, only sang louder. "With the waves to rest our heads, ship beneath us as our beds. Hoisted high upon the mast, our Jolly Roger flies." The sun overhead continued to stretch above them, streaking the sky with gold, and still Lucian played. Their march eventually brought them down to a rugged stretch of shoreline different from the one they had first arrived at, a wild, open coast where the breeze smelled of salt. There, Talia wasted no time summoning her power. With a sweep of her arms, planks of green would materialize from the swirling winds, forming the skeleton of a ship that creaked and groaned as it took shape. While she worked, Lucian kept the spirits high with his music, weaving his melody through the sound of crashing waves and snapping sails. Somewhere in the endless sky, stormy winds are blowing by, waves are dancing, evening comes, it's time to sound the drums. Annabeth and Talia exchanged looks, their lips twitching despite themselves. By the time the ship's plank lowered with a heavy thud, Lucian was leading not just them but an entire parade of shadows onto the freshly conjured deck. Annabeth followed behind, wagging her fingers in time with the song, while Talia trailed after her, laughter bubbling uncontrollably from her chest. But steady, men, and never fear, tomorrow's skies are always clear. So pound your feet and clap your hands, till sunny days return. The plank began to retract as the ship eased away from the shore, the hull rocking gently against the restless tide. The rhythm of the sea seemed to merge with the rhythm of the music, and soon the deck was alive with chaos. Shadow soldiers locked arms and hopped in a circle, their weapons raised. Annabeth's spirits, no longer content with their spectral forms, shifted into fully human shapes and joined the dance, spinning and stomping in perfect time. Arrerius had shifted his form again, this time molding himself into the shape of a small, scholarly boy whose bronze-gold skin glimmered like sunlight on polished metal. His wide, bookish eyes twinkled with mischief as he trotted toward the others, his tiny feet barely making a sound against the deck. Nox swooped in with a grin and hoisted his little brother high onto his shoulders. Yo-ho-ho-ho! 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 The two of them bellowed in unison, their voices ringing out across the rolling waves like a pair of jubilant pirates. Arrerius threw his small arms out to the side as though he were the proud captain of this impromptu crew, while Nox stomped around the deck to the rhythm of Lucian's accordion. Annabeth had her phone out in an instant, her camera shutter flashing like a barrage of tiny fireworks. She was snapping photo after photo while tears welled in her eyes. "Those are my boys," she cried, voice breaking with gleeful pride. "Look at them go!" Talia, on the other hand, could only groan and drag a palm down her face, her shoulders shaking with barely contained second-hand embarrassment. "I'm surrounded by a bunch of absolute weirdos," she thought, hiding behind her hand. But when she finally lowered it, an affectionate smile betrayed her. Despite the chaos, she couldn't deny how infectious the joy was. Her chuckle slipped free just as her eyes settled on Lucian, who sat cross-legged near the center of the deck on top of the Shadow Hydra, fingers dancing effortlessly over the accordion's keys. Without warning, the jaunty pirate tune shifted. Lucian's movements slowed, his melody softening into a low, wistful hum that settled over the ship like a gentle tide. The playful stomp of feet gradually quieted until only the steady creak of the ship and the hush of the sea accompanied his music. "Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks Brew. Wave goodbye, but don't you cry, our memories remain." The song's melancholy notes floated across the water, a lullaby for sailors lost and dreams that refused to fade. The ocean itself seemed to respond. From the deep, sleek shadows of Orcus emerged, their black and white forms gliding beside the vessel with unhurried grace. They moved in perfect rhythm with the music, their massive bodies keeping a slow, swaying pace as if they, too, were enchanted by the sound. Lucian's voice lowered to a gentle, haunting whisper. "Our days are but a passing dream, everlasting though they seem. Beneath the moon we'll meet again, the wind's our lullaby." The once lively dance across the deck transformed into a soft sway. Spirits, soldiers, and mortals alike moved as though caught in a shared dream, their motions calm and fluid. "Gather up all of the crew, it's time to ship out Binks Brew. Sing a song and play along, for all the ocean's wide." As Lucian looked outward across the vast sea, more figures emerged. Water nymphs, luminous as moonbeams, surfaced one by one. Drawn by the melody, they drifted closer, their laughter carrying across the waves like silver chimes. Some settled gracefully upon the backs of the Orcus, their slender forms reclining with legs crossed and chins propped upon delicate palms. Eyes closed, they rocked gently to the music, entranced by the mortal's song. After all is said and done, you'll end up a skeleton. So spread your tail from dawn till dusk, upon these foamy seas. At the helm, Talia kept a firm hand on the wheel, her eyes scanning the calm horizon even as her heart swelled with the music. Annabeth had perched on the railing of the upper deck, her legs dangling freely as she gazed down toward the shadow army below, their weapons resting idly as they hummed along. Lucian's voice dropped to a soft, almost reverent murmur. "Yo-ho-ho! Yo-ho-ho! Yo-ho-ho! Yo-ho-ho!" One by one, the others joined in. Their gentle chant mingled with the humming of the nymphs and the deep, resonant calls of the orcas until the ocean itself seemed to sing. Even the wind carried their voices outward, blending them into the timeless heartbeat of the sea. As Lucian played the final note, a sudden shimmer of light enveloped the vessel. A deep blue aura bloomed outward from the waves, wrapping the ship in a soft, otherworldly glow. Everyone paused mid-clap, eyes widening in wonder. The nymphs gasped first, their laughter spilling like liquid crystal. One of them tilted her head toward the crew and spoke with a delighted smile. "Prince of the Underworld," she said, her voice echoing like ripples over water, "it seems Lord Poseidon himself has taken great pleasure in your song. He has chosen to bless your journey across his domain." Every mouth aboard fell open in shock. Lucian froze, the accordion still in his lap, as Annabeth and Talia erupted into uncontrollable laughter. "Ha ha! Only someone like Lucian," Talia wheezed, gripping the steering wheel for balance, "could accidentally win the favor of a god without even trying." Annabeth nearly doubled over, clutching her stomach as tears streamed down her cheeks. "The gods either love him or hate him," she managed between fits of laughter. "There really is no in-between." Lucian flushed a deep crimson, scratching the back of his neck with a sheepish grin. His mind, however, raced to only one inevitable thought, his father's reaction. "He's going to make fun of me for this. I just know it. Damn it, what have I done?" Chapter 341, Sea of Monsters. "Well, this is boring." Lucian groaned at last. He sat lazily on the wooden railing opposite Annabeth, balancing with practiced ease as the ship rocked gently beneath him. The lively party earlier had long since died down, leaving only the quiet murmur of the sea and the occasional creak of the ship's hull. "What exactly did you expect?" Annabeth asked with a soft chuckle, brushing a strand of windswept hair from her face. Because of a certain someone, her gray eyes flicked meaningfully toward him, "we've gained Poseidon's blessing. That means calm waters and smooth sailing. No storms, no monsters. Just endless sea." Lucian tipped his head back with a dramatic groan, stretching out his long legs along the railing. "It's not as if I willingly asked for it," he grumbled, his voice carrying a note of petulance. Talia shook her head with a smirk, keeping her eyes on the horizon. "Just tell me how close we are to officially entering the Sea of Monsters before I decide to toss you overboard for entertainment." "We're nearly there," Lucian replied without hesitation, his tone suddenly confident. "About 30 minutes, give or take." Both girls glanced at him, mildly impressed. Catching their skeptical looks, Lucian offered a sly grin. "Special insight, remember?" Before either could say anything else of the matter, he perked up like a restless child. "Actually, can I drive for a bit? Please? I honestly have nothing better to do." His voice carried a pleading lilt that almost bordered on charming. Talia rolled her eyes but motioned with a casual flick of her hand. "Fine. Knock yourself out." "Yay!" Lucian hopped off the railing with a burst of childish enthusiasm and practically skipped toward the wheel. Annabeth exhaled in a long-suffering sigh while Talia muttered something under her breath, both of them sharing a look that said boys. Not even 5 minutes later, Lucian's shoulders slumped forward, his earlier energy drained. "All right. I'm bored again," he admitted flatly, his chin dropping onto the wheel. Annabeth, who had been leaning against the mast with arms crossed, tilted her head curiously. "Is the miasma affecting you that much?" Her sharp eyes narrowed as she studied his posture. "What do you mean?" Lucian asked, blinking in genuine confusion as he straightened up. "I don't know," Annabeth said slowly, scanning him from head to toe as if expecting to spot something out of place. "It's just that you've been more irritable than usual, so I can't help but be a little concerned." Lucian pressed a hand to his forehead and sighed dramatically. "Sorry. I think I'm experiencing the male version of a period." Annabeth snorted and shook her head, a reluctant smile tugging at her lips. "You're so annoying." The three of them fell into an easy rhythm of casual chatter as twilight deepened around them. The sea stretched endlessly in every direction, its surface glimmering like polished obsidian beneath the rising moon. Nearly half an hour passed in companionable quiet until Talia, who had claimed her post at the railing, suddenly stiffened. Her eyes narrowed as she peered into the distance. Lucian, noticing the sudden tension in her shoulders, tilted his head with a mischievous grin. "What is it, boy? What do you see?" he asked in a mock-serious tone, as if speaking to a well-trained hound. Talia turned her head just enough to fix him with a glare. For a brief, dangerous moment, Lucian swore she was debating whether to hurl him into the ocean. Instead, she exhaled through her nose and returned her gaze to the horizon. "Up ahead," she said evenly, pointing forward, "we've got company. And more than one kind. Also, treat me like a dog again and it's going to be you who will be eating out of a dog bowl." Lucian only smirked, clearly pleased with himself, before his eyes sharpened on the dark expanse beyond. Far in the distance, shadowy shapes began to emerge, columns of jagged rock jutting skyward. They stood in eerie formation, half hidden by mist and the churning spray of the sea. Lucian narrowed his gaze, a prickling sense curling in his gut. "Bartholomew," he called softly. At his summons, a shadow at his feet rippled and stretched, and a sleek black bird burst upward into the darkening sky. The creature spiraled higher and higher, cutting through the salty air until it vanished into the clouds. Through their shared link, Lucian's vision soared with it, granting him a dizzying bird's-eye view of the open waters ahead. His breath caught. What he had first mistaken for ordinary rock formations were nothing of the sort. In the center of the sea churned a monstrous whirlpool, vast and relentless, spinning with the fury of a living storm. Its currents dragged the ocean inward like a giant drain, the sound of rushing water growing louder even from this distance. And within that spiraling abyss, those towering rocks revealed their true nature, jagged, uneven fangs rising from the depths like the open maw of a nightmare. Lucian's eyes widened in recognition. The whirlpool was no natural phenomenon. It was Charybdis itself, the ancient sea monster whose hunger could swallow ships whole. The calm seas, it seemed, had finally come to an end. However, just outside the first row of jagged teeth, a lone ship vessel bobbed precariously on the dark waters, illuminated by the pale light of the rising moon. Even at this distance, Lucian's sharp eyes instantly caught sight of three distinctive figures standing on deck, silhouettes he could recognize anywhere. His heart leapt with instant recognition. "Percy!" Lucian shouted with unrestrained excitement, his voice carrying across the roaring sea. The sudden outburst made both Annabeth and Talia jolt in alarm. "What?" Annabeth whipped around so fast that her blonde hair nearly smacked Lucian in the face. "Percy is nearby?" Her gray eyes widened with surprise. She clearly hadn't expected to see him, any of them, until the very end of their long journey. "Yeah," Lucian replied with a broad grin, leaning forward on the railing to get a better look. "And if I'm seeing this right, he's in the middle of a heated argument with Clarice. They're literally standing right outside Charybdis Maw, yelling at each other." A short, incredulous laugh escaped his lips. Annabeth's jaw dropped. "You have got to be kidding me." Talia squinted into the distance, her eyes narrowing as the faint outline of the ship sharpened in the moonlight. "Wait, seriously? We've already arrived at the entrance to the Sea of Monsters, and those two are standing there arguing? In front of a giant man-eating whirlpool?" Her voice climbed in exasperation. Annabeth's mind, however, was already turning over possibilities. She tapped a finger thoughtfully against her chin, her expression growing pensive. "Do you think, maybe Poseidon's blessing guided us here on purpose? Like he knew we'd run into Percy and be able to help him finish his quest?" Lucian barely even heard her. His eyes gleamed with a mischievous spark that sent a faint chill down both girls' spines. "I don't care why we're here," he said, his voice dropping into a low, almost dangerous purr. "I'm dropping in." Annabeth's head snapped toward him. "Wait, Lucian, don't." Talia lunged forward, one hand outstretched. "Lucian, I swear, if you—" But it was already too late. With a dramatic flourish, Lucian stepped backward into the shadows pooled at his feet. The air around him warped and twisted as wisps of black smoke coiled upward, swallowing him whole. By the time either girl could blink, he was gone, leaving only a faint trail of darkness and a faint sulphurous scent behind. Both Annabeth and Talia groaned in perfect unison. Down below, Lucian reappeared high above the deck of Percy's ship, materializing in midair where Bartholomew still circled like a vigilant scout. The cold night wind tore at his cloak as he let gravity claim him. He plummeted toward the vessel with the precision of a falling star, boots striking the deck with a thunderous impact that made the entire ship shudder as though struck by a miniature earthquake. Wood groaned. Ropes rattled. Tyson, Percy's half-brother, froze mid-sentence as he tried to mediate between the tow, his single cyclopean eye going impossibly wide as Lucian dropped. His helmet sealed his features in an intimidating mask of polished black steel, and a single crimson eye glowed from within the visor like a predator's gaze. In one smooth motion, a wickedly curved scythe materialized in his hands, its blade gleaming with a faint, unnatural light. Lucian tilted his head back and let loose a deep, maniacal laugh that rolled across the deck. Ha-ha-ha. Ah! Both Percy and Clarisse screamed at the top of their lungs, their cries almost harmonizing in sheer terror. They scrambled backward in perfect synchronization, instincts kicking in before reason could catch up. Weapons flashed into their hands, Percy with his trident, Clarisse with her ever-menacing spear, as they planted their feet and braced for battle. The deck shivered again as Lucian slowly lowered his weapon, shoulders shaking with barely contained amusement. Ha-ha-ha! The armored figure suddenly doubled over, clutching his stomach as he fell to one knee. The menacing glow of his helmet flickered as his laugh rang out, wild and uncontrollable. Percy blinked in confusion, still breathing hard. Wait, what? Clarisse's grip tightened on her spear, her eyes narrowing dangerously. Surprise, he managed between peals of laughter. Oh, gods, you should have seen the looks on your faces. Priceless. He pointed a shaking finger at the pair, tears of mirth threatening to spill from his eyes. You were terrified. I swear it looked like you two were about to hug each other. For a long moment Percy and Clarisse simply stood frozen, processing the abrupt shift from mortal danger to cosmic prank. Their weapons slowly lowered an inch, then another. Their expressions twitched between relief and pure homicidal fury. Lucian, they finally roared in unison, voices ringing like a war cry. What is the matter with you? Before Lucian could react, they charged. Percy swung his weapon in a wide arc while Clarisse lunged forward with her spear, both raining blows upon his armor with unrestrained vengeance. The clang of metal echoed across the deck, but Lucian remained unfazed, his enchanted armor absorbing every strike as he continued to laugh helplessly. Ha ha ha, oh gods, stop, stop, you're killing me, he wheezed, still pointing at them as he doubled over again. You should have seen, your faces. A sudden, soft sniffle cut through the chaos. Another sniffle followed, louder this time, until the sound grew unmistakable. The three combatants froze mid-motion. Slowly, almost cautiously, they turned toward the source. Tyson stood off to the side, his massive shoulders trembling. His single large eye shimmered with unshed tears as he gripped the hem of his shirt with both hands. Droplets as big as coins rolled down his cheeks and splattered against the deck like tiny water balloons. That was so scary. Tyson whimpered, his deep voice breaking as he sniffled again. A heavy silence settled over the ship. Percy and Clarisse exchanged a look of mutual disbelief, their anger temporarily eclipsed by shock. Then, as if bound by some unspoken agreement, they turned back toward Lucian, slowly, almost eerily, eyes narrowing with a murderous gleam that promised him a painful death. Lucian, to his credit, recognized the danger immediately. Without hesitation, he reached deep into the shadowy folds of his cloak and produced a large pink box as though summoning a sacred relic. Inside was a neatly arranged selection of powdered donuts, their sweet aroma somehow cutting through the salty ocean air. Lucian held the box out toward Tyson with both hands, his grin now a desperate plea for mercy. I apologize for my transgression, he said solemnly, as though presenting an offering to a mighty king. Please accept this humble tribute as a peace offering. Chapter 342, Charybdis and Scylla. As soon as Tyson grabbed hold of the big pink box of donuts, he immediately plopped down onto the ground with a heavy thud, crossing his massive legs like a child. The cardboard crinkled in his large hands as he pried it open and let out a happy little hum, already pulling out the first sugary treat. Without hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth with an almost comical eagerness. Powdered sugar dusted the air as he chewed, his single brown eye squinting in bliss. A wide, goofy smile stretched across his face, a few small tears were still present in the corners of his eye. "You're so lucky," Percy muttered with a scoff, folding his arms as he shot Lucian a sideways look. Lucian only wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, exhaling in relief. "Phew," he said with a half-grin, crisis averted. From above came the soft rush of wind and the beating of wings. Two familiar figures swooped in gracefully from the sky. Talia's dark hair whipped back in the breeze while Annabeth's blonde curls gleamed in the night as they descended. They touched down lightly beside Lucian, their boots barely making a sound against the rocky ground. "Yo, fancy meeting you guys here," Annabeth greeted casually, raising a hand in a lazy salute, her gray eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Looks like the squad's back together again," Talia added with a crooked smirk as she scanned the group. Her gaze eventually settled on Tyson, who was still happily devouring donuts like nothing in the world could possibly bother him. "Although," she added with a teasing arch of her brow, "it seems we've gained an extra companion instead of our usual satyr." "Honestly, I'm kind of glad to have you guys here," Percy admitted with a weary sigh, ruffling his messy black hair in frustration. "Clarice and I were just discussing which route we should take to officially enter the Sea of Monsters. Trying to figure out which path is safer." "Discussing?" Lucian repeated with a sharp, incredulous laugh, eyes flicking between Percy and Clarice with open amusement. "You two looked ready to rip each other's throats out a few minutes ago. What exactly was the discussion, anyway?" Talia asked, tilting her head, her curiosity clearly piqued. Percy's shoulders slumped in defeat, and he gestured vaguely toward the turbulent waters in the distance. "We were arguing about which path gives us the best chance of survival. Clarice wants to go straight through Charybdis, but I said we'd have a better shot taking on Scylla instead. Now, please," he looked from one friend to another, almost pleading, "help me convince her she's out of her mind. We're talking about a giant whirlpool here. Charybdis would swallow the whole ship in a heartbeat. At least with Scylla, we've got a chance to slash off one of her heads if it comes down to a fight." "Sorry, Perce," Lucian said immediately, not even pretending to hesitate. "Clarice is right on this one." "I have to agree with Clarice," Talia added with a firm nod. "Clarice is actually correct," Annabeth said with a knowing chuckle. "You have a better chance dealing with Charybdis." "Ha ha ha." Clarice threw her head back and let out a triumphant cackle, her grin practically splitting her face as she turned toward Percy. "Told you! I told you I was right." Percy scowled and crossed his arms, glaring at the group with mock offense. "You guys are only saying that to contradict me." The trio exchanged amused glances before Lucian turned back to Percy with a deadpan stare. "Dude," he said flatly, "you're the son of Poseidon. Why in Hades' name would you willingly pick a fight with a monster that lives on a cliff when there's another one literally in the sea? You have the ocean at your back. That's your domain. Whenever you're given the choice to fight on land or in water, you always choose the water. That's what it means to be the son of Poseidon. You don't lose when you're in your element." Percy blinked, the logic hitting him like a wave. "Oh, yeah. Right. Dumbass," Clarice said with a smirk, folding her arms with smug satisfaction. "Shut up," Percy groaned, rolling his eyes before dragging a palm down his face. "Anyway," Lucian continued, his grin turning almost mischievous, "it's good that you're taking on Charybdis. That means I get to battle Scylla myself." "What? What would even be the point of that?" Percy asked, giving him a bewildered look. "Let's just stick to one and get through this together." "But that would be boring," Lucian replied matter-of-factly, his grin widening. "You handle one monster, and I handle the other. Besides, it only feels right, we're both related to the monsters we fight." "Wait, what?" Percy blurted, his eyes widening. You're what? Annabeth, Talia, and even Clarice echoed in confusion, all three snapping their attention toward Lucian at once. Lucian nodded as he pointed towards the whirlpool in front of them. That thing out there, that's your sister, the daughter of Poseidon. Huh? Percy exclaimed with his mouth agape. Talia tilted her head, her eyes narrowing slightly as she turned toward Lucian. And how, she asked, her voice laced with confusion, are you related to Scylla? Lucian paused, scanning the group with a thoughtful look before responding. Before I answer that, he said, folding his arms and raising a brow, do any of you actually know the full story of how Scylla came to be? The group exchanged puzzled glances. Percy gave a small shrug, Clarice shook her head with an annoyed grunt, and Tyson merely blinked while munching on another donut. Only Annabeth nodded, her gray eyes glinting with recognition. Of course you know, Lucian said with a faint, knowing smirk. But for the rest of you, buckle up. He exhaled slowly. Scylla wasn't always the terror of sailors that she is now. She was once a beautiful nymph, radiant, graceful, and loved by many. There was a fisherman who became a sea god, Glaucus. He fell madly in love with her, but Scylla wanted nothing to do with him. She fled onto land, where he couldn't follow. Heartbroken and desperate, Glaucus went to the sorceress Circe to beg for a love potion, something that might melt Scylla's heart. But Circe... Lucian's voice grew sharper, more deliberate. Circe fell for Glaucus instead. She tried to win him over with her sweetest words, her most beguiling magic, but he refused her completely. Furious, Circe didn't punish Glaucus, she punished Scylla. She brewed a poison so potent it warped the very essence of whoever touched it. She poured it into the pool where Scylla bathed. The moment the nymph stepped into the water, her beauty twisted into horror, 12 monstrous legs, 6 ravenous heads, each with 3 rows of teeth, forever hungry for sailors' flesh. The group stood silent for a moment, the waves crashing faintly in the background as the weight of the story settled in. Whoa, Percy finally blurted, eyes wide. I didn't expect her to have, like, actual deep lore. That's way more tragic than I thought. Clarice crossed her arms, still frowning. Yeah, okay, sad story and all, but I'm still not getting how that has anything to do with you. Lucian scratched the back of his neck, looking faintly uncomfortable. Because Circe is my great-aunt, he admitted at last. She caused the mess, and I want to fix it. Call it an overdue family responsibility. Talia's lips twitched, fighting a grin. What is seriously up with your family tree? She asked, shaking her head. It's like you're related to everyone in Greek mythology. Lucian scoffed, shooting her a pointed look. You're one to talk. Look at who your father is. I could probably point to a random bird flying overhead and there's a 50-50 chance you're related to it. Talia's face reddened as she crossed her arms and let out a sulky huff. The others stifled their laughter, Annabeth covering her mouth with a discreet hand while Percy failed to hide his grin. Lucian wasn't finished. That's not the only reason I want to fight Scylla. She's also Medusa's sister. Everyone's eyes went wide at once, save for Annabeth, who groaned and slapped her forehead. Of course, she muttered, half to herself. I completely forgot about that connection. Scylla is the daughter of the deities Keto and Phorcys. They're the same parents who gave birth to the Gorgon sisters, Medusa included. Lucian nodded firmly. Exactly. And even if Scylla and Medusa were never close, it still feels important. If there's even the slightest chance I can help her, I have to try. For a moment, the group was quiet again, each processing his words. Even Clarice simply gave a slow, almost respectful nod. Finally, Percy broke the silence. Why don't we just help you, he suggested, his voice steady but earnest. If we all fight together, we get through to the sea of monsters much faster. Lucian shook his head immediately. No. I need to do this myself. Everyone here has already faced battles of their own, Talia fought Luke, Annabeth took on the Hydra. This is my trial. My fight. And frankly, Percy, you need to focus on Charybdis. You'll need the combat experience too, and nothing helps you grow stronger like fighting your own fight. Percy's eyebrows shot up. Wait, hold on, backtrack just a tiny bit, he said, looking between Lucian and Talia in disbelief. You fought Luke? Talia's proud grin widened. Sure did. We don't even know if he's alive or dead at this point. It was a marvelous battle, Lucian added with a wistful smirk, though his eyes held a distant, almost reflective glint. Then he shook his head briskly. But that's not the point right now. The point is, we have a plan. I'll take Scylla, and Percy will face Charybdis. Annabeth glanced around, gauging everyone's reactions. One by one, the others nodded in agreement, though Percy's nod came with an unmistakable flicker of nerves. Okay, Percy said at last, exhaling a long breath. But can I at least have some help? Backup, maybe? Lucian's smirk returned. Fight however you please, he said with a casual shrug, the hint of a challenge in his voice. Percy relaxed just enough to let out a relieved sigh, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed how uneasy he still felt. Tyson, meanwhile, cheerfully chomped on another donut as if none of this involved him, powdered sugar dotting his chin. Chapter 343, Lucian vs. Scylla, 2. Once the plan was finally set in motion, Lucian climbed up to the highest ledge of the ship, the wooden planks creaking beneath his boots as the salty wind whipped at his red cape. He looked back over his shoulder toward Percy and the others, his crimson eyes gleaming faintly beneath the shadow of his helmet. A sharp, cocky smirk tugged at his lips as he called out, "Break a leg." Without another word, he casually stepped off the ship's edge and dropped into the yawning dark of the sea below, his cape fluttering wildly behind him. Before the ocean could swallow him whole, a figure emerged from the churning waters. Murder, his shadow soldier, rose from the darkness. With a single beat of her massive wings, the creature caught Lucian beneath the arm and lifted him into the sky. The ocean wind roared around them as Murder carried her master across the blackened waves. Her crimson wings cut through the air. Lucian stood arms crossed over his chest, the tails of his crimson cape snapping in the cold night air. From the deck of the ship, the others watched him vanish into the distance. Percy raised a brow and spun his trident with a lazy flourish, though the tension in his shoulders betrayed his concern. How dramatic, he muttered with a wry smile, as always. The smile faded as he turned to face Charybdis, his gaze sharpening with grim determination. Meanwhile, Murder carried Lucian swiftly across the raging sea. Below them, waves crashed like battering rams against jagged rocks that jutted from the water. Spray exploded upward with every impact, turning the air cold and damp. They approached a towering cliff of slick black stone, the roar of the tide mingling with something far more menacing, a deep, guttural growl that seemed to vibrate through the very air. Suddenly, Murder twisted violently to the side, narrowly avoiding a colossal head that rained down from above and crashed against the water with a deafening splash. Its maw snapped shut just inches from Lucian's boots, the sheer force of it sending a shockwave of salty mist across the sky. Another head lunged, then another, each one striking with the speed of a viper. Murder banked and rolled, weaving through the barrage of snapping jaws and flailing necks, her wings flickering with shadowy afterimages as he dodged strike after strike. Lucian held fast, his balance unshaken despite the chaos. Together they climbed higher, ascending toward the cliff's summit where the true horror awaited. At last they broke through the spray and landed atop a jagged outcropping of rock. There, in the mouth of a cavern carved by the relentless sea, the monstrous form of Scylla revealed itself in full. The sight stole Lucian's breath for a heartbeat. Scylla was a grotesque nightmare given flesh. 6 impossibly long necks writhed like serpents around a central body that was neither fish nor beast. Each neck ended in a grisly head bristling with rows upon rows of needle-sharp teeth, glistening with brine and hunger. For dog-like maws ringed her waist, each snapping and snarling in restless agitation. Beneath her torso stretched a mass of slick, sinewy tentacles, 12 in all, that anchored her to the rocks and churned the water to froth. For unblinking eyes burned from her upper body, their glow a sickly, gluttonous yellow. Holy crap! Lucian muttered under his breath, the words slipping out despite his usual composure. Up close, she was even larger than the myths claimed, an entire nightmare squeezed into one impossible creature. Before he could make another move, one of Scylla's heads lashed out like a striking spear, its jaws opening wide enough to swallow both him and Murder whole. The cavernous maw snapped shut with a sound like cracking stone, but Lucian was no longer there. Shadow step. In the blink of an eye he reappeared atop the lunging head, shadows swirling around his feet as he steadied himself on the slick, scale-covered surface. Without hesitation he began to sprint along the length of the writhing neck, black boots pounding against the shifting flesh. With a thought, his bow materialized in his hand. "Sorry, Scylla," he called out, voice dripping with mockery, "but you're the perfect test subject for some curses I've been experimenting with. I hope you don't mind." An arrow of condensed malice and curse energy formed between his fingers, its tip glowing a malicious red. One of the heads turned and lunged at him, but Lucian released the shot before it could reach him. Curse of Withering. The arrow struck the monster's right eye with a wet, meaty sound. The effect was immediate and grotesque. The eye began to shrivel and blacken, its golden glow fading into a clouded gray. The surrounding scales cracked and flaked away like brittle parchment, exposing raw, weeping flesh beneath. Scylla let out a shrieking roar that rattled the cliffside and sent Murder into a defensive crouch, diving into Lucian's shadow. The beast thrashed wildly, neck slashing in every direction. Lucian was thrown clear, his body spinning through the salt-heavy air, until he dissolved into a swarm of shadowy feathers. In an instant he morphed into a black bird, wings cutting through the storm as he darted between the flailing tendrils. Reforming mid-flight, he appeared upside down above another head, bow already drawn. Curse, sin of wrath. The arrow slammed into the next target, and Scylla's eyes flared crimson under Lucian's influence. A maddened frenzy overtook the creature. With a furious screech, the cursed head snapped around and sank its teeth deep into the neck of one of its own brethren. The cliff shook as blood, thick, black, and steaming, sprayed across the rocks. Lucian used the chaos to shift again. His body stretched and darkened until a massive wolf of shadows stood in his place. Black fur shimmered with faint crimson light, and his eyes burned like molten coals. His claws dripped with cursed energy as he bounded up the writhing necks, leaping from one to the next with predatory grace. With a final surge he launched himself at another serpentine throat, jaws snapping shut around the armored scales. His fangs pierced deep, curse energy flooding into the flesh like venom. Curse of Sloth, his voice rumbled, distorted by the beastly shape. The effect spread like wildfire. The targeted neck began to slow, its frantic thrashing weakening as an unnatural lethargy weighted down. Scylla roared again, this time with something like frustration, as Lucian clung to her. The head Lucian clung to began to thrash violently, whipping through the air in wild, dizzying arcs. The world became a blur of churning sea and jagged cliffside as the monstrous neck swung him like a ragdoll. Lucian's claws dug deep into the thick, slimy scales, sparks of cursed energy flashing with each desperate swipe. He snarled low in his throat, a sound more beast than man, refusing to let go even as the neck tried to fling him into the abyss below. Gradually, a sluggish tremor rippled through the flesh beneath his grip. The sinewy muscles that had been thrumming with deadly power began to weaken, the frantic thrashing slowing to an erratic shudder. The effects of the curse of sloth were finally setting in. Lucian could feel the creature's vitality leaking away, its once overwhelming strength turning into a heavy lethargy. High above, the main face of Scylla, the twisted visage half hidden within the cavern's shadows, tracked his every move. For sickly yellow eyes burned with pure hatred, the pupils narrowing to thin slits as they followed the trail of crimson light that marked his path. Sweat beaded along Lucian's temple beneath his helmet as he turned back. His chest rose and fell in quick, sharp breaths. "There's no fucking way, I'm already tired from this," he thought, biting back a frustrated growl. "God damn it." He forced a grin through the burn in his lungs, baring his teeth in defiance. "Like hell I'm tired," he muttered under his breath, his voice rough but steady. "I'm just excited. That's all." With a sharp motion, Lucian summoned his scythe into existence. The weapon snapped into his grasp, the curved blade instantly igniting with roiling curse energy. Dark crimson flames licked along the edge, the weapon humming with a low, hungry vibration that resonated through his bones. His eyes flared, burning brighter with the rush of battle. The limp head beneath him finally began to collapse, its strength drained by his curse. Lucian used the moment to launch himself skyward. He kicked off the falling neck in a blur of motion, streaking across the cave's mouth like a comet of dark red light. For an instant, he was nothing but a smear of shadow and steel, the gleam of his blade the only sign of his passing. Landing lightly against the cavern's slick, jagged edge, he pivoted with supernatural speed. His movements became a whirlwind of destruction, slashes from his scythe cut across the monstrous necks in rapid succession, each strike leaving behind deep gashes that hissed and festered with malignant curse energy. The wounds bled black ichor that steamed in the cold air, the infection spreading faster than the flesh could regenerate. As he carved his path, glowing magic circles flared to life around him, spinning like orbiting moons. They pulsed with cursed light, each circle releasing beams of raw magical energy that lanced across the battlefield. The blast seared through the damp cavern air, striking at the writhing heads with thunderous impacts that rattled the cliffs. One circle flickered brighter than the rest as Lucian channeled a new spell. Curse of Binding. From the circle burst a web of black chains forged from pure curse energy. They snaked through the air like living things, snapping shut around Scylla's thrashing tentacles. The monstrous limbs recoiled, their movements suddenly restricted as the chains tightened, the sound of grinding flesh and metal ringing through the cavern. But the monster had more weapons. From her waist, the four dog-like heads threw back their own jaws and let loose a chorus of piercing howls. The sound was a physical assault, razor-sharp and mind-splitting. Lucian flinched as the screams clawed at his ears, the vibrations rattling his teeth and making his vision waver. It was like trying to think through the shriek of a hurricane. Gritting his teeth, he formed another magic circle, this one burning a sharp, icy blue, directly over his left eye. His cursed sight locked onto each snarling doghead in turn, marking them with threads of shadow. He raised his bow, the weapon materializing in a haze of smoke and red sparks, and drew back the string until it trembled. Arrows of condensed silence shimmered into existence between his fingers, each one humming with deadly purpose. Curse of Silence. The arrows shot forth in a streaking spiral of cursed light, weaving through the snapping jaws and flailing tentacles before striking each doghead square in the forehead. The effect was immediate and unnerving. Their howls cut off mid-wail, leaving behind a sudden, almost painful absence of sound. Their mouths still gaped and snapped, but no noise emerged, only the faint hiss of shadow energy as the curse sealed their voices away. Lucian exhaled sharply, pushing through the ringing in his ears. He slid his ring back into place and felt the crystal embedded within begin to thrum against his finger. Clapping his hands together, he wove a new spell with practiced precision. A massive magic circle blossomed in front of him, its intricate patterns rotating with menacing elegance. Dark energy gathered at its center, growing hotter and brighter until it burned like a black sun. The circle unleashed its fury in a single, concentrated beam. A column of pure curse magic exploded forth, cutting through the cavern with deafening force. The blast struck Scylla head-on, the sheer pressure of it shaking the cliff to its foundations. The monster roared and raised her clawed arms to shield herself, but Lucian's crystal ring flared with a sudden, blinding light. The beam thickened, its power surging until it engulfed her completely. The impact hurled her deeper into the cavern, the walls cracking and collapsing under the force of the attack. Lucian lowered his hands, chest heaving, the glow of the circle fading as the cursed energy dispersed into drifting sparks. He allowed himself a single, measured sigh before vanishing into shadow. Shadow step. He reappeared inside the shattered cavern, stepping lightly across the uneven stone as though he were strolling through a quiet hallway. "Oh, Scylla," he called out in a sing-song voice, his tone mocking despite the faint rasp in his breath and fatigue claiming his body. "Ready for me to help you get back to normal?" His crimson eyes gleamed with dangerous amusement as he skipped casually deeper into the dark. The only warning came as a sudden gust of displaced air. A massive shadow loomed to his left, followed by a blur of motion. Crack! A giant fist came out of nowhere, striking before Lucian had time to react. The blow smashed into his side like a collapsing mountain, slamming him against the cavern wall. Stone shattered on impact, sending chunks of jagged rock cascading to the floor. Pain flared white-hot through his body as the protective layers of his suit absorbed the worst of the hit, but not all of it. Blood streaked down his forehead and mouth inside the helmet, warm and metallic against his tongue. He coughed, a wet, bitter sound, and let out a low groan. "I really have to remember," he rasped, voice hoarse. "I'm not as strong as I used to be." Before he could recover, Scylla's massive clawed hand reached into the rubble and closed around him like a steel trap. Her grip was merciless, the pressure immediate and bone-crushing. Lucian gritted his teeth as he was dragged free of the debris. Through the visor of his helmet, he met her gaze. Her face was a mask of fury. Across her chest, where the curse beam had struck, the skin was blackened and cracked, sizzling faintly with lingering curse energy. The wound smoked and oozed, a charred brand of his magic seared deep into her flesh. Her eyes, however, burned brighter than ever, a hatred so raw it bordered on madness. The pressure around his torso tightened suddenly. Pain lanced through his arm as something inside snapped with an audible crack. Lucian bit down a scream, a guttural growl escaping instead. "All right, fuck, that hurt," he hissed through clenched teeth. His voice dropped lower, colder. "I was planning to be nice, but if you want to play dirty..." His crimson eyes flared, casting bloody reflections across the cavern walls. "Then you could only blame yourself for what comes next." Beneath them, the shadows on the floor began to shift. They stretched outward like spilled ink, creeping across the stone in jagged, unnatural patterns. From the darkest pools of black, eyes began to open one by one, glowing, inhuman orbs that stared hungrily from the void. The cavern grew colder. The air itself seemed to shiver. Lucian's shadow was awakening. Chapter 344, Lucian vs. Scylla, 2. Lucian's shadow rippled outward from beneath him, spilling across the cavern floor in a crawling surge of black. The darkness stretched farther with every passing heartbeat, climbing jagged stone walls and consuming every crack and crevice until it seemed as though the cave itself had been drenched in ink. Lucian remained pinned in Scylla's monstrous grip, her serpentine fingers squeezing so tightly that the sound of bones creaking and cracking reverberated across the stone chamber. The noise was grotesque, an orchestra of pain that echoed with every breath he forced out through clenched teeth. His armor, already dented, was the only barrier between his body and complete annihilation. He knew, with grim certainty, that if not for its protection he would have been popped apart like an overfilled water skin beneath her crushing strength. Scylla's multiple heads, all gnashing and twisting above her body, began to slow their frenzied movements. Their collective gaze snapped toward the encroaching dark. Her eyes narrowed, her monstrous face twitching with a primal unease as the shadows continued to multiply and swell. The ceiling itself grew black as tendrils of Lucian's essence crawled upward, blanketing the stone in writhing darkness. From Lucian's side, where his hand pressed weakly against his thighs, something stirred. The silver skull-shaped ring, an artifact bound to his very soul, slipped free from his finger. The relic hovered, spinning slowly, it floated toward him with deliberate intent, drawn by his will. Lucian's red eyes, burning from within the slits of his helm, locked onto the ring as it drifted in front of him. Every muscle in his body screamed from the suffocating pressure of Scylla's grip, yet he forced his breathing steady. His jaw clenched tight, the edges of his teeth grinding together. With a guttural growl, he reached out with his will. Within moments, the relic elongated, stretching into the shape of a massive black and red scythe. Its curved blade gleamed with unnatural sharpness, spinning in the air so quickly that it became a whirling blur. Scylla's head jerked upward, her eyes flicking toward the ceiling now almost entirely consumed by writhing shadows. A flicker of panic bled into her monstrous features. She snapped her gaze back down to Lucian, too late. With a howl of unleashed power, the scythe cleaved forward, the spinning edge slicing clean through one of Scylla's thick forearms. The result was instantaneous. A guttural, animalistic gargle erupted from Scylla's throat, more like the death cry of a beast than any coherent sound. The scream reverberated so violently it rattled loose stones from the cavern ceiling. Blood spewed from the stump in great arcs, painting the ground in steaming crimson. She recoiled, thrashing backward with frantic, serpentine movements, her remaining claws clutching the bleeding wound. Lucian, along with the severed hand, fell toward the ground, yet the shadows rose eagerly to swallow them whole. From the black tide, his army began to emerge. One after another, shapes coalesced, clawing and stomping their way into existence. The cavern groaned beneath their weight as Lucian's shadow soldiers formed ranks, their eyes glowing faintly within the abyss of their helms. Towering above the legion stood three of the most terrifying: Galark, his stone-like form radiating brute strength; Azura, his 6 massive arms flexing with anticipation; and Lorax, whose hunched and spiked silhouette was the embodiment of predatory menace. Scylla hunched low, clutching her wound as a monstrous growl built in her chest. But her defiance faltered as her gaze lifted. From the very center of his army, standing atop his phantom steed Sebastian, Lucian emerged once more. The steed's eyes glowed as its hooves struck the shadowed floor without a sound. Lucian sat tall in the saddle, his broken arm cradled at his side, his presence amplified 100-fold by the dark legion around him. The army had grown since the beginning of his cursed journey, each conquest feeding it, swelling it, until now he commanded a force that made even sea monsters hesitate. He tilted his head towards Scylla, his voice dripping with menace. "Welcome," he growled, his words echoing unnaturally through the cavern, "to my house of terror. I do hope you'll enjoy your stay." For all her monstrous bulk, Scylla did not look menacing in that moment. She looked like a cornered beast, trembling beneath the oppressive weight of Lucian's shadows. But fear only fueled her rage. With a furious lunge, she launched forward, ready to crush him and his creations beneath her massive coils. The walls answered first. From the shadow-coated stone on either side of her, and from the darkness stretching behind her, massive dragons burst forth. Their serpentine bodies lunged like predators from a nightmare, jaws snapping down on Scylla's flesh. Their teeth sank deep, ripping scales and muscle away in bloody chunks. "Ka!" Scylla shrieked, her voice shattering the air as she thrashed violently. She seized the shadow beasts in her claw, tearing them away and smashing their bodies against the cavern floor in brutal arcs. Yet even as she destroyed them, more shadows surged forward. The shadow army charged as one, weapons raised, battle cries echoing in silence. Above, Scylla's remaining heads whipped forward, snapping toward Lucian with murderous intent. Azura moved first. With a roar, the 6-armed giant caught one of the heads in his upper arms, his colossal palms clamping over its snapping jaws. The second pair of arms steadied themselves along the length of the skull, while the final pair gripped the neck just below the jawline. Muscles bulged as Azura began to pull, his teeth gritted in savage determination. The scales stretched, splitting like brittle fabric. Muscles tore in wet strings as the skin gave way. With one final, wrenching rip, the head tore free from its body. Azura let out a victorious bellow, tossing the decapitated head aside as black blood sprayed across the cavern floor. He grinned savagely, his many arms flexing in triumph. On the opposite side, Galark made his move. The hulking shadow barreled into another lunging head, his immense stone-like shoulder colliding with its skull in a bone-shattering impact. The force of the blow pinned the monster against the cavern wall. Without hesitation, Galark raised both fists and pummeled the thrashing head relentlessly. Each strike landed with the sound of boulders colliding, blood splattering with every crushing blow. Scales cracked, flesh split, and the skull beneath caved with each brutal punch until the beast's resistance faltered. Galark's fists dripped with gore as he delivered the final strike, smashing the cranium into fragments. Murder slashed her claw viciously across one of Scylla's writhing heads, her talon sinking deep into the fleshy orb of its eye. A sickening squelch rang out, followed by an immediate eruption of blood and pus. The beast shrieked in agony, thrashing so violently the cavern trembled beneath its convulsions. The wound didn't just blind, the touch of murder's cursed claws carried rot and plague. Within moments, the head began to convulse, froth spilling from its jaws as bile and vomit poured uncontrollably from its throat. Its once mighty roar had turned into a wet, gurgling rasp. The Lorax seized the moment. Plant-like veins crawled up his arms, his hands sprouting thick roots that twisted and writhed as though alive. With a guttural roar, he forced them into the head's ruined eye sockets, the wood digging deeper, spreading like a parasite. The infected flesh, weakened by fever and rot, could not resist. Roots burrowed until the thrashing ceased altogether, the massive head slumping lifelessly under his grip. All around, Scylla screamed in unfathomable pain. Her serpentine legs flailed violently, smashing against stone walls and columns with explosive force. Each strike caused cascades of rubble to rain down from the ceiling, boulders shattering on the cavern floor with thunderous cracks. Her body thrashed so wildly that even the shadow soldiers were battered aside, their forms torn apart like smoke in a storm. Yet again and again they reformed, their blades and spears stabbing into her coiling limbs, drawing streams of blood that hissed and sizzled as they hit the shadow-drenched ground. Lucian observed with a merciless stare, Sebastian shifting beneath him but standing steadfast amid the chaos. His crimson eyes followed every movement of his army and every twitch of Scylla's titanic form. Inside his helm, his thoughts rang cold and measured. If I truly wished to kill her, I would summon Captain. The battle would already be over. But no, this is not death I seek. His gaze narrowed, his grip tightening on the haft of his scythe. I only need her subdued. His voice cut through the cavern. Ains. The name echoed, low and commanding, resonating with absolute authority. From the shadows behind Scylla, a monstrous figure rose. A skeletal torso of demonic proportion clawed its way into the physical world. Its exposed ribs gleamed crimson, and its hollow sockets blazed with black fire, while black horns poked skyward. Scylla twisting in alarm. But before she could turn her full bulk, Ains was upon her. His towering skeletal form surged forward with terrifying speed. Once her writhing necks were crippled and her heads rendered useless, he clamped his massive arm around her throat. With his other hand, he crushed her jaw shut, silencing her cries. His hand pressed down across her mouth and nose, smothering her with the cold finality. Scylla bucked and writhed in desperation, the cavern walls groaning from her frantic thrashing. Her one remaining hand hammered mercilessly against Ain's skull, each blow shaking the demon's body with concussive force. Cracks split across the surface of his skull, fragments snapping away with every strike. Yet Lucian's floating crimson crystal ball pulsed with steady light, weaving repair after repair. Each fracture sealed instantly, each shattered piece restored as if nothing had ever been broken. Still, Scylla's panic was palpable. Her monstrous eyes swam with terror, tears of pain mixing with streams of blood. Her screams, muffled beneath Ain's suffocating grip, rang out as frantic vibrations against the cavern air. Her strength was vast, every blow strong enough to topple towers, but the poison and fever spread by murder had already begun their slow, merciless work. Each strike grew weaker, less coordinated. Her breath grew ragged, shallow. Lucian's steed clopped forward with ghostly silence, carrying its master to the forefront of the battle. His scythe dragged along the ground, sparks hissing as the blade scraped stone. With deliberate slowness, he approached the thrashing monster until he stood mere feet from her face. He raised his weapon, the blade gleaming with lethal promise. His voice, calm yet edged with steel, resonated through the chamber. I will kill you. Scylla froze at the words, her remaining eye locking onto his. Lucian's expression was grim, but there was something more behind it, a piercing sincerity that broke through the monstrous facade. The sea monster known as Scylla, he continued, voice steady, that part of you shall die. But you, the nymph you once were, you will be born again. This I swear, by my word as a knight. So rest. When next you open your eyes, you will return to your old self. Her vision blurred, the corners darkening into shadow. Lucian's scarlet gaze, unwavering and resolute, was the last image she saw before her strength gave out entirely. Her body sagged limp in Ain's skeletal grip, her head lolling forward as unconsciousness swallowed her whole. The cavern fell eerily quiet. Lucian exhaled a long, ragged sigh. His body trembled, the toll of battle finally catching up to him. Dismounting from Sebastian, his knees nearly gave out beneath him, but Murder darted forward and caught him before he could collapse to the blood-soaked ground. He lowered himself carefully, settling cross-legged onto the stone floor. With single thought, he removed his helmet, his sweat-soaked hair falling across his forehead. He slicked it back with a practiced motion and muttered one word. Chomper. At once, his shadow mimic bounded forward from the darkness, panting with its tongue lolling out like an eager hound. It wagged its formless body in excitement, looking up at its master as Ains gently laid Scylla's unconscious form upon the cavern floor. Lucian raised a hand, his tone sharp despite his fatigue. Spit out my mortar and pestle, along with my brewing equipment. The mimic obeyed instantly, disgorging an assortment of tools from its gaping maw. Lucian's crimson eyes narrowed with clinical precision as he leaned towards Scylla's still form. After I analyze the poison corrupting her veins, I'll instruct you on which herbs to spit out next, he continued. His shadow soldiers crowded close, their glowing eyes fixed on him in reverent silence as they loved to watch their master work. Chapter 345, Revelation. Lucian sat cross-legged along the damp stone floor of the cave. The air smelled faintly of ash and seawater, heavy with the lingering tension of the battle outside. Before him lay a small makeshift workstation, cracked stone arranged like a table, flasks balanced over carefully tended flames, and thin streams of strange vapors curling upward and disappearing into the darkness. His shadow servants toiled silently, ferrying items back and forth like dutiful workers in a factory. Jefferson, the tiny treasure-seeking mouse, came scampering forward on his stubby legs. He struggled under the weight of a glass vial almost as big as his body, filled with the deep, viscous red of Scylla's blood. When he finally reached Lucian, he squeaked in triumph and held it up with both tiny paws. Lucian accepted it with a nod of gratitude. Thank you, Jefferson. Your work is appreciated. He uncorked the vial and began carefully pouring the contents in a thin line around the edge of his workstation. The blood hissed faintly where it met the flame, sending out a sharp, coppery tang. Outside the cavern, the sound of rushing waves crashed faintly against jagged rock. Overhead, two birds circled, the sleek forms of Talia and Annabeth. With a sharp twist of wings, they soared past the towering stone pillars that framed the cavern's outer edge. As soon as they cleared the threshold, their bodies shimmered and elongated, feathers peeling away to reveal flesh once more. Talia landed in a crouch, lightning crackling faintly across her fingertips as her boots touched stone. Annabeth dropped with one hand braced against the floor, eyes sharp as they swept the cave. At the entrance stood Azura and the massive Galark, stationed like unmoving sentinels, their arms crossed and glowing eyes fixed outward. Neither made a move to stop the girls as they passed. Inside, the cave swallowed them with oppressive darkness, broken only by the soft crimson glow radiating from Lucian's shadow soldiers. The faint sound of whistling echoed ahead, a low, casual tune that sounded almost cheerful in contrast to the eerie atmosphere. Following the sound, the girls rounded a corner and found Lucian sitting on the floor in the midst of his strange setup. He was still whistling, eyes narrowed with focus as he adjusted the flame beneath a bubbling flask. The liquid inside was shifting colors with every second, from sickly green to oily black, before settling into a faint translucent amber. I was wondering what you were up to, Annabeth said, arms folding as she eyed him. We didn't hear you fighting anymore. Lucian turned his head slightly, flashing a grin. Oh, hey! Good timing. Talia raised a brow, her expression skeptical. Mind telling us what you're doing? Because this looks a little concerning. Lucian gestured lazily at his workstation. Alchemy. I'm breaking down Scylla's blood into its separate components. Once I isolate the poison, I can study it and, if we're lucky, figure out how to cure her. Annabeth crouched near the flames, studying the crude setup with a critical eye. You know there's a faster way. Just use an alchemic array. It'll do in seconds what you're trying to stretch into minutes. Lucian clicked his tongue and wagged a finger at her. Ah, Annabeth, sweet, logical Annabeth. Always looking for efficiency. His tone shifted into a mockingly patronizing lilt. But sometimes you just need to respect the craft. Alchemy isn't only about results, it's an art. The array might get me answers faster, but it would rob me of the beauty in the process. The smell, the shimmer, the way each component reveals itself. Where's the fun if I skipped straight to the end? Annabeth rolled her eyes, muttering something about him being insufferable. Lucian ignored it, swirling the flask in his hand. A thick green droplet condensed and slid into the waiting vial, hissing faintly as it hit. He lifted the vial to his nose and inhaled deeply. A strange smile spread across his face. Ah, rosemary. Interesting. I think I know exactly what poison this is. He snapped his fingers at Chomper, who had been lazily lounging nearby. My mother's book. Now please. The beast gagged loudly, before it regurgitated up a thick, leather-bound tome, Medea's book, the very one Lucian's mother had gifted him long ago. Lucian brushed the dust off casually and flipped through pages. His eyes lit up when he reached a certain entry, tapping it with satisfaction. Umachim, yes, that's it, he muttered to himself before turning to Annabeth. Do you mind lending me some of the Hydra's poison? Annabeth gave him a flat look. What's mine is yours, she said with a scoff, not understanding why Lucian was even bothering asking. Thanks, love, Lucian replied smoothly, already turning back to his monstrous companion. All right, Chomper. I'll need a vial of Hydra blood, the seed of a golden apple, mandrake root, milk, and lavender. Chomper groaned like a sick dog before retching violently, one by one spitting out each of the requested ingredients onto the stone floor. Lucian clapped his hands together and leaned over the bubbling flasks with an eager grin. Perfect. Now, let's make some magic. Wait, Talia cut in, brows furrowed as she looked between the bubbling flasks and the vial of Hydra venom. Isn't Hydra poison supposed to be, oh, I don't know, deadly lethal? I mean, it killed Hercules of all people. And you're saying you can just turn that into an antidote? Yup. Lucian didn't even look up. He casually sprinkled herbs into the mortar. If you know how to use it correctly. Poison by itself is just, well, poison. But poison amplified by another poison can become medicine. He smirked, as though he were teaching a class. It's the same principle you see in a math equation, a negative times a negative will always equal a positive. His hand froze mid-motion. The pestle stopped before it reached the mortar as his entire body went still. His eyes glazed over, unfocused, as if his brain had just short-circuited under the weight of its own thought. Talia blinked, exchanging a look with Annabeth. Lucian, she asked carefully. Lucian didn't respond at first. His gaze was locked downward, the thousand-yard stare of someone whose mind was unraveling. His lips parted in disbelief, voice dropping to a whisper. Holy crap! Pushing the herbs aside, he staggered to his feet, eyes wide as though the universe itself had just handed him a secret. What? What's wrong? Annabeth asked, though there was a spark of curiosity in her tone, already intrigued by the shift in his expression. I think, Lucian began, his voice trembling with excitement, I was just hit with the mother of all revelations. He ran a hand through his hair, pacing furiously, words spilling out like an untamed storm. A negative multiplied by a negative will always equal a positive. That's not just math, that's a principle. Almost like the law of equivalent exchange, right? That states, to gain something, something of equal value must be given in return. But this is different. This is fundamental inversion. He spun on his heel, pacing faster, his tone rising into a manic rant. The law of equivalent exchange mostly governs alchemy, sure, but the law of negative inversion? That can be applied everywhere. It's not bound by craft, it's universal. Poison into medicine, suffering into strength, a negative turned into its opposite. Talia raised a brow, crossing her arms. Lucian, what the hell are you even getting at? Annabeth, however, had that knowing grin stretching across her face, the grin of someone watching genius unfold, even if it was tinged with madness. Lucian whipped around, extending his hand. A dark red, writhing aura of curses erupted from his palm, tendrils of shadow licking at the air. Don't you see? I can apply it to this. To curses. My whole craft is about twisting the world into negativity, inflicting negative effects onto people, but if the principle holds, then what happens when you invert a curse? Talia shrugged flatly. Hell if I know. Lucian threw his head back, laughing like a man possessed. Neither do I. And that's the best part. It's brand new, uncharted. I just stumbled into it right here, right now. His eyes were wild with exhilaration, his grin sharp. Annabeth lifted a hand thoughtfully, her voice calm but sharp as ever. If you do follow this law of negative inversion, as you're apparently christening it, and apply it to curse-making, wouldn't the logical opposite of a curse be a blessing? Lucian froze for a moment, then burst into manic laughter. Probably. Which is insane if you think about it. If I'm right, I could forge an entirely new branch of power. A whole new spectrum of magic at my disposal. His laughter echoed against the cavern walls, fevered and wild. Fuck, this is incredible. I'm so goddamn rock hard right now. Talia pinched the bridge of her nose, but she was smiling despite herself. Alright, Mr. Enlightened Philosopher of Boners, maybe dial it back a notch before you blow a blood vessel. Lucian just kept pacing, muttering possibilities under his breath with the energy of a man standing at the edge of a revolution. Chapter 346, Antidote. Annabeth narrowed her eyes suspiciously as she stared at Lucian. Something had been bothering her ever since his rant started, something subtle, but unmistakable once she noticed it. Throughout all his wild gesturing, pacing, and muttering to himself, Lucian had only been moving a single hand. His other arm hung limply by his side, unmoving. Lucian? Annabeth called, her tone sharp enough to cut through his rambling. The sound of her voice made him freeze mid-thought, his fingers still curled thoughtfully against his chin. Lucian blinked at her, tilting his head in genuine confusion. What happened to your arm? Annabeth asked, motioning toward the still limb hanging uselessly beside him. Oh, this thing? Lucian replied, using his good hand to awkwardly lift his other arm as if to display it. Yeah, so, I kinda broke it. Talia groaned, throwing her hands up. You what? How the hell do you break your arm? Her disbelief echoed through the cavern. It really did feel, at times, like talking to Lucian was no different than dealing with an overly confident toddler who had somehow been handed divine power. Lucian stared at her like she had just asked the most obvious question in the world. During my battle with Scylla? Obviously. Annabeth pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering something under her breath before saying aloud, Why haven't you healed it yet? Because I was busy treating Scylla, obviously, Lucian said, motioning behind him toward the massive sea beast lying unconscious on the floor. Its breathing was shallow but steady, the wounds across its body faintly glowing from Lucian's previous spell work. You're so goddamned irritating sometimes. Annabeth sighed, exchanging a look with Talia, who was nodding emphatically in full agreement. Fix your arm first before you start worrying about anyone or anything else. I can't even feel it, Lucian admitted with a sheepish grin, flexing his fingers slightly before letting his arm drop again. Which is why I'm not that bothered, really. Annabeth had already begun rummaging through her pouch, her patience visibly thinning. After a moment, she pulled out a small vial filled with shimmering blue liquid, the telltale hue of a mending potion. Open your mouth and tilt your head back, she ordered firmly, uncorking the bottle. Lucian's grin widened. Hee, I feel so loved being tended to like this. Well, since it seems like you don't care enough about your own body, one of us has to, Annabeth replied dryly as she approached. Without waiting for another comment, she poured the potion down his throat. Lucian exaggerated his gulps, making comical noises as he swallowed, earning an eye roll from Talia. But his expression quickly twisted as the potion took effect. The sound of bones snapping and realigning echoed through the cavern, sharp, visceral cracks that made even Talia flinch. Lucian winced and clutched his ribs as the healing energy spread, mending not only his arm but every unseen fracture he'd accumulated. It took several long minutes for the process to finish. When it did, Lucian rolled his shoulders experimentally, the stiffness melting away as he let out a relieved sigh. Ah, much better. Talia crossed her arms, her expression unimpressed. Before you start going on another tangent about your negative inversion theory or whatever, maybe you should actually set your priorities straight. Lucian cracked his neck, a small smile playing at his lips. You're right. I just couldn't help myself. It was such a big revelation, I honestly didn't know how to properly react. His tone softened as he glanced at his hand, focusing his energy. A dark crimson aura began to pulse faintly from his palm, wrapping around his fingers like liquid fire. Even knowing what I have to do next, it's going to take a lot of practice to master it. The glow faded as he let the energy dissipate. I'll delve into this later, when we're not in the middle of a cave filled with an unconscious monster. Satisfied, Lucian turned back towards Scylla, his expression finally shifting from eccentric to serious. The light-hearted glint in his eyes faded, replaced by focus and intent. Seeing the change, Annabeth and Talia exchanged a look and relaxed slightly, leaning against the cavern wall as they watched him work. For once, he wasn't joking or rambling. Lucian sat back down, exhaling through his nose as he brought the mortar and pestle back into his hands. The clinking of the stone tools echoed softly in the cavern, mingling with the distant sound of dripping water. He poured a handful of apple seeds into the bowl, followed by a few sprigs of lavender whose floral scent briefly cut through the lingering metallic tang of blood and potion fumes. He began to grind with practiced rhythm, the motion steady and methodical. The crunch of the seeds mixed with the gentle hiss of crushed lavender until the contents had turned into a soft, fragrant mush. Satisfied, Lucian scraped the mixture into a small cauldron already steaming with warm milk. He stirred it with deliberate care, watching the liquid swirl from pale white to a strange marbled hue of yellow streaked with violet. Next came the mandrake root, which he sliced thinly and dropped in piece by piece. The potion hissed and popped as the root dissolved, releasing a sharp earthy odor that made both Annabeth and Talia wrinkle their noses. Lucian, however, looked entirely at peace, focused, composed. He reached for the final ingredient, a slender vial filled with viscous, dark green liquid. It was undoubtedly the Hydra venom. Lucian's movements slowed. He held the vial between two fingers and tilted it ever so slightly. His hands were unnaturally steady, thanks to his artisan ability, not even a tremor disturbed the motion. A single drop fell into the cauldron. There was an immediate reaction. A burst of green smoke erupted with a hiss, spreading fast enough that Annabeth instinctively took a step back. Lucian didn't even blink, he simply snapped his fingers and summoned his helmet, the polished metal forming around his head just as the smoke puffed in his face. When it cleared, he gave the cauldron one final stir and tapped the spoon twice on the rim. "Okay," he said slowly, leaning over to inspect the shimmering liquid. "I think I'm done." "You think?" Talia repeated, giving him a dubious look. "Yeah," Lucian said with a shrug. "Never made this antidote before, so, no clue if it'll work." Talia just stared at him. Annabeth looked moments away from saying something, but decided it wasn't worth the headache. Lucian, completely unbothered, waved his hand, and the cauldron began to levitate off the ground. "No need to waste time pouring it into vials," he said. "Ains, open her mouth." His demonic skeletal servant obeyed immediately, pressing Scylla's cheek and prying her jaw open with surprising gentleness. Lucian floated the cauldron forward and tipped it, pouring the entire bubbling concoction straight down her throat. The last drop slid in, and then, silence. All three of them, Annabeth, Talia, and even Ains, watched with bated breath. Seconds stretched into what felt like minutes. The cavern filled only with the faint echo of dripping water. Then Scylla's lips twitched. She smacked them once, twice, as if tasting the potion lingering on her tongue. Annabeth leaned forward slightly. "What's supposed to be happening?" Lucian opened his mouth to reply, but before he could, Scylla's stomach made a deep, wet gurgle that sent a chill through everyone present. Her eyes flew open wide, and in the next instant she sat bolt upright, letting out a thunderous burp that rattled the cavern walls. Then came the vomit. A torrent of bright green sludge exploded from her mouth with the force of a geyser, splattering across the cavern floor and straight onto Lucian. The sheer volume was unbelievable. Annabeth and Talia immediately covered their mouths and noses, eyes wide with disbelief as Lucian was absolutely drenched in bile. It splashed, sloshed, and pooled at his feet, creeping slowly toward them. They took several tiny steps backward, still shielding their faces, trying desperately to hide their shock. Scylla, meanwhile, continued to retch violently, her body convulsing as something far stranger began to happen. Her massive frame started to shrink, her monstrous features melting away. Tentacles vanished like smoke, replaced by human limbs. Bit by bit, the terrifying sea beast transformed, until finally, where she had once stood, there now sat a short, beautiful woman draped in a sea-green dress, her long hair clinging wetly to her shoulders. She blinked dazedly, wiped her mouth, and said with surprising cheer, "That actually felt kind of nice." The three of them just stared. Lucian stood there, motionless, dripping from head to toe in green bile and stomach acid. His eyes were wide and empty, his armor hissing faintly from the acid's residue. Then, slowly, he started to heave, making the strangest wheezing noises as he tried to process what had just happened. His arms hung slightly out to the sides as he muttered, in one long, trembling breath, "What the fuck, what 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 the fuck." Talia's lips quivered. Annabeth was trembling beside her, her shoulders shaking violently as she tried to contain herself. Both turned toward each other at the same time, eyes wide and faces scrunched in suppressed laughter. Annabeth inhaled through her nose, exhaled through gritted teeth, then, very carefully, reached into her pouch. Her hand shook as she pulled out her phone, her breath coming in sharp, restrained bursts of laughter. "Don't," Talia warned between strangled snorts, but it was far too late. Annabeth raised her phone, snapped a single picture of the bile-soaked Lucian, then looked back at Talia. Their eyes met, an instant mistake. That was it. The dam broke. Both of them doubled over, laughter bursting out in uncontrollable waves, echoing through the cavern. Talia was gasping for breath, clutching her stomach. Annabeth nearly dropped her phone as tears streamed down her face. Chapter 347, Love at First Sight. Lucian stood drenched in bile, the viscous muck slid sluggishly down from his chest plate, dripping onto the stone floor with wet splats. Each breath he took came out as a low growl, heavy with disgust and restrained fury. His brows, hidden beneath the shadow of his helmet, twitched in irritation as the sound of Talia's and Annabeth's laughter filled the cavern. A low hum resonated from Lucian's body before black flames erupted along his shoulders, swirling violently as they spread across his form. The hellfire licked at every inch of his armor, consuming the bile with a hiss that filled the air with the stench of burning rot. The fire crawled downward in a spiraling motion, reaching his boots before surging outward across the floor, searing away every last trace of the vomit. In moments, only scorched stone remained beneath him. Scylla gulped audibly, her throat tightening as she instinctively took a step back. The figure before her no longer looked human. Lucian stood wreathed in darkness and flame, the flickering black fire outlining his silhouette like the shadow of an executioner. The only features that could be seen through the inferno were his eyes, two crimson slits glowing with cold, predatory rage that made her knees weaken. "That's the thanks I get," Lucian rasped, his voice hoarse and deep, layered with the faint distortion of his magic. "Out of the goodness of my heart, I help you, and you repay me by puking on me? Truly, virtue is never rewarded with virtue." Wait just a second." Scylla stammered, panic rising in her voice as she threw her hands forward defensively. Her skin prickled with fear when she saw black energy condense in Lucian's palm, forming the long, curved shape of a red and black scythe. Lucian twirled the weapon once around his wrist, the motion fluid and terrifyingly precise, before taking a single, heavy step forward. "One," he intoned, his voice carrying the weight of judgment. A burst of fire exploded beneath his feet as he lunged forward, scythe raised high, the air itself trembling from the heat of his power. The cave shook with the deafening sound of thunder as Scylla screamed and shut her eyes, bracing for death. But before the scythe could reach her, a sharp crack of lightning split the air. Sparks danced as Talia appeared in front of Scylla, her lightning-forged gauntlet raised, catching the full force of Lucian's swing. "Lucian, look, I get that you're mad," Talia said, barely holding back her laughter even as the weapon pressed against her palm. Her lips quivered in amusement. "But you can't kill her." Lucian's flames flared brighter, his glare piercing through the haze of smoke. The scythe trembled between them, his grip tightening as his patience waned. "Oh yeah," he growled through clenched teeth. "And why exactly can't I?" "Because," Talia snorted, unable to stop giggling, "then you would have gone through all that trouble healing her for nothing. Plus, didn't you say she was Medusa's sister?" Lucian paused for a heartbeat, the fire dimming slightly as his expression turned colder. "She won't mourn a sister she never met," he replied flatly, his crimson gaze narrowing with detached indifference. Scylla, trembling behind Talia, hesitated before reaching out and clutching the girl's shoulder. Peeking from behind her protector, she offered Lucian a small, trembling smile full of shame and remorse. I'm really sorry for my inappropriate behavior," she said, her voice shaky but sincere. "I didn't mean to. You helped me more than anyone ever has, and I couldn't control it. It was involuntary, I swear. Please don't take it the wrong way." Lucian only responded with a deep, guttural growl, his eyes narrowing even further as Scylla recoiled back behind Talia like a frightened child. "Come on, Lucian," Annabeth chimed in, still giggling as she held up her phone. Her grin widened as she scrolled through the photos she'd taken. "Lay off her, will you? It's not like she meant to throw up on you. Besides," she added with a smirk, "you were the one who fed her the antidote in the first place." Lucian's jaw tightened, and his flames flickered erratically. He wanted to argue, but he couldn't find the words. The scythe in his hands trembled as he forced himself to exhale slowly. Annabeth, as usual, had a point, and he hated that she did. For a long moment, he stared at Scylla. She stood there, trembling, her wide eyes glistening with guilt. After a tense silence, Lucian finally huffed, his flames dying down. "Consider yourself fortunate," he muttered, sliding his hand down as the weapon reformed into the ring around his finger. "If it weren't for them, your punishment would have been eternal servitude, as a shadow in my army." Scylla's eyes widened in relief. "Why yes. Thank you. Thank you so much," she exclaimed, bowing her head in gratitude. Lucian crossed his arms, his tone dripping with disinterest. "Whatever," he muttered. "Now we have to figure out what to do with her," Talia said at last, folding her arms and glancing over her shoulder towards Scylla. Annabeth tilted her head, thoughtful. "Maybe we can take her with us? She is kind of our responsibility now, after all." "I mean, Lucian did help her." Talia snorted, giving Annabeth a sidelong glance. "What is she, a stray dog? She's both an adult and a nymph. I don't think we need to take responsibility for her. She can take care of herself." Lucian exhaled sharply, the sound halfway between annoyance and exhaustion. With a brief flick of his hand, his helmet dissolved into mist. His damp, raven-black hair clung stubbornly to his forehead, strands plastered against his pale skin. He ran a gloved hand through it, brushing it back in frustration as a low sigh escaped him. "How annoying," he muttered, voice heavy with fatigue. The moment he did, both Talia and Annabeth heard a sudden, sharp intake of breath behind them. They turned simultaneously, confused by the sound. Scylla stood frozen, her fingers digging tightly into Talia's shoulder. Her wide sea-green eyes glimmered with awe and disbelief. Her lips parted as if she'd forgotten how to breathe. The world around her seemed to fall away, the sound of dripping water, the scent of burnt bile, even the faint crackle of Lucian's lingering flames, all of it faded into nothing. There was only him. For the first time, she saw Lucian's face unobscured. And to her, he was the most beautiful boy she had ever laid eyes on. His skin was pale, almost ghostly, but it carried an ethereal softness that made it seem sculpted for moonlight. His black hair, wild and unkempt, pointed in every direction, making him look effortlessly rugged. When he ruffled it in irritation, it somehow only made him appear more handsome. The faint glint of his snaggletooth caught her attention, pointing down like a sharp fang due to his irritated snarl. But what truly captivated her were his eyes. Crimson, vivid, and deep as burning rubies, they seemed to shimmer with a light that could pierce through shadows. And the dark armor he wore, still faintly glowing with the remnants of black fire, made him look like something caught between myth and nightmare, part knight in shining armor, part dark, fallen prince. Scylla's heart fluttered violently in her chest. Her voice came out as a trembling whisper, barely audible even to herself. How beautiful! Lucian turned his head slightly, catching a fragment of her murmur. His brows furrowed. What? He asked flatly, clearly not catching the words but sensing her tone. In nothing. Scylla stammered, quickly looking down, her cheeks burning pink as she clutched the hem of her sleeve. Her heart raced, her pulse drumming in her ears. Talia blinked once. Then twice. Her eyes darted between Scylla, whose expression looked like that of a love-struck schoolgirl, and Lucian, who was entirely oblivious, busy shoving various alchemical instruments back into his shadow mimic's gaping maw. No, Talia muttered, her face scrunching. No. No fucking way. Her brows twitched, disbelief mixing with mild disgust. You've gotta be fucking kidding me. Annabeth, however, went completely still. Her pupils shrank, her posture stiffened, and when she spoke, her tone carried an icy venom. Talia, she said coldly, her voice lowering several degrees, you should have let Lucian plunge his scythe into her. Talia glanced back at her, taken aback by the sudden frost in her tone. What? But Annabeth wasn't joking. Her jaw tightened as she glared at Scylla, who was still half hiding behind Talia, staring dreamily at Lucian like a love-struck maiden out of some cheesy romance novel. Scylla, for her part, didn't even register the tension. Her gaze remained fixed on Lucian as he worked, the way his hands moved with deliberate, confident precision. She could practically see feathers, dark, beautiful raven feathers, falling around him in her mind's eye. Hey, Talia snapped, you were the one that convinced Lucian not to kill her. Don't start blaming me now. Annabeth exhaled through her nose, clearly struggling to keep her composure. Yeah, and that, she hissed, is a decision I'm already seriously starting to regret. She reached into her pouch and pulled out her dagger. Annabeth! Talia groaned, grabbing her friend's wrist before she could do anything stupid. Relax. You can't just stab every girl that looks at him. Annabeth's glare didn't soften, but she reluctantly lowered the blade as Talia guided her hand down. Chapter 348, Percy vs. Charybdis. After Lucian finished packing everything up, he began to lead everyone out of the cave. The shadows that lingered within seemed almost alive as they stretched and recoiled, folding back into his figure until the soldiers and darkness themselves were swallowed whole by his power. When he stepped outside, the cool sea breeze greeted him. It rushed against his face, tugging at his dark cape and tousling his hair until both rippled in the night wind. Under the shimmering glow of the starlit sky, his features became sharper, clearer, his expression calm. Whoa! Scylla breathed, her voice barely above a whisper. The starlight reflected in her wide, sea-green eyes as she got her first unobstructed look at Lucian. Annabeth's hand instinctively went to her dagger as she raised it offensively. Talia, however, simply pressed her arm down, giving her a look that said not now. The tension was thick but silent, neither of them daring to speak. Excuse. Scylla stammered, her voice trembling. She struggled to form the right words, her tongue heavy from centuries of silence. Excuse me. What's your name? I don't think I ever got it. I want to properly thank you for what you did. Her tone was shy, uncertain, yet sincere as she peeked toward him from beneath her long seaweed-like strands of hair. Lucian turned his head slightly, regarding her with a cool, assessing stare. His eyes flickered briefly in the dim light as he scanned her from head to toe before speaking. Percy Jack, he began, only for Talia to jab an elbow sharply into his ribs, cutting him off mid-sentence. She shot him a look that screamed really? While Lucian merely gave a small shrug, smirking faintly as if to say it was worth a try. Lucian Blackheart, he corrected, his voice calm and even. Just call me Lucian Blackheart. Lucian Blackheart. Scylla repeated softly, almost tasting the name as she spoke it. That's a very beautiful name. Her voice dropped into a quiet tone, one that carried something almost reverent, as though she were committing the sound to memory. Annabeth, meanwhile, was not impressed. This time she raised both daggers high, her expression screaming pure disapproval. Talia, suppressing a groan, had to dart behind Lucian and Scylla, wrestling with Annabeth in a quiet but frantic effort to keep her from doing something reckless. Lucian, however, didn't even glance their way. His attention was already elsewhere, drawn to the raging battle out at sea. His sharp eyes narrowed as he observed Percy and Charybdis locked in combat, a clash so fierce it seemed to shake the ocean itself. A vast sheet of ice blanketed the surface of the water, stretching as far as the eye could see. Waves were frozen mid-motion, jagged and surreal like sculptures of blue glass that sparkled under the stars. Percy had created a massive battlefield, an arena of frost, for everyone to stand upon. From where Lucian stood, he could see Percy, Clarisse, and Tyson darting across the icy field, tiny figures against the monstrous bulk of Charybdis. The sea monster's massive body loomed within the swirling waters, its form half hidden beneath the dense mist and spray. With a deafening roar, Charybdis lunged upward, breaking through the surface and launching herself into the air before crashing down again with a tidal impact. "Tyson!" Clarisse shouted just as the massive beast's body came crashing toward them. Tyson reacted instantly, tackling her aside as a wave of shattered ice exploded outward, shards flying in every direction. Clarisse barely managed to raise her shield in time, blocking a barrage of razor-sharp chunks as they rained down around them like deadly hail. "Clarisse! Tyson!" Percy's voice echoed across the frozen expanse, sharp and commanding. "I need you two to keep it distracted while I prepare an attack." Clarisse turned toward him, shouting back, "We'll try. Just don't take too long." She then faced Tyson, her expression fierce and determined. "Follow my lead, and do exactly as I say. Got it? No questions." Tyson nodded firmly as they both charged toward Charybdis, drawing the creature's attention away from Percy. Meanwhile, Percy planted the tip of his trident firmly into the frozen ground, closing his eyes in concentration. The icy wind swirled around him, responding to his will. Lucian and Talia aren't the only ones who can get creative with their element, he thought with a determined smirk. From the sea surrounding him, tendrils of water began to rise, twisting and coiling like serpents. They converged above his head, forming a massive sphere of swirling water. It pulsed with energy, expanding rapidly as more tendrils fed into it. Then, around its surface, a ring of condensed water sharpened into the shape of a colossal saw blade, spinning faster and faster until the air itself hummed with its power. "Wait, why only settle with one?" Percy muttered, realization flashing in his sea-green eyes. He extended his trident and, as if answering his thought, the waters around him surged once again. More spherical saw blades began to take shape, one after another, until a full circle of rotating spheres hovered in the air around him, each one gleaming with a violent blue hue and humming with condensed oceanic power. Meanwhile, Clarisse turned sharply toward Tyson, her war instincts kicking in. "Tyson," she barked, raising her shield high. "I want you to hit my shield, repeatedly. As hard and as fast as you can." Tyson blinked in confusion, his single large eye narrowing as if trying to understand her plan. "Hit your shield?" he asked uncertainly. But then he remembered Clarisse's earlier command, "Don't question, just do." So he nodded, set his feet, and obeyed. The first impact rang out like a thunderclap. Boom! Then another. And another. Each strike shook the ice beneath their feet. The sound echoed across the battlefield like a giant gong, reverberating through the air and water alike. Clarisse's arm trembled under the force, but she gritted her teeth and held firm. The constant barrage caused the metal of her shield to glow faintly, orange at first, then deep crimson. Soon, trails of heat shimmered around its edge, and tongues of fire began to lick along the rim. Tyson's fists were relentless, his blows raining down like meteors. Sparks flew. The shield burned hotter with each strike. But Tyson didn't stop. He couldn't feel the heat, and even if he could, his determination to help Clarice outweighed everything else. Beneath the frozen platform, Charybdis moved. The monstrous creature's massive shadow rippled through the water below, and the low tremors of its movement could be felt more than heard. It sensed the vibrations, the rhythmic thunder of impact above its head, and stirred with growing fury. Clarice's eyes flicked downward. Through the ice, she could make out the vague, looming shape of Charybdis rapidly ascending. "Break away!" she yelled. Both she and Tyson leaped back just as the beast's enormous head smashed through the platform. The ice exploded upward in a violent burst, shards flying like shrapnel. Clarice flipped backward midair, her body twisting with perfect precision before she landed and slid across the ice on one knee. Without hesitation, she hurled her shield with every ounce of strength she had. It whirled through the air like a blazing comet, trailing sparks and heat in its wake before slamming into Charybdis' side with a deafening bang. A surge of fire exploded outward, engulfing the monster's body in a raging inferno. The flames rippled and crawled across its scaly surface as Charybdis let out a shrill, inhuman screech that echoed for miles. The burning shield ricocheted back into Clarice's arm with a loud clang, and she caught it against her forearm, smoke still rising from its face. Percy saw his chance. He thrust his trident forward, and the spherical saw blades burst into motion, spinning wildly as they shot through the air in perfect formation. The sound they made was sharp, slicing, a high-pitched whistle that cut through air. They tore across the sky in a storm of liquid steel, carving through Charybdis' flesh with devastating precision. The combined heat from Clarice's attack had softened the creature's hide, allowing Percy's blades to cleave through it like butter. The sea turned red as Charybdis shrieked again, a monstrous cry of agony as deep slashes opened all across its body. The water around it frothed and boiled, tainted with blood and steam. Then, with a massive splash, Charybdis dove beneath the surface, retreating into the depths. But Percy wasn't about to let it escape. Without hesitation, he dove in after it, slicing into the water like a silver spear. The cold hit him instantly, but he barely noticed. His pulse was racing, his mind clear. He didn't feel fear, only purpose. He didn't know where this sudden fearlessness came from, but he only seemed to be anxious before the start of a battle. During it he was calm as a lake. The deeper he went, the darker it became. And there, in that vast blue-black abyss, he saw just how small he truly was compared to the monstrous form before him. Charybdis was colossal, its eyes burning like molten orbs in the dark. But Percy didn't flinch. He moved faster than thought, an underwater blur. In the blink of an eye, he was upon it, his trident glowing with a fierce blue aura as he struck. Above, Clarice and Tyson scanned the surface anxiously. The ocean was eerily silent for a few seconds, save for the soft crackle of melting ice. Then, suddenly, a blinding flash of light erupted beneath their feet, illuminating the sea in a radiant blue glow. A heartbeat later came the screech, a wet, gargling roar that sent ripples through the waves, followed by a rush of crimson rising up from the depths. Charybdis' head broke through the surface one last time, crashing onto the ice with a thunderous boom. The entire platform trembled from the impact. Clarice's eyes widened as she steadied herself, her breath catching in her throat. Then, silence. The monster lay still, its massive body unmoving, blood seeping from its countless wounds, staining the ice beneath. Moments later, Percy emerged from the water, dragging himself up onto the platform. Tyson immediately rushed forward, grabbing his arm and helping to hoist him up, while Clarice followed close behind. Percy's body was drenched, streaked with blood and seawater, his chest rising and falling rapidly. "What did you do?" Clarice demanded, half in awe and half in disbelief. "How did you manage to kill it?" Percy leaned on his trident, catching his breath. "At first," he said, his voice rough, "I was going to freeze its blood through the wounds. But then I realized, Its body's too big, it'd take too long. He paused, looking down at the sea monster's still form. Then I saw its gills. So I jammed my trident inside, and froze its lungs and heart instead. He straightened up, his expression calm but his eyes glowing faintly blue. With a firm slam of his trident onto the ice, all the water and blood on his body rippled violently before shooting outward, parting away from him, leaving him dry. Chapter 349, Charybdis Remains, 1. Clarice, Percy, and Tyson all suddenly froze as the shadows beneath their feet began to stretch and writhe, dark tendrils unfurling outward in every direction. The black shapes slithered across the ground, twisting and coiling with purpose as they darted toward the colossal corpse of Charybdis. A booming, desperate shout echoed across the battlefield before anyone could react. "Stop it!" Lucian's voice tore through the air. From the thick mass of shadows beneath the others, he erupted upward in a blur, his form bursting forth. His eyes were wide, wild with panic as he dove headfirst toward the massive sea monster's body that was already beginning to break apart, its scales and flesh shimmering, disintegrating into streams of golden particles. "We need to collect the spoils of war," he shouted, his words half drowned by the hiss of evaporating light. The three demigods stood there, frozen in disbelief as Lucian dove straight into the cascading dust of the monster's remains. He vanished through the fading golden mist and plunged right into the enormous hole in the frozen ground, the water below exploding upward as he hit it. "Lucian!" everyone shouted at once, Percy, Clarice, Tyson, Annabeth, Talia, and even Scylla, who was carried over by Talia. Without hesitation, Percy dove into the bloody, turbulent water. The crimson surface split apart as he swam downward. He caught sight of Lucian drifting lifelessly, his body limp, the faint light from above refracting across his crimson cape as he slowly sank deeper toward the ocean floor. Percy kicked hard, his muscles burning as he pushed through the frigid depths. He reached out and grabbed a fistful of Lucian's cape, pulling him upward with all his strength. The two shot through the surface like cannonballs, Percy hurling Lucian's body first, sending him flying out of the water where he landed on the frozen ground with a limp thud, sliding a few feet before coming to a stop. Percy followed moments later, breaking the water's surface with a surge of energy. He landed on the ice in a crouch, his chest heaving. Lucian was trembling uncontrollably as he withdrew his helm. His expression was twisted in pure devastation, his lips quivered, his hands shook violently, and though the cold bit harshly into his skin, it was clear that wasn't the only reason he was shivering. The spoils of war," he whispered hoarsely, his voice breaking. Then, in a small, pitiful squeak, he added, "It's all gone." The others could only stare at him, stunned by the sight. Are you actually crying?" Clarice asked, her brows furrowing as her lips twitched between surprise and discomfort. She didn't know whether to laugh, pity him, or be disturbed by what she was seeing. "No," Lucian squeaked again, his voice cracking as he sniffled loudly. He let out a long, shuddering breath that hitched in his throat before it dissolved into quiet sobs. "Maybe." Scylla, watching from where Talia held her, placed a hand dramatically over her heart, her lower lip jutting out in sympathy. "What a sensitive soul," she murmured. "He seemed so in tune with his emotions, a man unafraid to weep for what he's lost." "How beautiful." Annabeth's jaw tightened. Her eye twitched as she turned towards Scylla with an expression filled with pure disgust, her brows narrowing into a glare of pure contempt. Without a word, she summoned her daggers into her palms. She activated her alchemical ability, melting the twin blades into molten golden that reshaped itself in her grasp. In seconds, a massive battle axe shimmered to life. She raised it high above her head, eyes blazing with wrath, ready to strike. And was promptly tackled by Talia. "Annabeth, no!" Talia shouted as she wrestled her down, dragging her across the ice. Annabeth, still clutching the axe, swung it wildly back and forth in blind fury, each strike narrowly missing. Percy blinked, watching the chaos with a weary expression before turning back to Lucian. "Dude, it's not that deep," he said cautiously, giving him a weird look. "It's just spoils of war. There's blood in the water and in the ice, you can extract plenty from that. Plus, I'm pretty sure Clarice managed to knock out a few of Charybdis' teeth. Lucian turned his tear-streaked face toward Percy, staring at him with a mixture of heartbreak and disbelief. It's just spoils of war, you say? He echoed, his voice trembling. Like our entire system doesn't depend on it. His voice cracked as his grief began to twist into frustration. You saw how big that behemoth was, Percy. He slammed his fist against the ice. That was a goldmine of resources. Do you have any idea how many water-breathing potions I could have made with all of that? How precious the blood of a daughter of Poseidon is. The artifacts, the reagents, the materials, everything I could have crafted, all gone. Lucian covered his mouth, trying to stifle another sob. His shoulders shook as he muttered miserably, now I'm left with scraps, when I could have had a full-course meal. And not to mention, he added suddenly, pointing a trembling finger at Percy. You need them more than I do. Do I have to remind you what comes next after you're done riding your little pony? Clarice and Tyson exchanged puzzled looks, clearly lost, but Percy's face fell. His stomach sank as he realized exactly what Lucian was talking about. Oh, right, Percy muttered, squinting with reluctant acceptance, his next potion sequence. Excuse me. Scylla interjected softly, raising a hand to get everyone's attention. The others, Percy, Tyson, and Clarice, all turned toward her with confused looks, clearly just realizing her presence for the first time amid all the chaos. It took them a few seconds to piece it together before Percy's eyes went wide in shock. Wait, hold on. Are you Scylla? He exclaimed, his voice pitching in disbelief. Scylla tilted her head slightly and nodded once. She ignored Percy's gawking and instead fixed her eyes on Lucian, who was glaring at her like she'd interrupted his funeral. He clearly wasn't in the mood for conversation, given that he was still deep in mourning for his precious spoils of war. It seems, she began calmly, her voice flowing like the sea breeze, that you find Charybdis remains to be of great value. So, since you helped me, I'll return the favor by helping you. Lucian blinked, confused, before narrowing his eyes. Helping me? How, exactly? Unless you've got a rewind button for dead monsters, I don't see how. Scylla raised a finger, silencing him. Although I can't do much about the blood, she said thoughtfully, you should still be able to find an entire litter of teeth and scales at the bottom of the sea. Lucian froze, his expression twisting from skepticism to wide-eyed shock. Seriously, he asked, half in disbelief, half in desperate hope. Scylla nodded, her tone matter-of-fact. I've been with Charybdis for thousands of years. I've seen her molt countless times. She doesn't just shed her scales, she sheds her teeth as well. I believe it's her way of allowing stronger, clearer ones to grow in. Every time she does, the discarded ones sink to the seafloor. So if you search below, the seabed should be covered in her old scales and fangs. There was a brief pause. Then, Yahoo! Lucian whooped, leaping into the air like an excited child on festival. His helmet snapped shut before he lunged forward and scooped Scylla into a full-bodied hug. You're a lifesaver, girl, he cheered, spinning her slightly before squeezing her tighter. I totally forgive you for throwing up on me if what you said is true. Scylla yelped, utterly startled as her entire face exploded into a deep crimson blush. Her arms flailed awkwardly for a second, she hadn't the faintest idea what to do with them. It had been millennia since she'd been embraced by anyone. Millennia since she'd even touched another person in kindness. Though Lucian's armor was cold to the touch and his body still damp with sea water, there was warmth in his gesture that seeped through the metal. Something genuine. Slowly, hesitantly, Scylla's trembling hands found their place around him. She closed her eyes, her lips quivering as tears welled at the corners. This feels so nice. I don't think I've ever hugged or been hugged before. When Lucian finally pulled away, he gave her a few pats on the shoulder. He noticed her tears and blinked, caught completely off guard by the sudden emotional shift. Unsure what to do, he awkwardly reached out and patted her head instead, before turning sharply toward Percy. "All right," he said briskly, trying to shake off the weird emotional energy. "Percy, fetch." Percy blinked, deadpan. "Fetch? The hell you mean fetch?" "You fetch." "I'm fetching the blood," Lucian shot back with a roll of his eyes. "You fetch the bones and scales, you lazy bum." "Lazy bum?" Percy's jaw dropped. "I literally just fought and killed Charybdis." "You're welcome, by the way." Lucian ignored him, already kneeling down to summon a swirl of shadows around his gauntlets. "Speaking of," he said with a sly grin, "thank you for the new addition to my shadow army." Percy groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose. "You are so irritating," he muttered as he turned and started walking away, trident in hand. He stopped a few feet later, glancing over his shoulder with narrowed eyes. "Just so you know, if I wasn't afraid of my mom somehow finding out, I'd have shown you the finger by now." Lucian tilted his head innocently. "Finger? What finger?" Percy's patience visibly cracked. "The middle finger," he growled, gritting his teeth. Lucian looked down at his gloved hands, turning them over as if trying to locate the mystery finger in question. "And which one's that supposed to be?" he asked, feigning confusion with just enough sincerity to make it maddening. Without another word, Percy raised both hands and flipped him off with both middle fingers. Snap! Percy froze as he heard the telltale sound of a camera shutter, only to see a shadowy tendril retracting back into the darkness beside Lucian. Lucian smirked beneath his helm. "I'm showing your mother." Percy stared at him blankly for 2 seconds, his entire posture shifting as the color drained from his face. Then, with a forced, overly polite tone, he said, "I would like to sincerely apologize for my earlier inappropriate behavior and would like to politely request that you delete the incriminating evidence of my person." Lucian burst out laughing, letting out a loud, echoing cackle. Chapter 350, Charybdis Remains, 2. Lucian extended his hand, his expression unreadable as he concentrated. Purple static began to dance and crackle along his gloved fingers. With a single silent command, the blood that had tainted the sea below began to stir. It peeled away from the water's surface, rising into the air in writhing crimson tendrils. He watched the swirling mass closely, his eyes narrowing with discontent. "Not nearly enough," he muttered under his breath, the faintest hint of frustration crossing his face. The quantity was disappointing, far less than he had hoped for. Annabeth, meanwhile, had momentarily forgotten her ongoing quarrel with Scylla. She froze mid-motion as Lucian gave her a single sharp look. The silent command in his gaze was enough. She sighed, lowering her axe reluctantly before mumbling, "Maybe another time." Under her breath, Annabeth reached into her pouch and pulled out a small round empty flask. She held it up in one hand. Lucian flicked his wrist, and the hovering blood abated, twisting into a narrow stream that flowed neatly into the container. When the last drop had settled, Annabeth sealed the flask tightly and tucked it back into her pouch for safekeeping. "So what now?" she asked, already sounding a touch impatient. "Do we just wait for Percy to come back?" Lucian shrugged, his shoulders rising. "What other choice do we really have?" he said dryly. "Unless you're volunteering to go down there and join him yourself." Annabeth opened her mouth to retort, but Lucian suddenly cut in with a teasing smirk. "Speaking of diving down, wouldn't you be interested in finding a siren? I've heard they can increase your wisdom if you listen to their singing." Annabeth gave him a flat look. "I've thought about it," she admitted. "But no! Maybe before, I would have been tempted, but I've learned something since then." Her tone grew firm, thoughtful. "True wisdom isn't something you can get from someone else. It's something you cultivate on your own." Lucian nodded, clapping his hands in approval. "Well said." Talia couldn't help but laugh. "You should put that on a shirt," she quipped. Annabeth rolled her eyes but didn't bother replying. She simply crossed her arms and looked away, her patience wearing thin. Meanwhile, far below them, Percy had finally reached the ocean floor. His boots sank into the soft sand as he landed with a dull thud, the faint shimmer of light from above barely reaching this depth. He took a moment to steady himself, raising his trident. The weapon pulsed faintly, responding to his command as he began to manipulate the currents around him. The water churned and swirled, stirring the sand into ghostly spirals. Slowly, the seabed began to shift and clear, revealing what lay beneath. Scattered around him were shards of scales, broken teeth, and the skeletal remains of long-forgotten creatures. As he stepped forward, the brittle fragments crunched softly beneath his feet. Percy exhaled deeply, his breath forming silver bubbles that drifted upward. He shut his eyes, lifted the trident high, and slammed it down into the sand. The impact resonated through the depths. He concentrated, and the sea obeyed. The currents wrapped around him like invisible hands, digging deeper into the seabed and pulling up what was buried. One by one, objects began to rise, relics of tragedy and time. Rusted chains, fragments of shipwrecks, jeweled trinkets, skeletal limbs still clutching shattered weapons. The sight made him flinch. "Are these the remains of what Charybdis couldn't swallow?" he muttered to himself. "Or more like the leftovers of what she did?" He grimaced. "That's not disturbing at all. Definitely not something that'll haunt my dreams." He noticed a cluster of glittering jewels drifting near him and hesitated. After a moment, he frowned thoughtfully. Well, since they don't have owners anymore, it'd be kind of wasteful to just leave them here. He puffed out his cheeks in mock innocence and guided the gems toward himself, letting them slip into his pockets with a small, guilty smile. "I'll just call this compensation," he muttered, "for the psychological damage this whole scene has inflicted on me." By the time he was done, his pockets were bulging, the jewels glinting faintly through every fold and seam of his clothing. Even his boots had a few rings wedged between them. With a resigned sigh, he gripped his trident and began to ascend toward the surface. A massive sphere of jagged teeth and scales followed behind Percy as he surged upward through the dark waters. With one final push, Percy broke through the surface. Water exploded around him in a shining arc as he soared briefly through the air before landing heavily on the frozen ground above. He blinked only to find the rest of his friends sitting casually around a makeshift table, a deck of cards spread between them. Lucian was holding a fan of cards in one hand, looking deadly serious despite the ridiculous scene. "You got any threes?" he asked, his tone almost regal in its calmness. Across from him, Tyson's single eye darted nervously between his cards and Lucian. He turned to Annabeth for guidance, whispering in confusion. Annabeth leaned over, her tone patient but exasperated. "If you don't have any, you're supposed to tell him to go fish." Tyson nodded, taking her advice a little too literally. He pointed dramatically toward the open sea and declared, "Go out fishing." There was a collective pause. Then Talia burst into laughter, barely managing to stay upright as Lucian snickered beside her. Clarice and Annabeth, on the other hand, groaned simultaneously, Clarice pinching the bridge of her nose while Annabeth simply covered her face with her palm. Lucian composed himself enough to glance over his shoulder. "Oh hey, Percy," he greeted casually, as if his teammate hadn't just come bursting out of the ocean with a tidal wave behind him. Percy stared at them in disbelief. "What are you guys doing?" he asked, incredulity dripping from every word. Lucian shrugged nonchalantly. "You were taking forever, so we decided to pass the time. Card games build character." Talia smirked, giving him an exaggerated once-over. "Yeah, but looking at you right now," she gestured toward the glittering gold and gemstones poking out from Percy's pockets, boots, and even his shirt sleeves, "I can definitely see why you were running late." Percy scoffed, folding his arms defensively. "Don't judge me. I don't go around making fun of your weird habits, so don't judge mine, all right?" Lucian chuckled under his breath, clearly amused. "Fair enough." "So," his tone shifted, becoming more focused, "did you find it?" "Oh boy, did I," Percy said with a grin. He lifted his trident, the weapon glowing faintly with power as he pointed it toward the sea. With a single, smooth motion, he gestured upward. The ocean below rumbled. A moment later, the massive sphere of teeth and scales burst from the water, glistening under the pale light. Percy swung his trident with a grunt, sending the entire mass crashing down onto the frozen surface. The impact echoed across the plain, scattering fragments and chunks of material until they piled into a small hill of glittering debris. Lucian's eyes lit up with excitement. "Noise!" he exclaimed, pumping a fist into the air. "With this, I can forge some seriously sick armor for you, and maybe brew a few experimental potions while I'm at it. The materials here are priceless." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Might even find a few unexpected properties once I start breaking them down. Tony Chomper, come here, boy!" Lucian called, whistling sharply. A shadow peeled itself off the ground and leapt into his arms. The little chess mimic bounced happily, its tongue lolling as it licked the front of Lucian's helmet affectionately. Lucian chuckled and held the creature toward the pile Percy had brought. "Go on, buddy. Devour and store it nice and safe for me." Chomper yipped eagerly, its mouth opening impossibly wide. A sudden suction force erupted from its maw, pulling in everything, scales, fragments, bits of bone, all spinning into a miniature vortex before vanishing down its throat. Within seconds, the mound had disappeared completely. When it was done, the mimic let out a satisfied burp that echoed embarrassingly across the icy clearing. The group collectively recoiled. "Gross," Clarice muttered, wrinkling her nose. Lucian laughed softly, patting Chomper's head. "Good job, little guy." The mimic barked happily. But as it continued panting, its expression shifted. Its body twitched, and a small, uneasy whine escaped its throat. Lucian frowned. "What is it?" Before anyone could answer, a cold drop slid down his nose. Then another. He reached up instinctively, expecting to feel water, but the liquid was thicker. "Warmer." "Lucian," Percy said quietly, his tone turning serious. Lucian blinked, his brow furrowing. "What?" He wiped his nose clean with his gloved fingers, and froze. His fingertips came away slick with black. Percy's gaze hardened. "You're bleeding." Lucian stared down at his hand for a long, heavy moment. The black blood shimmered faintly under the dim light, trailing down his fingers like oil. His expression didn't change, but there was a strange stillness in his voice when he finally spoke. "Indeed I am," he said softly. "Would you look at that?" Chapter 351, Through the Sea Monsters. Lucian sat cross-legged at the head of the ship, the salty breeze tugging at his cape as waves crashed rhythmically against the hull below. His eyes were shut tight, brow furrowed in deep concentration as he focused on the growing storm of curse energy swirling between his palms. The power was volatile, alive, unstable, and rebellious. The air around him seemed to hum, vibrating faintly as dark wisps leaked from his fingers like smoke from a dying flame. He tried to maintain control, but the energy only grew heavier, pressing down on him as if testing his will. His face twitched, the muscles in his jaw tightening, then, all at once, the energy burst apart, dispersing into thin black mist that quickly vanished into the wind. Lucian's shoulders slumped in irritation. He exhaled sharply through his nose, or rather, tried to, but the effort only made the tissues stuffed in his nostrils crinkle. Part of the white cloth was stained pitch black, a sharp contrast to his pale face. He took a deep breath and muttered a few words under his breath, trying to center himself. Again, he gathered the energy, forcing it into shape, condensing it into a dense, dark red orb that pulsed faintly like a heartbeat in his hands. For a brief second, he thought he had it under control. Then his concentration slipped. The orb fizzled out with a soft pop, and his patience vanished right along with it. "Would everyone please stop staring at me?" Lucian suddenly snapped, throwing his hands up and glaring at the deck. "You're driving me insane." His nasally tone made the outburst less threatening and more absurd, considering the tissues sticking halfway out of his nose. Around the deck, every single person aboard Percy's ship froze mid-motion. All of them, without exception, were facing forward, eyes unmistakably on him. Even the ship's figurehead seemed to be silently judging him. "Lucian," Talia began, trying to sound casual despite the twitch at the corner of her mouth, you're sitting at the very tip of the ship. We have to look in your direction if we want to see where we're going." Lucian's glare sharpened. "Don't insult my intelligence, Talia. You think I wouldn't know if your attention was actually on the sea and not on me?" His voice dripped irritation as he rose to his feet, wiping at the corner of his nose. "I wasn't born yesterday, and I'm not so damn weak that I can't tell the difference." Annabeth crossed her arms, her tone cool and logical but edged with genuine concern. "Lucian, what do you expect? You suddenly started bleeding from your nose. Forgive us if we're a little worried." Her gray eyes narrowed. "Sorry that we care about you." Lucian's expression softened for half a second, barely noticeable, before he turned away, muttering something that sounded suspiciously like an apology. "Worry about yourselves," he said instead, his voice low and clipped. "As you can see, I'm perfectly fine." He hopped down from the ship's figurehead, landing with a soft thud on the wooden deck. His boots echoed as he made his way toward the cabin, each step heavier than the last. The door shut behind him with a firm slam, followed by muffled grumbling from the other side. A tense silence fell over the deck. Everyone exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to follow him, call out, or just pretend nothing had happened. Clarice leaned lazily against the railing, breaking the quiet with her usual bluntness. "He's clearly hiding something," she muttered, crossing her arms. "Has he told any of you what his prophecy said, anyway?" Talia and Annabeth shared a look, one of those wordless, sharp exchanges that spoke volumes. Both shook their heads, though their eyes darkened. Clarice scoffed, brushing her hair out of her face. "Well, that just confirms it. The prophecy must have foretold his death." "I mean, what other reason?" "Clarice," Talia said quietly. The air around them changed. Clarice froze as she met Talia's gaze, cold, narrowed eyes glowing with an almost electric light, her tone low and dangerous. The scent of ozone tingled faintly in the air. "Stop talking," Talia warned. Clarice hesitated, realizing that Annabeth, too, was staring at her with that same unnerving stillness. They didn't need to say anything. Clarice could tell. They both knew. They'd already figured it out, and they didn't want to hear anyone else speak it aloud. Percy cleared his throat awkwardly and stepped in, breaking the tension. "Come on, you two. Lay off her, will you? She didn't mean anything by it." Talia huffed, her body crackling with faint static before she vanished in a streak of lightning, reappearing high up by the crow's nest. Annabeth only rolled her eyes and turned, disappearing silently into the far end of the ship, her expression unreadable. Both Tyson and Scylla looked unsettled, the thick tension in the air almost suffocating. Tyson's single eye flicked nervously between Talia and Clarice, unsure if he should say something, while Scylla's gaze lingered toward the cabin door Lucian had disappeared behind. A worried frown creased her face. After all, Lucian had been the one to save her, he was her hero in every sense of the word. The thought that he might die now, it didn't sit right with her. It frightened her more than she wanted to admit. Inside the cabin, Lucian had collapsed onto the hammock with a heavy groan, the old ropes creaking beneath his weight. His legs and arms trembled faintly, muscles twitching from exhaustion. He plucked the bloody tissues from his nose and set them aflame with a small flick of black fire, the ash rising and vanishing before it could even touch the ground. Slowly, he began undoing his armor. Beneath it, his arms and legs looked wrong. The skin was pale and lifeless, veins of pure black crawling up from his fingertips and toes like roots from a dying tree. The blackness thickened around his joints, creeping past his elbows and knees, the veins pulsing faintly as if something alive was spreading inside him. Lucian stared at the sight, his face unreadable. "They're slowly going numb," he muttered to himself, his voice quiet and almost detached. "It won't be long before I lose function in both my arms and legs." He tried to make a fist, to feel some sense of control, but his fingers barely responded. His hand shook pitifully before falling limp against his thigh. A hollow laugh escaped him. "Man," he thought, watching his trembling hand, "I'm really going to die, aren't I? How scary." Is this what old people feel like when their body starts betraying them? Like you're watching yourself fade from the inside out? He lowered his gaze, his hair falling over his eyes, shadowing his face. For a long moment, he said nothing, just listened to the faint creak of the hammock and the muffled sound of the waves hitting the ship's hull. The silence was heavy, filled with unspoken fear. Then, as if forcing himself to move, he exhaled sharply and straightened up. "No point sitting around feeling sorry for myself," he muttered. He resummoned his armor with a wave of his hand, the dark plate snapping back into place over his corrupted limbs. At the same time, he conjured a sphere of curse energy between his palms, the black and red mist swirling violently, radiating an oppressive heat. Lucian extended both hands and summoned a second orb, smaller but denser, until he was holding one in each palm. His eyes narrowed. "Come on, just once. Fuse correctly this time." He brought the two orbs closer. They sparked violently upon contact, their opposing energies hissing and crackling like wild electricity. The air around him began to vibrate, then the orbs collided, detonating in his face with a thunderous boom. Lucian stumbled back, coughing as black smoke filled the small cabin. His face was singed, but his glare burned hotter than the explosion. TCH. He gritted his teeth and wiped the soot from his cheek. Again. Two more orbs flared to life in his hands. He forced them together, his concentration razor-sharp. For a brief moment, it worked, the two spheres began to merge into one pulsing core of chaotic light. Then it destabilized, expanding rapidly before bursting apart, throwing him back into the hammock. "Fuck!" Lucian roared, slamming his fist into his thigh. His patience was gone. Everything, his pain, his exhaustion, his failing body, was grinding at him. He pressed a hand over his face and let out a frustrated growl. "It's too damn late for this," he muttered, dragging himself onto the hammock. "I'll deal with it in the morning." He lay back, his body sinking into the netting, the rhythm of the rocking ship slowly lulling him towards sleep. The soft sound of waves mixed with the distant rumble of thunder outside. Before long, his eyes closed, and exhaustion claimed him completely. By morning, Lucian was still sprawled across the hammock, one arm dangling off the side and his leg twitching faintly with each sway of the ship. The sunlight filtered through the small window, catching in his disheveled hair. He stirred when a loud bang echoed through the cabin door. "Lucian! We're about to hit land." Talia's voice shouted from outside, her fist hammering the wood impatiently. Lucian groaned, rubbing his eyes. "Coming." His voice was hoarse and gravelly with sleep. Every movement felt stiff, like his body was made of stone, but he forced himself up, stretching his sore limbs before pulling his armor back into place. By the time he stepped outside, the morning light hit him full in the face, bright and warm against the cold ache that lingered in his body. The rest of the crew was gathered near the railing, all eyes fixed on the horizon. Ahead of them, an island came into view, lush and radiant beneath the morning sun. A mountain rose proudly at its center, surrounded by dazzling white marble structures that gleamed like pearls. Palm trees lined a golden beach, and a harbor below bustled with strange, beautiful ships of every shape and design. Lucian's lips curved into a small, weary smile. Circe's Island, he thought to himself. Chapter 352, Circe's Island, 1. Lucian and the rest of the group soon parked by the docks, the gentle sway of the ship rocking them slightly as they prepared to disembark. The sea breeze carried the faint scent of salt and hibiscus from the distant shore, the soft crash of waves echoing against the wooden posts. Annabeth, standing near the railing, looked at everyone with a questioning expression. "Is there any reason why we really need to get off? Can't we just keep going?" she asked, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face as her eyes lingered on the coastline. "Well, for starters," Percy said, already stretching his arms and rolling his shoulders, "it's not exactly healthy staying cooped up in one place for days on end. And secondly," he paused, glancing toward the others with a half-grin, "I want a proper bath." Annabeth turned to him incredulously. "Not exactly healthy? Percy, we're demigods. You're literally the son of the sea god, how could you possibly get sick in your home turf?" Percy only rolled his eyes and stepped past her toward the exit ramp. I wasn't talking about myself, wise girl. Not everyone here has the same immunity I do. Besides, his tone shifted slightly, becoming more serious. We don't know what kind of mess Grover's gotten himself into. I want everyone in top shape and stocked on whatever supplies we might need. Talia crossed her arms, her electric blue eyes narrowing with amusement. I honestly expected you to be the one diving headfirst into danger without thinking, especially for Grover. Well, surprisingly Grover isn't exactly the one that's in most danger right now, Percy muttered, lowering his voice as his gaze shifted toward the front of the group where Lucian stood silently. I trust Grover. He's resourceful. He can hold his own until we get there. But Lucian, he's the one I'm not sure about. Talia gave him a knowing look but said nothing as they joined the others, walking down the wooden plank toward the dock where a woman stood waiting for them, clipboard in hand. Welcome, the woman greeted with a bright, professional smile. She looked like she had just stepped off an airplane rather than waiting by a magical dock, dressed in a crisp blue business suit, flawless makeup, and her hair pulled tightly into a sleek ponytail. One by one, she shook their hands as they stepped onto the dock. Is this your first time with us? She asked in a sweet, rehearsed tone. Lucian stepped forward, his posture calm and confident. It is, he replied smoothly, his voice carrying a faint edge of authority. So, if you would kindly lead us to Lady Circe, I wish to meet with her. The moment his words left his mouth, everyone, including the clipboard woman and even Scylla, froze. What? Scylla stammered, her tone a mix of disbelief and panic. Lucian, did you just say Circe? Talia blinked, her grip tightening on her spear. Hold up. Circe? As in the Circe? What do you mean by that? Lucian looked at them as if they had missed something painfully obvious. Aren't you aware of where we even docked? He asked, his brow furrowing. Scylla's eyes widened, her face draining of color. We need to get out of here. She whispered under her breath, her voice trembling. Lucian turned toward her, his expression softening slightly. Don't worry, he said calmly, I won't let her touch you. You have my word. Scylla hesitated, visibly torn between fear and reluctant trust, but finally nodded. Clarice stepped forward, glaring at Lucian. All right, then maybe you can enlighten us. Where exactly are we right now? Lucian exhaled a deep sigh, glancing between them and the uneasy clipboard woman. You're telling me, he said with an incredulous half-smile, that you all docked here without actually figuring out where here is? A few of them exchanged sheepish glances. Annabeth's lips pressed into a thin line as Lucian added with mock disappointment, I expected this from the others, but E.T. too, Annabeth? Annabeth scoffed, crossing her arms. Yeah, well, sorry that my mind was a little preoccupied, thanks to a certain someone who enjoys reckless decisions. Percy raised a brow. You still haven't said where we are, he reminded, glancing around. The island was stunning, lush palm trees, marble villas gleaming under the sun, and the faint sound of laughter echoing from a nearby resort. Lucian finally relented with a quiet sigh. We're on Circe's island, he said. The island of Aaa. The attendant's expression shifted instantly, her polite smile vanishing as she studied Lucian more closely. The warmth in her tone vanished, replaced by cold suspicion. Who are you, she demanded, and why would you seek out Lady CC? Lucian smiled faintly, his eyes glimmering with faint amusement. I'm just a fellow witch, he said, raising his hand slightly as a small wisp of green-blue light danced between his fingers. One who seeks the counsel of the immortal sorceress herself. The attendant studied them in silence for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Her sharp eyes flicked from person to person, lingering on Annabeth just long enough to make her shift uncomfortably before the woman finally turned on her heel. Follow me, she said crisply. The group exchanged uneasy glances, but no one argued. Their footsteps echoed softly against the polished stone as they followed her down the gleaming path that led deeper into the resort. Everywhere they looked, the place shimmered with unnatural beauty. White marble stretched across every terrace, glowing under the sunlight, while brilliant blue water flowed like living glass through pools and fountains. Terraces climbed the sides of the mountain, tier after tier, each one boasting shimmering swimming pools connected by waterslides, crystal waterfalls, and glassy underwater tunnels that glowed faintly from within. Fountains burst to life in impossible shapes. One formed the elegant outline of a soaring eagle, another sculpted a galloping horse in mid-stride. The sight was breathtaking. "Horsies!" Tyson exclaimed in pure, childlike wonder. His eyes widened as he pointed at the water shapes dancing in the air. Percy couldn't help but smile, though he quickly reached out to grab Tyson's wrist before the Cyclops could wander off. "Easy, big guy," he said, tugging him back toward the group. "Let's stick together, okay? No running off." Tyson nodded obediently, though his wide grin never faded. As they continued walking, Percy tried to keep him entertained by pointing out the animals lounging around the resort. A massive sea turtle snoozed peacefully on a pile of neatly folded beach towels. A sleek leopard stretched lazily across a diving board, letting out a quiet yawn before curling back up for another nap. The air was thick with the scent of sea salt and honey fruit, warm and almost intoxicating. Talia slowed her pace as her eyes swept across the lounging guests. She frowned. Every single one of them was young, and every single one was female. Women of all shapes and backgrounds filled the terraces, sipping colorful smoothies, reading glossy magazines, or chatting casually as manicurists in spotless white uniforms tended to their nails. Herbal masks covered their faces, glowing faintly in the sunlight. Is it just me," Talia muttered, "or are there no guys here?" Lucian, who had been silent for a while, finally turned his head. His crimson eyes glinted faintly under the sun. "Oh, right," he said, glancing at Percy and Tyson. "You too. Don't drink anything they give you." Percy blinked, confused. "Wait, what? Why not?" Lucian's lips curved into a knowing smirk. "If you're that curious, go ahead and drink. You'll find out soon enough." Percy laughed nervously, raising both hands in mock surrender. "Yeah, no thanks. I'll, take your word for it." The attendant said nothing, though her gaze lingered briefly on Lucian before she turned and began climbing a grand staircase that wound upward toward the heart of the resort. The group followed, their sandals clinking softly against the marble steps. As they climbed, the air grew warmer, perfumed with the scent of jasmine and seawater. Then they heard it, soft at first, like a whisper carried in the wind. A woman's voice, humming a haunting melody. The tune swelled gradually into song, a lullaby sung in ancient Greek, each note dripping with sweetness. Percy and the others slowed as if under a spell, their expressions softening. One by one, they began drifting toward the sound, their eyes unfocused, their steps unsteady. "Hey, hey!" Talia called, grabbing Percy's shoulder, but even her voice faltered as the melody reached her ears. Lucian gritted his teeth, forcing himself to stay grounded. Even he could feel the pull, the charm woven into every note, wrapping around his mind like velvet chains. Just how powerful is her voice? Annabeth groaned, clutching her head as she tried to fight it. "It feels like I'm going to lose control." Lucian's tone was calm, though his eyes glimmered with reluctant admiration. "Her singing is infused with charm speak," he said. "And she's quite skilled at it, to say the least." "Give me a moment," the attendant said quietly before disappearing through a pair of ornate golden doors. The group waited outside, the last echoes of the song fading into the still air. When the music finally stopped, the attendant returned, her expression once again perfectly composed. She opened the door with a polite gesture. "You may enter." The moment they stepped inside, the atmosphere shifted. A wave of magic rippled through the air, and in an instant, fire erupted from every direction. Spheres of flame streaked across the room like falling stars, slamming into the ground around them with explosive force. The floor trembled beneath their feet as bursts of heat and smoke filled the chamber. Percy instinctively drew his trident, his eyes wide. "What the hell was that for?" he shouted over the crackling fire. When the smoke cleared, Lucian stood in front of the group, one hand raised. A shimmering, Dark red force field pulsed around them, absorbing the last flickers of flame before fading into the air. "Stand down, you guys," Lucian said with a sigh, lowering his hand. At the far end of the chamber stood a woman, tall, elegant, and impossibly beautiful. Her dark hair fell in perfect waves down her back. A faint smirk touched her lips as she regarded them. "Medea's kid?" she asked, her voice smooth as silk. Lucian froze, momentarily taken aback. He hadn't even removed his helmet yet. "How did you know?" he asked, amusement creeping into his tone. Circe's smile widened, her gaze sharp and knowing. "Your magic," she said softly. "It reeks of her influence." Lucian chuckled, resting a hand over his chest with mock offense. "Reeks is such a harsh word," he said, his grin widening. "But I'll take that as a compliment." Chapter 353, Circe Island, 2. Percy and the others finally lowered their weapons, the tension slowly ebbing away as their eyes darted between Lucian and Circe. Percy broke the silence that hung between everyone as he said, "So what, was this all just some kind of test?" he asked, his tone somewhere between frustration and disbelief. Lucian gave a small shrug, his lips quirking into a sly grin. "Yeah, a bit," he admitted before removing his helm. The metallic mask hissed softly as it came off, revealing his pale face to Circe for the very first time. His crimson eyes gleamed faintly in the dim light as he stepped forward, spreading his arms slightly in mock formality. "Lucian Blackheart," he said with a bow that was half sincere, half teasing, "at your service, great auntie." Before anyone could react, Circe was suddenly in front of him. None of them had even seen her move. One moment she was standing a yard away, and the next her fingers were lifting his chin with almost clinical curiosity. The others froze, startled by her speed and poise. Lucian blinked, giving a nervous laugh. "I wouldn't exactly do that if I were you," he warned, an awkward grin tugging at his lips. Circe's eyes narrowed with disdainful amusement. "I'm a goddess, boy," she said coolly. "Do you honestly believe I wouldn't be able to protect myself from your little affliction?" Her voice tripped with confidence as she continued to study him like a rare and dangerous creature. "What are you doing?" Talia asked suspiciously, taking a cautious step forward. Without even glancing at her, Circe raised a hand and waved dismissively. "Shush, child. I'll be with you in a minute." Her gaze returned to Lucian, tracing over every feature of his face as she muttered to herself. Although your skin is pale and you have those dreadful dark circles under your eyes, it's smooth. Flawless, really. And those ruby eyes, striking. Silky hair, clearly you inherited your mother's charm, combined with the underworld's natural beauty. A deadly combination indeed." Then, with a sudden shift in tone, she smiled sweetly. "So, how would you feel about being a female?" Lucian straightened proudly, puffing out his chest. "I think I'd look absolutely beautiful no matter the gender," he said with mock grandeur. Then he smirked, amusement glinting in his eyes. "But I believe my mother would prefer me the way I am." "She would, wouldn't she?" Circe sighed in disappointment, pouting slightly. "A shame, really. You'd make a stunning woman. Why did you have to be born a man? What a waste of magical potential." Lucian's smile faltered. "Okay, whoa, that's taking it a bit too far, don't you think?" he said, his voice edged with offense. "My magic skills are one of my greatest points of pride." Circe waved his protest away as though brushing off a fly. "Oh, I'm sure you'd make a good warlock." "A witch," Lucian interrupted sharply, catching her wrist as he pushed her hand away from his face. Circe's brow arched, her eyes narrowing. "Excuse me?" Lucian met her gaze unflinchingly. "I, Lucian Blackheart, am a witch. And proud to be one," he said firmly, his tone losing all traces of humor. For a long moment, Circe just stared at him. Then, unexpectedly, she burst into laughter, rich, melodic, and utterly amused. "Ha ha ha! What an entertaining boy you are. It seems that little brat raised you well," she said, wiping a tear from her eye. Are you absolutely certain you don't want to reconsider my offer? I could make you a magnificent woman. I'm certain, Lucian said dryly, rolling his eyes. I came to you regarding a different matter, anyway. Oh? Circe tilted her head curiously, interest flashing in her eyes. You sought me out personally? I wonder what for. Could it be about your condition? Perhaps you want me to whip up a little remedy? Can you? Annabeth blurted out, stepping forward before anyone could stop her. Circe smirked, her lips curling in that knowing, predatory way only goddesses could manage. Certainly. Who do you think I am? But, she added with a sly gleam, I'd want something in return. Lucian's expression didn't change. I didn't come to you for a cure, he said, sighing through his nose. Then his grin returned, wide, challenging, and unmistakably daring. I came here in the hopes that you'd entertain me with a magic duel. You and I. The air went still. Everyone stared at Lucian as if he had just grown a second head. Circe blinked once, utterly dumbfounded. What? She asked flatly. Yeah, we're leaving, Talia said immediately, throwing her hands up in disbelief. Sorry for bothering you, Madam Circe. Lucian's not thinking straight. Come on guys, before he digs himself deeper. Lucian didn't so much as glance at her. His gaze remained locked on Circe, sharp and unwavering. We're not leaving, he said calmly. Great Aunt Circe, you are renowned across the realms as one of the most powerful sorceresses alive. I haven't had the chance to cross spells with someone of your caliber. The last opponent even close was Baba Yaga in Europe, and that was centuries ago. Since then, nothing's truly tested me. His grin widened slightly, his aura flickering faintly with magic. I want to see how I measure up against you. In both power and skill. The rest of the group groaned in unison, the sound echoing faintly through the chamber. Annabeth pressed her fingers to her temple and shot Lucian a sharp look, her patience clearly wearing thin. Lucian, she said, exhaling slowly, we don't have time for this. We can do this after we're done with our quest. Lucian didn't even look back at her. His voice came out calm but firm, the quiet intensity in it enough to silence her mid-sentence. No, he said. I won't always be able to fight in preferable conditions. I wish to battle with her as I am now. His crimson eyes gleamed faintly as he lifted his chin toward Circe. That is, of course, if you agree. Circe's lips curled into an intrigued smile. She folded her arms and leaned forward slightly, her eyes locking onto Lucian's. She hummed thoughtfully, almost as if she were peering into his soul. You have your mother's audacity, I'll give you that much. It seems to run strong in the bloodline. Her smirk deepened. But for a witch, that's hardly a bad trait. Shall we make this fun? Lucian blinked, momentarily caught off guard by how easily she accepted. You agree? He asked, unable to hide the faint note of surprise in his tone. Of course, Circe said with a light laugh. You're an amusing child. And whether we like it or not, we're family. You remind me of your mother in far too many ways. I suppose I can indulge your little desire for a duel. Her grin sharpened. But, let's add a special condition. We make a wager. Lucian's smirk returned almost immediately. I'm listening, he said, crossing his arms casually though his eyes never left hers. Behind him, the others were groaning louder this time. Talia dragged a hand down her face. Even Percy looked like he was regretting stopping on the island. Circe's grin took on a more mischievous edge. If you fail to impress me with your magical prowess, and this little contest turns out to be a waste of my time, she said, her voice turning coldly playful, I'll turn you into a girl and you'll stay here with me, permanently. Lucian's smile faltered for half a second before recovering. And if I do manage to impress you? He asked, arching a brow in challenge. Then, Circe purred, I'll cure that which plagues you. I am a goddess, after all. Such a thing would be trivial for me. She chuckled lightly, clearly confident in her upper hand. Lucian tilted his head, the faintest glint of calculation flashing behind his eyes. "Can I ask for something else instead?" "Oh," Circe said, her tone shifting into amused curiosity. "Sure. What is it you want?" Lucian's lips curved slowly into a grin as he turned his gaze to the far end of the room. Two attendants stood there, statuesque and silent, waiting patiently for their mistress's next order. Their expressions were calm and disciplined, too calm for mortals, too still for servants. "I want your 2 servants," Lucian said, his grin widening as if he were barely restraining a laugh. The silence that followed was immediate and heavy. The 2 attendants exclaimed, pointing at themselves in disbelief. Behind him, his companions collectively stared, their jaws dropping. Annabeth blinked several times before narrowing her eyes dangerously. She slowly drew her daggers, her knuckles tightening around the hilts. "You've got to be kidding me," she muttered. Talia's eye twitched as she looked at Annabeth. The two shared a silent conversation that ended when Talia gave a curt nod of permission. Annabeth's smile turned far too cheerful for comfort as she raised one of her daggers higher. "I'm going to stab him," she said pleasantly. Circe's expression darkened, her tone icy. "You're interested in my servants?" she asked, her voice deceptively calm. "Yes," Lucian said, waiting off the unspoken accusation before it could form. "But not for the reasons you think." He scoffed lightly. "You're wasting their potential here. You and I both know they don't belong on this island." Circe paused, blinking once as if processing his words. Then a slow, delighted laugh slipped from her lips, echoing faintly against the marble walls. "Perceptive," she admitted, smiling in genuine amusement. "Very well. If you manage to impress me, they're yours." "Mistress," the 2 attendants cried out in horror, eyes wide. Lucian turned toward them, his grin softening into something almost nostalgic. His mind was already racing ahead, connecting pieces that had long since fallen into obscurity. Reina and Hilla, he thought. Daughters of Bellona, the Roman goddess of war, destruction, and devastation. Gods, I completely forgot they were even here. Chapter 354, The Black-Blooded Witch Versus. The Immortal Sorceress, 1. "Shall we make a blood oath?" Lucian asked suddenly, his eyes lighting up like a child who just thought of the perfect game. The idea clearly thrilled him, his lips curling into an eager grin. However, Circe didn't seem to share his enthusiasm. Her expression darkened, the faintest crease appearing between her brows. "Do you not trust me to keep my word?" she asked coolly, her voice smooth yet edged with mild offense, her eyes narrowing ever so slightly. "Oh no, it's not that at all," Lucian said quickly, waving his hands in a flustered manner. "I totally trust you. I know you wouldn't go back on your word." He leaned forward, his excitement returning full force. "It's just, this is a power I've always had but never had the chance to use before. It's frustrating that no situation ever called for it until now." His grin widened, his tone rising with boyish excitement. "The blood oath binds both ways, it means I can't go back on my word either. Isn't that great?" Circe tilted her head, staring at him for a moment as if trying to decide whether he was serious or simply insane. Then, to his surprise, she laughed, a rich, melodic laugh that echoed through the air. "Ha ha ha. You truly are an amusing child," she said with genuine amusement. "I'd never met a boy quite like you before, not that I usually bother to know them." Her lips curved into a teasing smirk. "But I'll have to decline. I'm not giving my blood." Lucian blinked, caught off guard by how casually she refused. Circe continued, raising a delicate brow. "Not that I don't trust you," she said, her smile twisting slyly. "It's precisely because I don't trust you. You're a witch, proudly so. And I'd be a fool to play into your whims." Lucian kicked at the air in disappointment, his shoulders slumping as he pouted in an almost comically cute way. "What a bummer." "Not that I don't understand," he muttered, "but still a total bummer." Circe chuckled softly, shaking her head. Then, with a flick of her wrist, she gestured for her two attendants to join Lucian's companions. Raising her hand, her eyes briefly glowed a vibrant shade of icy blue. A mist began to form around them, swirling and thickening rapidly until the entire area was swallowed in fog. The world blurred. The air grew cooler, salter, and when the fog finally lifted, they were no longer in the hall. Instead, they stood on a moonlit beach, the waves lapping softly against the shore, the scent of the sea thick in the air. Yet Lucian could tell immediately this was no ordinary place. The mana felt wrong, distorted. It was an illusionary space. "I hope you don't mind," Circe said lightly, her tone almost casual. "I prefer to set the stage for my battles. I wouldn't want to disturb my clients, they pay quite handsomely for a relaxing stay at my resort." She smirked, the sea breeze tugging gently at her hair as her magical aura shimmered, a pale blue glow dotted with sparkling flecks of white, like starlight reflected on water. Lucian grinned in return, lowering his stance. "Annabeth," he called, glancing at his companion, "I'm counting on you to protect everyone. Things are about to get dangerous." Dark energy began to gather around his hands, a bright yet suffocating aura of black light swirling between his fingers. His eyes gleamed. The signal to begin came when Annabeth's barrier flared to life, a shimmering dome of light encasing the others safely away from the fight. Lucian wasted no time. He slammed his palms together, and a wave of darkness exploded outward like a living tide, smothering the light around them until the entire illusionary beach was swallowed in pure shadow. Circe stiffened slightly as the darkness pressed against her senses. For a fleeting instant, she felt her breath hitch. From within the black void, the only thing visible were Lucian's glowing red pupils, pupils that carried the curse of fear itself. Did he actually manage to frighten me, even slightly? Circe thought, her calm expression returning as she steadied her breathing. How intriguing, perhaps this will be more entertaining than I expected. Lucian vanished. A pulse of energy distorted the air, and in the blink of an eye, he reappeared behind her, his hands crackling with chaotic, black energy. He thrust his palms forward. Bolts of dark energy erupted outward, crashing violently against Circe's hastily raised magical barrier. The shockwave rippled through the sand, sending water spraying into the air. The barrier expanded, pushing Lucian backward. Circe clapped her hands together sharply, and a blinding white light burst from her palms, shredding through the darkness and banishing it like mist before the sun. Lucian flipped backward through the air, landing gracefully on his feet. His eyes were now completely black, with crimson dots for pupils, a demonic sight that sent a chill crawling up the spine of anyone watching. Drawing in a breath, he channeled power through his veins, reinforcing his body until it pulsed with raw magical energy, pushing his critical body to its optimal position. Every swing of his arm unleashed bolts of concentrated darkness that screamed through the air toward Circe. She met each attack with effortless poise, slapping aside the projectiles with her hands as they burst into black smoke around her. Her expression remained calm, almost disinterested, as if swatting away insects rather than battling a dangerous foe. Lucian growled under his breath, spreading his arms wide. The shadows beneath him rippled outward like a living sea before erupting into sharp spikes that shot toward Circe. They shattered against her shield with a sound like cracking glass. Not giving her time to counter, Lucian raised his hands again. The shadows slithered up his legs, winding around his arms, fusing into his palms. Power built up rapidly, humming like a storm about to break. Then he brought his hands together, and unleashed a devastating beam of pure dark energy that tore through the air toward Circe with unstoppable force. Circe merely hummed as the wave of dark energy smashed into her barrier. The force rippled outward in violent arcs, distorting the air with raw power. Her shield flared like a mirror of blue light, but not a single crack appeared upon its surface. "Not bad," she said with a faint smirk, voice calm even amidst the roaring energy. "Quite an impressive show of power for someone so young, but tell me, is that seriously all you've got?" Lucian let the darkness fade from his palms, his grin widening with unrestrained excitement. "Of course not," he said easily, shrugging as if the battle were nothing more than a playful spar. "I'm just having fun, testing things out." Circe sighed, her eyes glinting dangerously. It seems you're taking me far too lightly, boy. With a lazy flick of her fingers, she snapped. The sound was sharp, like a spark igniting dry air. A split second later, the ground beneath Lucian erupted in a towering pillar of roaring flame. The inferno consumed him instantly, spiraling upward in a blazing column that lit up the entire illusory beach. When the flames finally subsided, the sand where he'd stood had fused into molten glass, still glowing faintly from the heat. Yet there was no sign of Lucian. Circe raised a brow. "Oh, did I overdo it?" she mused, until her instinct screamed. She looked up sharply, her eyes catching the sight of Lucian descending from above like a falling star. His fist was ablaze with black flames intertwined with writhing curse energy, the sheer heat distorting the air around him. He slammed his fist down upon her barrier, and the impact sent out a thunderous shockwave. The air crackled with raw power as black and blue energy rippled violently across the shield's surface, leaving streaks of distortion in its wake. For a heartbeat, it almost looked as if her defense would give way, but instead, Lucian was thrown backward, flipping through the air before landing lightly on his feet. "Just how strong is that barrier?" he muttered, clicking his tongue in frustration. Circe covered a yawn with one hand, entirely unfazed. "I'm growing bored here, you know," she said in a mocking tone. I can't help but wonder, in which dress would you look prettiest in? I have too many options and combinations to choose from." Lucian groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. "Honestly, being annoying must really run in our bloodline," he grumbled. Then his grin sharpened, his voice dropping an octave as he whispered darkly, "Fine then. You want interesting? I'll give you interesting." He raised his hand, his tone shifting into something heavy, unnatural. Each word that left his lips carried the weight of curse, twisting the air itself. "Shatter barrier." The word struck with malicious intent. Circe blinked as faint cracks began to spread across her once pristine shield, spiderwebbing outward in an eerie pattern. In another instant, the barrier fractured entirely, disintegrating into shards of light that faded like broken glass. Before she could react, several dark magic circles flared into existence around her, rotating rapidly. They ignited with dark crimson light, and from within them, weapons began to manifest, swords, spears, jagged blades, all crafted from concentrated magic and curses. They launched forward in a storm of lethal precision, each one aimed directly for her. But Circe didn't even flinch. She simply snapped her fingers. A pulse of magic rippled outward from the sound, soft, elegant, yet absolute. In an instant, every weapon, every glowing circle dissolved into a swarm of shimmering butterflies. The battlefield was suddenly filled with fluttering wings, the curses harmlessly transformed into fragile, glimmering creatures that scattered on the wind. Circe smirked, brushing an invisible speck of dust from her shoulder. "You mixed your curse power with your charm speak," she said approvingly. "A unique idea, but it'll take more than that to genuinely impress me. You've made things interesting, I'll admit, but not yet impressive." Lucian chuckled, eyes glinting mischievously. "Oh, don't count me out yet." He extended a hand toward the butterflies and said smoothly, "Come to me." The command rolled out like velvet, woven with the power of charm. The butterflies paused midair, then turned in unison, wings gleaming with a faint black tint as they obediently drifted toward Lucian. One by one, they sank into his shadow, disappearing entirely beneath his feet. Lucian smirked up at Circe. "I have to say," he began casually, "your resort really is beautiful." Circe tilted her head, a flicker of confusion in her eyes, until she felt the ground tremble beneath her. Her gaze snapped downward, widening in alarm. "But if I had to give one complaint..." Lucian's grin turned feral as he raised a finger and snapped, "It's that it's plagued by a bug infestation." The earth split apart with a sickening crunch. From the sand, monstrous centipedes, beetles, and other grotesque insects burst forth, their bodies swollen and twisted by curse energy. Their screeches filled the air as their forms writhed, limbs bending at impossible angles, shells gleaming with black ichor, eyes glowing like molten emeralds. "You!" the girls behind Lucian cried out in disgust, shrinking behind Annabeth's barrier. That's so gross. I have to agree, Circe said with a grimace, twisting through the air as the cursed insects lunged toward her. She moved gracefully, gliding above the sand as the creatures snapped and clawed. With a casual sweep of her arm, she unleashed a burst of magic. The nearest monsters exploded into showers of green blood and shards of their own shells. Her expression twisted slightly in distaste. Disgusting. Then she flicked her wrist again. A roaring tidal wave of fire surged across the battlefield, consuming everything in its path. The smell of burning chitin filled the air as the cursed insects were reduced to ash. Lucian hovered through the air, dark energy swirling around him. He fired bolts of crackling power down at Circe, each one powerful enough to leave craters where it struck. Yet Circe simply danced through the storm of destruction, weaving through the air with effortless grace, the firelight reflecting off her hair as she deflected and countered every assault. The illusionary beach had become a blazing battlefield, sand turned to glass, air thick with heat and magic, and both combatants now stood ready to escalate beyond playfulness. Chapter 355, The Black-Blooded Versus. The Immortal Sorceress. Excuse me, Reyna interjected, glancing between everyone with a flicker of uncertainty in her eyes. Why exactly does that boy want us as a prize? Why even bother asking? Hilla scoffed, crossing her arms and glaring toward Lucian's direction. Isn't it obvious? It's because he's a pervert. Her tone dripped with disdain, her expression a perfect mix of irritation and disbelief. As much as I would love to agree with you, Talia said dryly, and blame this entire fiasco on Lucian's questionable tendencies, neither of you are actually his type. So I doubt that's the real reason. Her eyes remained fixed on Lucian and Circe as the two unleashed waves of volatile magic against one another, the ground trembling beneath the power they were throwing around. They're not? Annabeth asked curiously, tilting her head as her gaze flicked between Reyna and Hilla. They're both clearly beautiful. The two girls exchanged smiles at the compliment, murmuring their thanks, while Annabeth blinked, suddenly realizing what she'd said. Wait, hold on, what is Lucian's type, then? Talia raised a brow, giving Annabeth an incredulous look. You seriously haven't noticed? Lucian's totally into girls that are way older than him. That's, clearly his thing. Clarice grunted in confusion. But isn't Annabeth younger than him? She said, jerking her thumb in Annabeth's direction. Talia rolled her eyes. She's the only exception he's ever made. It's pretty obvious he likes her for her, not just her looks. Annabeth immediately covered her face, giggling in that shy, bashful way that only made everyone else stare at her more. A faint blush rose to her cheeks as she tried to suppress her smile, but it was no use, her reaction said everything. Meanwhile, Talia turned her gaze back toward the battlefield, her brow furrowed. Lucian's not really the pervert type, she thought, narrowing her eyes at the scene below. So why would he be interested in them in the first place? Lucian, however, couldn't have cared less about what anyone was saying. He was too engrossed in the fight unfolding before him, too exhilarated by the sheer challenge that Circe presented. Circe stood at the center of the storm like a goddess commanding the elements. The sand beneath their feet rippled as if alive, swirling at her command. With a mere flick of her wrist, the grains coalesced into the form of a faceless giant, towering above them. Its massive arm transformed into a hammer, which came crashing down with terrifying force. Lucian barely had time to react before the impact sent him hurtling through the air. He hit the ground hard, the shockwaves scattering dust and debris in all directions. Blood splattered across the sand as he groaned, forcing his body up just enough to see Circe now seated gracefully atop her sand construct's shoulder, legs crossed, an almost amused smile tugging at her lips. She's protecting herself from my foresight. I can't read her next move, Lucian thought, grinning despite the pain. How fun! In a flash of motion, he vanished, using Shadow Step, just as the giant's colossal fist came crashing down again. He reappeared over its forearm, sprinting along it with impossible balance, each footstep leaving behind a trail of flickering darkness. Energy crackled around his hands, black light twisting and bending before suddenly bursting into radiance. With a sharp clap, the shadows inverted into a blinding brilliance. The sand giant raised its arm to defend itself, but it was too late. Lucian leapt skyward, spinning through the air as light poured from his body like molten gold. The moment he descended, the world was swallowed by a flash so intense it turned the upper half of the giant's body into shimmering glass. The creature froze mid-motion, fragile and glittering in the sunlight, before Lucian crashed straight through it. The entire construct shattered like crystal, fragments scattering across the battlefield. When the dust settled, Circe was gone. Lucian's eyes darted around until he spotted her standing calmly on the ground below, staring up at him with one brow raised as if mildly impressed. Lucian exhaled and dove toward her like a falling star, his body cutting through the air at the speed of light. His foot connected, only to pass clean through her as her body dissolved into a swirl of light blue mist. The ground erupted as his strike landed, sending shockwaves through the sand. Lucian crouched low amid the wreckage, blood trailing from shallow cuts along his face and mouth, black and faintly luminescent. He straightened slowly, scanning his surroundings, only to realize he was now encircled by dozens of copies of Circe, each one smirking knowingly. Their hands lifted in unison, and before Lucian could move, a torrent of magic energy rained down upon him. Lucian raised his hands, conjuring a barrier of pure darkness around himself. The blasts collided with it in a relentless storm, each explosion shaking the shield. This might be a good chance to test something I've briefly mentioned before. Lucian thought as the world trembled around him, Circe's relentless bombardment hammering his barrier. Sparks and fragments of sand exploded outward with every hit. Using my own element to mimic the others, if I can channel darkness to replicate lightning, I might just pull this off. I've fought Talia enough times to understand how her lightning behaves, how it feels in motion. Lucian's focus sharpened as his hands shifted back into the familiar embrace of shadow, dark, fluid, and alive. The barrier around him groaned and splintered under Circe's onslaught, faint cracks spider-webbing across its surface. Circe smirked, her voice laced with taunting amusement. "Are you a witch or a turtle, boy? What's with all the hiding? I've seen stronger displays from apprentice sorcerers. Honestly, I'm not very impressed." Lucian's lips curled into a grin that was half amusement, half defiance. "Then let's see if this impresses you," he muttered under his breath. The darkness gathering around his arms began to spark violently, unstable arcs of raw energy hissing in the air. His aura flared, black and wild, each pulse shaking the ground beneath him. The chaotic power coiled around his forearms, alive with motion, darkness consuming itself until it began to spark, thin veins of electric black threading through the darkness. The air crackled sharply, dry and metallic. "Then how's this for a change?" Lucian roared as the barrier shattered outward in shards of shadow. "How impressive do you find my black lightning?" He slammed his palm into the earth. A deafening surge of black lightning burst from the impact, tearing through the battlefield in all directions. The air flashed as the dark current traveled along the ground like a living storm, turning sand to glass and air to static. From the sidelines, Annabeth gritted her teeth, throwing her arm forward as she reinforced her own magical barrier, the blast roaring against her defenses. "He's insane, its force is too destructive," she muttered, squinting through the glare. Meanwhile Talia's breath hitched as she grinned ear to ear. Circe's clones didn't even have time to react. One moment they stood confidently, the next, they screamed in unison as the black lightning tore through them, consuming their forms. "Ah!" Their cries echoed as each clone dissolved into a burst of shimmering blue mist, one after another, until only the original remained. The real Circe was hurled backward, tumbling through the air before hitting the sand and rolling across it. She rose gracefully, brushing dust from her arms with an unbothered expression. "That was quite good, you little brat," she said with a faint smirk. "But tell me, was that seriously all you can do?" Lucian's grin returned, sharp and confident. "You're so impatient." He was about to say more when something cold and crushing wrapped around his waist. A tentacle of solidified water surged up from the sea, glistening under the sun, and hoisted him into the air like prey caught by a sea monster. "It's not impatience," Circe said sweetly, her eyes glowing with power as the construct tightened its hold. I simply want you to show me everything you can do. Stop holding back, Lucian. Entertain me properly. Lucian groaned as the pressure intensified, his armor creaking and cracking beneath the strain. This is the second time in less than 24 hours I've been grabbed by tentacles, he yelled, grimacing. What is it with you people and tentacle play? I'm not into it. Circe laughed softly, just before Lucian's body burst apart into a storm of ravens, each bird a fragment of his essence. They scattered into the air, slipping free of the water's grip. A heartbeat later, Lucian reformed on solid ground, shadows swirling around him like smoke. But Circe was ready, already mid-cast. A flock of fiery phoenixes erupted from her hands, each one a streak of blazing orange and gold. They shrieked through the air and crashed into Lucian with explosive force. He was thrown back violently, his armor scorched and dented, smoke rising from his form as he rolled across the sand. His face was streaked with soot, faint burns marking his skin. Lucian coughed, pushing himself to his feet with a shaky grin. Circe's constructs lunged again, tentacles of water whipping toward him, but Lucian moved like a shadow on instinct, flipping and weaving through the air, every step punctuated by bursts of darkness as he used, shadow step, to blink between strikes. While dodging, he focused on his palm. A faint flicker of black flame ignited, small at first, then growing with every heartbeat. The heat distorted the air around it, bending the light like a mirage. Lucian landed in a crouch, sliding across the sand, his eyes glowing with excitement. Slowly, he lifted his finger toward the sky. Hovering just above it was a swirling mass of dark fire, dense and alive, its surface rippling with unstable energy. The air shimmered violently around it. He smirked. I hope you've got my mother's sunscreen in stock, he quipped, voice low and daring. Because you're going to need it. With a flick of his hand, the dark orb shot upward, expanding rapidly until it resembled a small black sun suspended above the battlefield. The world dimmed beneath its shadow. Circe's expression hardened as she raised her arms, summoning a shimmering dome of magic to shield herself. The black sun fell. It struck her barrier with a low, resonant hum, then exploded outward in a cataclysmic flash of dark light. The shockwave tore through the beach, flattening dunes of sand, pushing back waves of water, ripping through the air like thunder. The explosion's light faded, leaving behind a tremor that shook the earth for miles. Her shield shattered like glass under the sheer pressure of the blast. The wave of heat that followed swallowed the battlefield in a roaring inferno, sand fused into molten glass, the air rippled with blinding light, and for a moment, it seemed as if nothing could have survived. Then, from the storm of fire and smoke, Circe emerged. She stepped through the haze with her cloak singed and a faint scorch mark painted across her cheek. Her once flawless composure had cracked, but only slightly. The water construct that had guarded her moments before lost its cohesion, collapsing back into the sea in a torrent of hissing steam. Circe calmly wiped her cheek with the back of her hand, her eyes glowing faintly as she exhaled. As impressive as that was, she said coolly, it's not really something that impresses me, especially. I know you can do more than that. Lucian tilted his head, catching his breath, the faintest smirk tugging at his lips. You know, he said between breaths, for someone that initially said my magic potential was wasted on me, you sure seem to think highly of me. Oh, don't mistake me, Circe said, her expression hardening. It's just my personal belief that you would have gotten farther in your abilities if you were a woman, given your bloodline. She raised her hand and snapped her fingers. But since you're not, I want to see how far you've come given your limitations. However, it seems like you need a special kind of motivation. The air trembled. Twin pillars of fire erupted beside her, shooting high into the sky like volcanic eruptions. The flames twisted violently, forming spirals of red and gold before taking on shape, humanoid outlines forming within the blaze. The ground quaked as two immense figures stepped out of the fire, their bodies radiating heat and menace. Lucian's eyes widened, his grin faltering for the first time. Their skin was blood-red and textured like hardened magma, each of their steps leaving molten footprints behind. Jagged horns curled toward the heavens, and their eyes glowed with an infernal gold. Thick, muscular tails swayed lazily behind them as they loomed beside Circe, towering over the battlefield. "Are those?" Lucian began, his voice barely a whisper. "Demons?" Circe smirked, clearly delighted by his astonishment. "Impressed?" Lucian's expression shifted immediately, from shock to unrestrained fascination. "How did you do that? Where did you find them? Can I find my own pair of demons? I want one! I want one! I want one!" For a second, Circe simply stared at him. "Wait," she said slowly, the amusement fading from her tone. "Are you seriously unaware of how to access the domain of hell?" Lucian froze mid-bounce, blinking. Can you teach me?" he asked, vibrating with excitement like someone being offered their dream toy. Circe's expression went completely blank before twisting into disbelief. "You're seriously unaware?" she muttered, rubbing her temples. "Unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. How are you a creature wielding the power of darkness, yet so utterly ignorant of its true potential? What have they been teaching you all this time?" Lucian's only response was a confused stare, his head tilted slightly like a curious puppy. Circe groaned loudly, pressing 2 fingers to the bridge of her nose. "Unbelievable," she muttered again under her breath before exhaling slowly to regain her composure. "All right, let's start with something simple," she said at last, folding her arms. "Clearly you already know how to shadow travel, correct?" Lucian nodded, cautious but curious now. "Then you must have been warned about the dangers that come with it," she pressed. Another nod. "Good. Then you should also know the true nature of the realm you pass through whenever you do it." Lucian frowned. "Its true nature?" Circe sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose again as though she were explaining basic arithmetic to a stubborn child. "Lucian," she said with a long, patient breath, "every time you or anyone shadow travels, you're not merely slipping through space, you're passing through the primordial darkness itself." Her tone grew heavier, each word echoing through the air like the tolling of a bell. "It is the darkness that was born during the dawn of creation, that same darkness separates and connects every realm in existence. It is infinite, ancient, and alive in ways you cannot begin to comprehend." Lucian blinked, his usual smugness gone. Even the air seemed to still around him. Circe continued, her voice lowering almost to a whisper. "That is why you are warned to be cautious. Because when you move through that space, you are not unseen. You are traveling across the boundaries between dimensions, and sometimes, those that dwell near the primordial darkness take notice." For a moment, silence reigned. Even the roaring sea seemed to hush. Lucian turned toward the others. All of them, Annabeth, Talia, Clarice, Percy, stood frozen with their mouths slightly open, their eyes wide with the same expression of stunned disbelief. Lucian stared, expression blank, before muttering softly, "That's actually kind of awesome." Circe gawked at him, her composure finally cracking. "Awesome? It's terrifying. You could have been devoured by something older than time itself." Lucian shrugged with a crooked grin. "Yeah, but now I kind of want to meet whatever's in there." Circe's jaw dropped as she pointed at him in utter disbelief. You're completely hopeless." Circe's jaw dropped as she pointed at him in utter disbelief. You're completely hopeless." "At least now we know why Lucian wasn't taught anything about it," Annabeth said finally, shaking her head in disbelief, her words pulling everyone's attention toward her. Talia was the only one nodding her head in understanding, arms crossed, while the others stared at her with varying degrees of confusion. "I mean, just look at him." She motioned toward Lucian, her tone dry. Everyone followed her gaze. Lucian stood hunched slightly forward, a trembling hand pressed against his mouth as if to stifle laughter, or perhaps madness. His chest rose and fell rapidly, his breath coming out in uneven, heavy draws. The wild gleam in his eyes was unmistakable, his expression stretched into something manic and unsettling. "A trip to hell," he whispered, a strange grin curling his lips, his voice low but trembling with giddy anticipation. How exciting! His eyelids fluttered half shut in visible delight, like someone savoring the thought of something forbidden and terrible. Annabeth let out a long sigh, rubbing the bridge of her nose before muttering, it was probably kept from him because Lucian wouldn't hesitate to take a trip to hell without a warning or a plan. It was for his own protection. She ended with a weary grin that did little to hide her nervousness. Hilla and Reyna exchanged disturbed looks, both of them clearly uncomfortable. What is seriously wrong with him? Hilla asked finally, her tone sharp, though her eyes betrayed a hint of unease. A lot of things. They all replied in unison, their voices flat and exasperated. Maybe I shouldn't have said anything, oh well, Circe murmured with a casual shrug, tilting her head slightly as she studied Lucian's deranged expression. There was no sympathy in her tone, only mild amusement. Without another word, Circe snapped her fingers. The two devils beside her instantly sprang into motion, blurring into streaks of shadow and motion. Their speed was beyond anything human, supernatural, almost invisible. Lucian blinked, looking up just in time to see them materialize before him. His legs were swept from beneath him before he could react. A clawed hand tore across his chest, the attack so fast it left a black, smoking trail in the air. Blood, thick, dark, and glistening like oil, burst from the wound. Lucian was thrown back violently, smashing into Annabeth's glowing shield with enough force to make the barrier ripple like liquid glass. He barely had time to brace himself before the devils lunged at him again. Don't get distracted now, Circe's voice echoed, smooth and cold. Just because I was enlightening you doesn't mean our battle was paused. Lucian planted a trembling hand against the shield, using it to steady himself as he pressed the other against his bleeding wound. His breath hitched when the tip of one of the demon's tails slashed across his chest again, leaving a deep, burning gash. He managed to catch the tail mid-swipe, but the strength behind the demon's pull yanked him forward violently, dragging him straight back into the fray. The sound of their clash rang through the air, magic sizzling, claws tearing, the earth scorched beneath them. Despite his effort, Lucian's movements were sluggish. His decaying body couldn't keep up, his muscles trembled, his reflexes faltered, his strength wavered. The miasma within him gnawed at his insides like a slow-burning poison, and every motion sent jolts of agony through his veins. One of the demon's fists connected with his jaw, snapping his head back and sending a spray of black blood arcing through the air. Another blow followed, crushing into his ribs, splattering the sand beneath him with inky stains. Those standing within Annabeth's protection could only watch, their faces pale and uneasy. Why is his blood black? Reyna cried out, pointing at the smear that streaked across the barrier. Because his body is corrupted, Talia answered grimly. His body is being eaten inside out by miasma. What? Scylla exclaimed, eyes wide. And you allowed him to fight in such a condition? You have to stop this, she'll kill him. Circe's expression hardened instantly. If any of you interfere, she said coldly, her voice carrying an unshakable authority, I will not hesitate to kill you myself. But he could die. Scylla shouted back, her tone trembling between anger and desperation. She hadn't even had the chance to properly repay him for what he'd done for her. Then that's his problem, Circe scoffed, waving her hand dismissively. Calm down, Talia said, her arms folded as she kept her eyes fixed on the fight. Lucian won't die here. How can you be sure? Scylla asked, her voice tight. The sisters turned to Talia as well, both curious for an answer as well. Talia didn't look away from the battle. Because, as Lucian would say. She murmured, her voice quieter, tinged with something almost unrecognizable. It's just not his time yet. The fight raged on. Lucian's body slammed into the sand once more, rolling before he landed face first. He lay there for a moment, his breathing ragged and broken. Blood, thick, black, and alive with faint movement, poured from his mouth. Some of his hair clung to his face, matted with the same tar-like liquid. He coughed harshly, choking on chunks of blood that writhed faintly. The demon's tails whipped through the air, black streaks slicing down toward Lucian's skull. Their aim was merciless, one strike to pierce his head clean through. Lucian was still coughing violently, dark blood spilling from his mouth, when from the depth of his shadow 2 dark arms erupted upward, catching both tails in a bone-cracking grip before the blades could descend. The ground beneath him trembled as 2 figures rose from the darkness, Azura and Gallark, manifesting beside him like sentinels summoned straight from the abyss. The Azura's many arms flexed, while Gallark's towering frame shimmered faintly beneath its cracked armor. Both stood protectively at Lucian's side, their gazes locked on the snarling devils ahead. Circe's lips curled into a knowing smirk as she watched the scene unfold. Finally, she murmured, almost in admiration. A thunderous roar tore through the air as the 2 pairs of summoned creatures clashed. The collision sent out a deafening shockwave, tearing across the beach with enough force to throw sand into a towering storm. When the dust finally began to settle, the battlefield revealed its cost. Azura's limbs were mangled and torn, black shadowy matter writhing and knitting itself back together like smoke in reverse. Gallark's massive shoulder was missing a chunk, its body oozing streams of inky substance that pulsed and reformed, trying to hold shape. Opposite them, the demons were not unscathed. Blood streamed from their mouths and eyes, flames flickering faintly at the corners of their lips as they grinned through the pain, 2 beasts that thrived on the taste of battle. Their fangs gleamed under the pale light, wicked and bloodstained. Lucian, still kneeling, pressed one trembling hand into the sand. From beneath his palm, his shadow spread outward, slowly at first, then all at once. It bled across the beach like an oil slick devouring the light, swallowing everything in its reach. The air grew cold. And from that primordial darkness, they began to rise, his shadow soldiers, one after another. Silent, countless, their forms rippling like broken reflections. Each emerged from the ground and stood tall, surrounding the 2 demons in a growing circle. The entire beach darkened under their presence. A guttural roar shattered the silence, a sound so immense it seemed to shake the world itself. The source came from the center of the Shadow Army, Captain, Lucian's colossal Shadow Hydra, its heads unfurling and screeching to the heavens. Lucian couldn't hear any of it. His ears rang with nothing but a suffocating silence. Yet he could feel it, the ground quivering under his palms, the sand vibrating between his fingers, the bursts of light flashing through his blurred vision, and the heat licking against his cold, dying skin. His focus drifted to the black blood dripping from his chin, splattering the ground in small, living puddles. Within his hand, his ring's crystal glowed faintly, its light pulsing weaker and weaker as the fight raged on. His shadows were being destroyed faster than he could reform them, but he knew the demons were suffering as well. And that brought him a great deal of comfort. He forced himself upright. Every limb trembled with the effort, his knees shaking, his body threatening to collapse at any second. Pieces of his armor cracked and fell away, clattering onto the sand. His hair, sticky with sweat and blood, clung to his face, half hiding his eyes. Still, he stood. He staggered forward 1 step. Then another. And another. Each movement felt heavier than the last, but he didn't stop. The explosions and flashes of power erupted all around him, nearly knocking him off his feet, yet he pressed on. Across the chaotic battlefield, Circe's eyes met his. She smiled faintly, half mocking, half curious, as she watched him advance through the smoke and fire. Lucian came to a halt. He stared down at his ring, the once vibrant crystal now completely drained of light. A hollow sphere. Empty. His jaw tightened as he brought one hand up to his face, pressing his palm against his forehead as the pain behind his eyes flared white-hot. His shadows faltered but did not fade. With a quiet wave of his hand, he dismissed them, hundreds of soldiers dissolving back into mist and flowing into his body. Their purpose was complete, they had bought him the time he needed. Across the sand, the 2 demons hovered in the air. Their bodies were battered, wings tattered, and their flesh riddled with bleeding cuts. Yet still they grinned, wild and unbroken. Their bat-like wings flared wide, scattering droplets of blood that hissed when they hit the sand. They shared a glance, then dove. Twin streaks of red flame, plummeting toward Lucian like living missiles, shrieking with fury. Circe's smirk vanished the instant she realized what he was doing. Her eyes widened. "Stop, you idiots," she shouted, her voice cutting through the roar of battle. "It's a trap." But her warning came too late. Lucian shifted a finger from his face, his head tilting slightly as one eye snapped open, its once crimson hue shifting into a luminous, venomous green. The color spread like wildfire through his iris, the air around him twisting with ancient, cursed energy. The demons saw it too late. Their manic grins froze. Their bodies tensed mid-dive. The curse took hold. The moment their eyes met his, their movements faltered. Their wings locked, muscles seizing, their expressions flickering from rage to sudden fear. Cracks spread across their skin like spiderwebs, thin at first, then splitting wider, deeper. Their flesh hardened, color draining until it turned a dull, lifeless gray. Their forms slowed, solidified, and within seconds both demons were frozen in the air, suspended in perfect stillness, two grotesque statues mid-attack before they crashed onto the ground. A faint green glow lingered in Lucian's gaze as he exhaled. The petrification curse, a gift born from the curse he once consumed after helping Medusa herself. Lucian lowered his trembling hand from his face, revealing both of his eyes at last, one a burning crimson, the other now glowing an unearthly green. The contrast was jarring, unsettling, and yet mesmerizing in its unnatural beauty. His heterochromia gleamed under the fractured light of the battlefield, twin beacons of madness and power. He walked forward without a word, his boots crunching over the coarse sand. The two petrified demons loomed before him, still frozen mid-dive, their snarling faces immortalized in terror. Lucian stopped beside one of them, lifted a hand, and ran his fingers along its stone cheek as if in admiration. Then, with a slight flick of his wrist, the statue began to crumble. Cracks raced across its surface like veins of light, and in a matter of seconds, the entire figure disintegrated into gray dust that swirled up and scattered into the wind. A faint, cruel smile tugged at Lucian's lips. He turned toward Circe, his expression shifting from calm to deranged in the space of a heartbeat. "Aunt Circe," he began, voice smooth and sharp as glass. "You said you wanted me to impress you, correct?" His grin widened, spreading into something feral, unhinged. His eyes gleamed with that familiar spark, the dangerous look he wore whenever inspiration struck him, the kind that always meant something insane was about to happen. Circe narrowed her gaze warily. "What are you?" But Lucian cut her off, raising a finger as if silencing a student. "You're a mighty sorceress renowned for your art of transmogrification," he said, his tone almost playful. "You turn people into beasts, monsters, things that transcend humanity itself." He tilted his head, his grin stretching even wider. "So I thought, what better way to impress you than to show you a transformation of my own?" A faint breeze rippled through the air. The scent of iron thickened. Lucian lifted his hand slowly, palm facing upward. At first, droplets of blood, his own, rose from the sand, spiraling upward as if drawn by invisible strings. But then more began to rise, their blood, the demon's blood, every dark droplet that had soaked the battlefield. The air shimmered as the countless beads of red and black liquid floated toward him, merging together above his hand. Circe watched intently, her usual smugness fading into genuine fascination. She did not interrupt, she was far too curious, too eager to see just how far Lucian's madness would go. The two sources of blood mixed, swirling together until they became a single sphere of black and crimson liquid suspended in the air. The mass pulsed faintly, like a living heart. Then, slowly, the blood began to descend. It slithered down Lucian's arm, coiling around his skin in intricate, fluid patterns until it began to etch itself into his flesh. The liquid carved glowing lines into his palm, forming a spinning pentagram that burned with raw curse energy. Circe's eyes widened as she recognized the pattern, her composure cracking. "You wouldn't," she hissed, her voice sharp with disbelief. Lucian's grin turned wild. "I would," he shouted, his tone gleeful and defiant. With a single motion, he slammed his palm against his own forearm. The sound was sickening, like flesh searing against hot metal. Steam burst from the point of contact, rising in curling tendrils as Lucian screamed in agony, his body trembling violently. The smell of burnt blood filled the air. But through his pained grimace, he managed to speak, his voice shaking but resolute. "I call this curse," he gasped, forcing a grin through the pain, "mark of the devil." The sigil blazed to life, crimson and black intertwining as it pulsed with an infernal rhythm. The pentagram flared once, then bled everywhere, its energy spreading across his body. Lucian staggered back, clutching his forehead as the mark there ignited. His entire body convulsed, and his eyes, both of them, were consumed in pure red light. The irises vanished entirely, replaced by glowing pools of hellfire. He arched his back and screamed. It wasn't human. His voice split into layers, multiple tones overlapping, echoing, screaming together. The sound was deep, guttural, and resonant, as though 100 voices were howling from inside him, clawing to escape. The air itself trembled. Cracks formed along his forehead, blood seeping through before bursting open. From beneath his skin, 2 black horns forced their way out, curving upward as they grew. His nails blackened, sharpening into claws. His flesh darkened, veins spreading beneath the surface until his entire body turned pitch black, gleaming faintly like obsidian. Then came the tearing sound. Large, leathery wings exploded from his back, shredding what remained of his armor and shirt. The wings unfurled to their full span, scattering sand and debris with a single flap. Lucian straightened, his shadow stretching monstrously beneath him. He began to laugh, a sound low, distorted, and resonant, reverberating through the battlefield like the laughter of something ancient and terrible. Still covering part of his face, he raised his head, grinning through the chaos. "So tell me, Auntie." His voice was deeper now, layered and echoing, the voice of something otherworldly. He threw his arms wide, the wings spreading in perfect synchronization, the sky behind him darkening as his aura flared. "Are you impressed now?" Lucian roared. The sound of his voice shook the air, carrying across the ocean in a wave of pure, demonic power. Circe stood frozen where she was, her mouth slightly agape, eyes wide with disbelief. She could feel the raw energy radiating from him, heavy and suffocating. For the first time in a very long time, Circe felt something unfamiliar crawl up her spine. Adrenaline, admiration. And as Lucian's distorted laughter rolled across the shore, the very air around her seemed to pulse in time with his madness. Chapter 357, The Black-Blooded Witch Versus. The Immortal Sorceress, End. Another transformation? Talia muttered, staring at Lucian's demonic form in utter disbelief. Her jaw nearly dropped as she added, "How many does this make now?" 4, I think. Annabeth guessed after a brief moment of thought. There's his cursed knight form, then that suicidal branding form, then Brightheart, and now. She trailed off, squinting at Lucian's new, monstrous figure as if searching for the right word to describe it. Talia crossed her arms, trying to make sense of the sight. Demon heart form, she suggested skeptically. Annabeth shook her head with a small laugh. I was actually thinking Lucifer form. You know, kind of a play on words, Lucian and Lucifer? Feels fitting, considering how unholy that thing looks right now. Meanwhile, Circe observed the transformation unfold with an expression caught between intrigue and exasperation. Lucian was laughing, loud, unhinged, and almost joyous, as the air around him rippled with malevolent energy. "You're not in control of yourself, are you?" she asked flatly, though she already knew the answer. "Nope," he replied in a distorted, almost casual tone. What was left of Lucian's sanity is currently taking a short sabbatical. This is his insanity speaking. A pleasure to make your acquaintance. Circe exhaled slowly through her nose, unimpressed. Likewise, she muttered dryly. Lucian's grin widened to something monstrous. Now then, shall we have a little fun? He purred. Raising one clawed hand, he conjured a swirling sphere of darkness that hovered just above his palm. The sphere pulsed violently, compressing tighter and tighter until it shrank into a pinpoint of pure black. He flicked his wrist. Circe's eyes widened in alarm. She teleported away in a flash just as the tiny orb detonated into a silent, devastating beam of annihilation. The world seemed to bend and collapse around it, sand, stone, and air vaporized in an instant. One moment, the ground before him was perfectly level. The next, a deep, miles-long trench carved through the coastline like a wound in the world itself. Lucian vanished, reappearing behind Circe in a blink. Running away so soon, he whispered beside her ear, voice dripping with mockery. "Does my new look scare you that much?" His spear-like tail lashed out like lightning. Circe barely managed to raise a barrier in time, but the impact shattered it instantly, the force launching her through the air. She spun mid-flight, landing roughly on her feet, sand spiraling around her in a storm. The sand rose at her command, hardening into countless razor-sharp shards of glass that launched toward Lucian in a glimmering wave. Each one cut through the air with a high-pitched whistle before slamming into him. Lucian barely flinched. His skin was torn open, black blood oozing from the wounds, only for the injuries to steam and knit shut seconds later. He laughed lowly, a deep guttural sound that rumbled like distant thunder. He clapped his hands together, and a shockwave of darkness burst outward from his body. The wave tore through the air, dissolving Circe's glass shards back into sand. Spreading his arms wide, he conjured a dense orb of liquid darkness between his hands. It dripped and hissed as it touched the sand, melting it instantly. "I call this one," he said with twisted delight, "the corrosive sea. Go on, test out the waters." A flood of darkness exploded outward, consuming everything in its radius. The black tide rolled like ink, devouring the land, turning sand and stone into bubbling sludge. "Annabeth, the shield!" Percy shouted over the roar of destruction. "I know!" Annabeth snapped, sweat dripping down her forehead. She could feel the shield's magic buckling under the corrosive onslaught. "Everyone, hold on tight!" The golden shield expanded, glowing brightly as she forced it upward, lifting the group off the ground just before the black tide reached them. They landed hard, tumbling onto their backs as Annabeth struggled to reinforce the barrier. "Have you forgotten?" Circe's voice rang out through the chaos, filled with confidence. "This is a resort. I've dealt with every kind of muck and grime there is." She snapped her fingers, and her magic rippled across the field. The black sea shimmered, then began to bubble, froth, and transform into soap. Lucian blinked, momentarily thrown off as the once corrosive waters turned into sparkling, foamy suds. "Adorable," he sneered, his grin returning as the air grew colder, but even soap eventually goes down the drain. The darkness beneath his feet twisted violently, forming a vortex. The pull was immense, a miniature black hole devouring everything around it. Sand, air, even the remnants of Circe's magic were dragged into its spinning maw. Circe grinned, steadying herself against the tremendous suction. "Annabeth!" Clarice yelled, gripping the edge of the shield. "Do something, now!" "I'm trying!" Annabeth cried, forcing more energy into the shield as it creaked under the pressure. "Lucian, stop! If you keep this up, we're all going to be sucked in and devoured." Lucian looked back over his shoulder, his demonic grin splitting wider. "That sounds like a you problem, babe," he said mockingly. "If you can't handle a situation like this, then you're better off dead. I've got no room for dead weight dragging me down. I'm so going to kill him when this is over." Talia shouted over the deafening roar of the vortex. The wind whipped violently at her hair and clothes. "In fact, forget waiting, I'll kill him right now." Talia extended her arm toward the swirling storm of darkness, lightning dancing madly across her fingertips. Instantly, storm clouds gathered overhead, spinning in unison with the growing vortex. Bolts of raw lightning tore through the sky and came crashing down toward Lucian, only to twist mid-descent, bending unnaturally. The bolts curved and were swallowed whole by the spiraling darkness surrounding him, their power completely absorbed. The clouds themselves began to tear apart, fragments of the tempest being pulled and devoured into the endless whirlpool below. Talia blinked, then shrugged with a deadpan expression. "Oh well, I tried." She turned to Annabeth with a helpless grin that screamed nothing I could do about it. Annabeth just stared back at her, her expression cold and flat as stone. "You're not helping," she muttered through clenched teeth. Meanwhile, Circe's eyes widened as she noticed the shimmering mist that composed the subspace around them, the delicate magical fabric keeping them isolated from the outside world, beginning to drift, being drawn toward the center of Lucian's vortex. The edges of reality itself were starting to fold inward. "Lucian, stop!" Circe commanded, her voice layered with divine authority and charm. "Speak. If you keep going, you'll tear this subspace apart. Everyone outside will be pulled and as well die." Lucian froze for half a second, then threw back his head and laughed. The sound was sharp and cruel. "Pfft, ha ha ha. Why are you talking like I should give a shit?" His grin widened into something monstrous, fang teeth glinting. "If they die, that's on them. Only the strong survive, while the weak either serve or perish." His eyes gleamed with malicious delight as he went on, voice dripping with mock sympathy. "But hey, since I'm in such a generous mood, I'll give them a choice. When they die, they can still serve me as my shadow servants. Eternity in my service, doesn't that sound merciful? Would that please you, witch?" "Because it would certainly please me." Circe's expression darkened. The air around her shimmered faintly as she sighed, a quiet, ancient sound full of disappointment rather than anger. "No, Lucian," she said softly. "It would not." Her eyes ignited with radiant golden light. Her voice, calm yet commanding, echoed through the collapsing subspace like a divine decree. "All of you, close your eyes." Annabeth, Percy, Talia, and the others obeyed instantly, squeezing their eyes shut just as Circe's mortal vessel began to fracture. Her skin split with glowing lines of light before her entire body shattered like fragile glass, revealing the divine being beneath. Circe's true form radiated pure celestial majesty. Her skin shone with a deep sapphire hue, her body adorned with constellations that shimmered and pulsed like living stars. A luminous crown with two long, radiant points sat around her forehead, and her hair, made entirely of white magical energy, flowed down her back like a river of light that nearly brushed the floor. Lucian screamed as the divine radiance struck him. "Arg!" He clutched his face, black blood spilling between his fingers as the brilliance pierced his eyes. Circe walked toward him unfazed, the raging winds and suction around her completely ignored, as though the universe itself bent away from her presence. Each step she took made the air hum with divine power. When she reached him, she lifted two slender fingers and gently tapped his forehead. Cracks spread through the glowing pentagram etched into Lucian's forehead, spiderwebbing across his body as her voice thundered through the air with regal finality. "I thought I told you to stop, brat. I won't tell you again." The demonic energy clinging to him tore away piece by piece, fragments of his transformation peeling off like burning ash in the wind. The vortex collapsed, the roaring ceased, and the distorted subspace shattered like glass, returning them all to Circe's resort in an instant. When the crushing weight of divinity lifted, the group cautiously opened their eyes. Circe now stood in her mortal form again, serene and composed, though faint traces of divine glow still lingered in her eyes. Lucian stood a few feet away, his body trembling, trails of black blood still running down his cheeks. His breathing was ragged as he swayed, then stumbled forward, resting his forehead on her shoulder. "So," he croaked with a weak grin, "did I impress you or what?" Circe blinked in mild surprise before a small, reluctant smile tugged at her lips. "As much as I hate to admit it," she said softly, "you are quite the amazing witch, for a man, that is. So yes, you managed to impress me." Lucian chuckled tiredly, his grin faint but proud. "Sweet," he mumbled. "So, where do I sign up for the special resort treatment?" Circe couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head in amusement. Chapter 358, 5 stars. After having been tended to by the staff of Circe's resort and finally getting a proper shower and bath, everyone felt almost human again. The exhaustion from days at sea was washed away by warm water, soft towels, and the faint scent of lotus perfume that lingered throughout the marble halls. Fresh clothes had been provided, along with provisions and other essentials for their continued voyage. Now, Everyone was gathered outside Circe's resort, everyone except for Lucian. Circe looked around the group, brushing a lock of her hair behind her ear, before her eyes fell upon Scylla, who was glaring at her with an intensity that could cut through steel. "What is it?" Circe asked, arching a brow in mild confusion. "Why are you looking at me like that?" "Wha, you mean you don't remember me?" Scylla screeched indignantly, her voice echoing off. Her eyes twitched erratically, the corners of her lips curling as if barely containing years of rage. Circe blinked, glancing around in genuine bewilderment. "Should I have?" "Listen, lady, I've tended to a lot of guests in my resorts over the years. You can't honestly expect me to remember every single face that walks through my doors. I'm not one of your stupid guests." Scylla roared, her voice trembling with emotion. "You poisoned me and turned me into a monster. Perhaps that will ring a bell." Circe's lips pressed together as she tilted her head. She blinked twice, processing the claim. Scylla's expression hardened, her tone falling to an icy monotone. "You still don't remember me, do you?" Circe gave an apologetic shrug. "You have to understand, lady, I've transformed a lot of people into a lot of things over the centuries. You saying that doesn't exactly narrow it down, if anything it just makes the guessing harder." "My name isn't Lady," Scylla hissed, her teeth grinding audibly. "It's Scylla." Circe blinked. "Like the sea monster?" "I am the sea monster." Scylla's scream tore through the air. Her hair rose charged with her power, and tears gathered at the corners of her eyes. "That monster is what you turned me into. It's been more than a millennium since you poisoned me." Circe frowned, pressing a finger to her temple as if flipping through a mental filing cabinet of forgotten transformations. Then her eyes lit up, and she snapped her fingers. "Oh! That's Scylla. Wow, that was ages ago. Honestly, I'd almost forgotten about that incident. Wait, I was actually the one that created the Scylla? As in, the Scylla?" A slow grin crept across her face as she let out a soft whistle. "Look at me go. I really outdid myself that time." Something inside Scylla broke at that very moment. POV, Lucian Black's heart. I couldn't feel much of anything, except for my head, which throbbed like it had been split open, because it probably had. The world felt distant, muffled, as though I were hearing everything from beneath a layer of water. I tried to move, but nothing responded. I could barely blink, barely even swallow. All I could do was lie there on the cold tile floor of the resort bathroom, watching as the once pristine white tiles slowly darkened beneath the pool of blood spreading out from under me. At first, I tried to hold it in, to swallow back the iron taste burning my throat. But the blood had kept rising, choking me, threatening to spill out. So I'd slipped away from the others, searching for some quiet corner to let it all out, to hide the weakness clawing through me. Disgusting. That's the only word for it. I thought I had more time. I thought the transformation hadn't taken that much out of me. But I was wrong, so very wrong. My body was already at its limit. I'd pushed it too far, too fast. Reckless, always reckless. The moment my legs gave out, it was like the floor vanished beneath me. I didn't even have time to catch myself. 1 second I was fine, and the next the world tilted. My legs gave out beneath me, and I went crashing headfirst into the sink. There was a sharp sound, bone, porcelain, maybe both, and then, nothing. Now, all I could do was stare blankly ahead as my blood crept outward in a dark, ever-growing halo. My limbs were heavy, useless. My breath came shallow, ragged. I was dying, alone, in a bathroom of all places. It was pathetic. Sad, even. There was no other word for it. At least the last time I died. I had a little dignity left. If this right here, was what the prophecy had been referring to, then I swear on every divine being in existence, I was going to sue everyone. The sink, the resort, the gods, the fates, destiny itself, even my father, just for the hell of it. If my grand heroic journey was meant to end face first in a bathroom puddle of my own blood, then the universe clearly had a twisted sense of humor. My eyelids felt like they weighed a ton, each blinked slower than the last. A creeping chill was crawling up my body, starting at my toes and moving higher. The sensation wasn't unfamiliar, it was the same numb, creeping cold that came right before death. My vision blurred at the edges, and my thoughts began to slow, dull, like someone was turning the volume down on my consciousness. But beneath all that fading sensation, I felt it, movement. My shadows were stirring restlessly, writhing beneath me like living ink. They were trying to help, searching for a way to stop the bleeding, to keep me tethered here. It was thoughtful of them. The floor was starting to drift away out of nowhere, the tiles blurring together into a vague patchwork of white and black blood. I could see the pool of blood I created, spreading wide like a dark flower blooming on marble. For a brief second, I thought it looked artistic. It looked like something straight out of a crime scene. Then my head shifted slightly. No, it was moved. I could suddenly see two figures beside me. Beatrice and Edna. Their shapes flickered between shadow and substance, their forms trembling with panic. I thought I could see tears, actual tears, sliding down their faces. I didn't even know shadows could cry. Their mouths were moving, desperately trying to speak to me, but all I heard was a faint ringing, like I was underwater. I wanted to answer, to tell them I was fine, but my body didn't obey. I couldn't move, couldn't speak. Then I saw it, Beatrice holding up a small glass vial filled with shimmering golden liquid. It took my sluggish brain a moment to realize what it was, the golden elixir. The one we'd made from the golden apples. Everything felt like it was happening in slow motion. Beatrice and Edna exchanged a glance, uncorked the bottle, and brought the glowing nectar to my lips. I could feel the warmth of it even before it touched me. But when they tried to feed it to me, it barely trickled into my mouth. I couldn't swallow. My throat refused to work, my body still trapped in paralysis. Beatrice's expression hardened with determination. Without hesitation, she took a sip of the elixir herself. And that's when it hit me what she was about to do. If this is going where I think it's going, I'm absolutely giving this resort 5 stars on Yelp. Beatrice leaned forward and pressed her lips against mine, forcing the divine liquid into me mouth to mouth. 5 stars, 5 stars, 5 stars. Her mouth was warm and cold at the same time, like frost and flame dancing together. It was an inexplicable sensation, pleasant, soothing, dangerously intimate. My brain chose now of all times to realize just how good that felt. Here I was, dying on the bathroom floor, while they were both crying their hearts out over me, and my last coherent thought was how nice her mouth felt. I'm more perverted than I realized. But then, I felt it. The elixir worked like molten sunlight running through my veins. It burned at first, searing away the weakness, then soothed me, like slipping into a hot bath on a cold morning. My vision cleared, my thoughts snapped back into focus, and I could feel my head wound sealing itself shut. The blood stopped flowing. The pain dulled, then vanished entirely. I took a breath. A real one. Boss! Edna's voice came out in a shaky hiss, her eyes glistening with tears. We felt our connection to you fading, Beatrice said through uneven breaths, her face still wet. We dropped everything and came running. How are you feeling? I stared up at them for a long moment, my mind catching up with everything that had just happened. Then, with all the grace and dignity of a man reborn in a puddle of his own blood, I groaned and said, like banging my head against the sink again if it means getting fed like that by you again. Beatrice's face flushed crimson. Edna blinked once, then groaned and wiped her face with both hands. Despite my bad joke, the two of them let out sighs of relief. Their shoulders relaxed, their forms steadied, and for the first time since waking, I could feel the bond between us stabilize again. I was alive, somehow. The elixir had restored me, body and mind. Well, almost. I looked down and realized that while the rest of me was back to full strength, my legs still refused to move, the miasma was still corroding my body beyond repair. Great, I muttered under my breath, half amused, half annoyed. back to top shape, except the bottom half. Chapter 359, The Black-Blooded Witch. Lucian sat tall upon his trusty steed, Sebastian, the horse's dark mane fluttering in rhythm with the breeze as they trotted down the dirt path. His crimson cape billowed behind him, snapping and dancing with each steady step. The faint scent of salt still lingered in the air from the nearby shore, and the sound of distant gulls faded as he drew closer to the group waiting ahead. Lucian squinted, his eyes narrowing against the sunlight. For a brief second, he thought his vision was deceiving him. But no, what he was seeing was, in fact, very real. Scylla was now lying flat on the ground, bound from mouth to toe in thick rope. Her body was writhing helplessly as she screeched muffled curses through the gag tied around her mouth. Standing triumphantly atop the squirming nymph was Annabeth, arms crossed, one foot planted on Scylla's back as if she were posing for a victory painting. Lucian exhaled a long, weary sigh. He muttered under his breath, rubbing his temple as he approached the group. Talia turned toward him, her electric blue eyes narrowing. "What took you so long?" she demanded, her voice sharp and laced with impatience. Lucian straightened in his saddle and answered with perfect seriousness, "Sorry, I had to take a massive shit." The group collectively froze, several expressions twisting in horror. Lucian didn't even blink. "Trust me," he added in the same deadpan tone, "you don't want to go in there." "Lucian!" Circe groaned, pinching the bridge of her nose as though his mere words had given her a headache. Around her, the rest of the group grimaced in disgust, except for Percy and Clarice, who were doubled over laughing. Annabeth rolled her eyes. "You two are made for each other if you actually found that funny," she muttered, glaring at the giggling duo. "I was kidding," Lucian said, raising his hands innocently as he approached Circe. Two of Circe's attendants, Hilla and Reyna, stood just behind their mistress, their faces showing a mix of hesitation and curiosity. Lucian stopped a few feet away and gave a respectful nod. "Well, Great Aunt Circe, it was a pleasure meeting you. Thank you for not turning me or my friends into pigs, goats, or whatever's trending in curses these days." Circe folded her arms beneath her chest, her lips curling into a smirk. "Just call me Aunt Circe, you chaotic brat," she said, her tone dripping with fond exasperation. "As much as I appreciate that you came all the way here to properly introduce yourself, you cost me two of my best employees. So you'll forgive me if I'm not entirely sure how to feel about you." Lucian's grin widened as he leaned in just slightly, eyes twinkling with mischief. "Come on, admit it. Despite me being a guy, you totally like me. You just can't help it." "Understandable, really, I do have my mother's charm." Circe laughed, shaking her head. "Oh, you really are her son," she said with a smile that was half amusement, half resignation. "Madam." Hilla began softly, clutching the strap of her travel bag. "Do we really have to go with him?" Her tone was uncertain, her eyes darting nervously between Circe and Lucian. Circe sighed and placed a hand on her hip. "If you don't, you'll be making me a liar. I already agreed to hand you over to him if he managed to impress me with his witchcraft," she said, her eyes cutting sharply toward Lucian. Her teasing demeanor fell away, replaced by genuine pride. "And I must say, you do our name proud. Even for a boy, you're a phenomenal witch. A bona fide, black-blooded witch, maybe a little psychotic and insane, but who among us isn't, Lucian chuckled and bowed his head in gratitude. "Thank you for your kind words, Aunt Circe. I promise not to dishonor the faith you've placed in me, despite my gender." Circe smiled slyly before turning to the sisters. "Be at ease, girls. Lucian will do you no harm. He was raised by that naughty little witch, his mother. Knowing her, she raised him with enough sense to respect women, which is why I'm willing to tolerate him despite his disability." Lucian blinked, caught off guard. "Oi! What disability?" Circe's smirk widened into a grin of pure mischief. "The one hanging between your legs." Lucian's expression went flat, his tone completely deadpan. "I should have known." The group erupted into laughter. Even Reyna cracked a small smile, trying and failing to hide it behind her hand. Anyway, Circe continued once the laughter died down, turning her attention back to her attendants, just know that Lucian means well. He genuinely wishes to help you. Hilla and Reyna exchanged confused glances but said nothing. Circe went on, her tone softening. I've placed funds and provisions in your luggage, new clothes, essentials, and enough coins to sustain you for the journey ahead. You've both served me loyally, and for that, you have my gratitude. Tears welled up in both sisters' eyes as they bowed deeply. Madam. Hilla began, her voice trembling. Thank you, for everything. Are you sure you're going to be alright without your 2 previous employees? Lucian asked with a teasing grin, his voice carrying that familiar mix of mockery and charm as he adjusted the reins of Sebastian. Circe rolled her eyes and waved her hand dismissively. Please. Just take them. I have more attendants than I know what to do with. There's Valentina, Rosalia, Rayleigh. Honestly, I lose track of them sometimes. Half of them exist just to gossip about the other half. Lucian smirked and turned toward the sisters. You hear that, girls? You're expendable. Both Hilla and Reyna shot him identical glares of annoyance, their lips curling as they huffed indignantly. Hilla muttered something under her breath in Latin that definitely wasn't a compliment while Reyna slung her bag over her shoulder with unnecessary force. Here, let me get that for you, Percy offered quickly, stepping forward and reaching for their bags. Clarice, who had been lounging nearby with her arms crossed, immediately glared at him. Her eyes narrowed in suspicion, and she gave a low growl, like a guard dog warning a stranger away from its meal. Percy froze halfway through lifting the bag, blinking in confusion at her unspoken warning before deciding it was safer to pretend he hadn't noticed. Meanwhile, Circe's attention had drifted elsewhere. Her sharp eyes focused on Annabeth, who was currently struggling to strap the still-bound Scylla onto the back of Sebastian. You have remarkable magical potential, young lady, Circe said suddenly, her tone shifting to something almost approving. I can feel the power sleeping within you. Do you have a teacher? Or perhaps a coven of your own? Annabeth straightened slightly, brushing a loose strand of blonde hair from her face. Yes, Lady Medea has been instructing me in the ways of magic, she said with a polite smile. And I'm also part of Lucian's coven. Circe clicked her tongue and looked away with a faint scowl, while Lucian's laughter erupted almost immediately. Ha ha ha. Hear that? I can take your women, but you can't take mine. Circe's head snapped toward him, her expression morphing into pure fury. Lucian, I'm giving you 5 seconds to vanish from my sight before I turn you into a wart-covered toad, you rotting, wart-faced half-breed. Lucian winced theatrically and clutched his chest as if struck by an arrow. Ouch! Message received, Auntie. No need to make it personal. He straightened and turned to the others. Let's go, everyone. Clearly, we've worn out our welcome. You mean you've worn out your welcome, Talia corrected dryly, stepping past him as they made their way away from the resort that was directed at you, not us. Lucian scoffed. Nah, she's just pretending. She still likes me. I'm irresistible, you'll see. He twisted around in his saddle, cupped his hands around his mouth, and shouted, Bye, Aunt Circe. I'll come visit after our quest is done. Circe's voice echoed down the beach, sharp as a whip, do us both a favor and don't. I don't need you stealing any more of my employees. Lucian turned back with a smug grin, puffing his chest proudly. See? She can't stay mad at me. I'm just that charming. Talia sighed, rubbing the bridge of her nose. Yes. Absolutely charming, she said flatly. Lucian leaned forward in his saddle with a wicked grin. It worked on you, didn't it? Talia froze, her cheeks coloring just slightly. No comment, she muttered before walking faster. Hilla, watching the exchange with growing confusion, leaned toward her sister. Wait, she said in a low voice, I thought he was going out with her. She pointed at Annabeth, or at least that's what it sounded like. Oh right, Percy said in a tone of tired amusement. He gestured lazily toward Lucian. Meet Lucian, the harem king. He's dating both of them. And a few others, I'm pretty sure. Scylla, tied up and hanging from Sebastian's side, perked her head immediately and turned wide, astonished eyes toward Lucian. Hilla and Reyna, meanwhile, looked at Annabeth and Talia, clearly expecting a denial. Instead, Annabeth sighed and replied in the driest tone possible, "Percy's telling the truth." Both sisters blinked in unison. "I see," Hilla said slowly, exchanging a meaningful look with her sister. "You know what, Reyna? I think I forgot something back at the resort. Let's go back." Talia caught her by the arm before she could turn around. "Hold on a second. Aren't you even a little curious to hear what Lucian has in mind for you two? Why he's so interested in you?" Hilla's reply was instant. "No. To join his harem?" Reyna asked, genuinely puzzled. "Ew, gods no!" Lucian said immediately, wrinkling his nose as if she had just suggested something unspeakable. Both sisters spun on him, eyes blazing. "What do you mean, EW?" they shouted in perfect harmony. Annabeth crossed her arms, eyeing him skeptically. "Maybe start explaining, because everyone here is starting to wonder the same thing. What's so special about them?" Lucian looked genuinely surprised. "Have none of you figured it out yet?" Annabeth frowned. "I know they're both demigods, but that's as far as I can tell." Hilla blinked, startled. "We're what now?" Lucian stopped and turned toward them, his tone shifting from playful to serious. "You're more than that," he said evenly. "You're Roman demigods." Everyone froze mid-step. The sound of the waves crashing against the docks was the only noise that followed. "They're what?" the group shouted in unison, their voices echoing over the water. Chapter 360, Roman Camp. Once everyone had stepped inside the ship, an uneasy silence filled the air. The crew and passengers alike were still staring at the two sisters. Whispers buzzed quietly among them, disbelief painted on their faces. Even the sisters themselves appeared stunned by what had just been revealed, their eyes wide, their expressions shifting between shock and confusion. "Roman demigods," Percy muttered under his breath, the words rolling off his tongue with disbelief. He turned to Lucian with a puzzled look. "Wait, are you saying there are other camps of demigods out there?" Lucian, still seated casually atop Sebastian's broad back, nodded with calm composure. "Yes, as far as I'm aware. But each one functions and appears differently depending on the culture and the pantheon of gods they serve," he explained evenly, his tone both teacherly and matter-of-fact. "There are Roman, Norse, Egyptian, Mayan, the list goes on." Clarice crossed her arms and leaned forward, curiosity flickering in her eyes. "Cool. So, what makes the Roman camp different from ours?" she asked, glancing toward the two sisters, who were equally intent on Lucian's explanation. Lucian tilted his head slightly, his gaze thoughtful. "Well, for starters, theirs is far more organized and established. They also have a noticeably lower mortality rate than ours," he said. "If you need an image, think of our camp like a casual summer school program where we make arts and crafts between lessons, while theirs is more akin to a military academy, strict, disciplined, and focused on survival and strategy." Clarice's expression soured. "So basically, their camp's better," she muttered flatly. Lucian gave a small shrug. "Pretty much," he admitted, then added with a faint smile, "though I've been working on changing that ever since I arrived at Camp Half-Blood." Annabeth's brow lifted in realization. "So that's what all the reconstruction and new buildings were about," she said, a note of admiration in her voice. "You've been trying to modernize the camp, to catch up to the Roman standard." "Bingo," Lucian confirmed. "Although, we're still behind in a few areas. For instance, their demigods have access to actual schools and colleges within their camp, plus greater protection from monsters." "What?" Percy and Annabeth both exclaimed in unison, their disbelief echoing through the ship. "Okay, that's so unfair," Talia said, scowling as she adjusted the sails with Tyson. "Aren't our camps supposed to be similar?" Our gods are basically the same, just under different names. How can their camp be so much better than ours? Lucian exhaled quietly, resting one arm against Sebastian's neck as he regarded them. You're all starting to see a glimpse of what Luke was fighting for, he said, his tone turning serious. The words hung heavily in the air, freezing the group in place. Clarice narrowed her eyes. What's that supposed to mean? She demanded. Luke's anger toward the gods wasn't entirely misplaced, Lucian explained, his voice steady but grim. His argument was that the gods were treating demigods unfairly, and you can see the evidence for yourselves now. Here, once a demigod turns 18, they're often left to fend for themselves. Most don't make it past 20. Meanwhile, the Romans continue to support their demigods into adulthood, with education, structure, and purpose. Tension rippled through the group. No one said anything for a few moments, the weight of Lucian's words settling across the deck. That might have been true before, Talia said finally, breaking the silence with a scoff. But now Luke's just obsessed with you. She flicked her wrist, and a gust of wind caught the sails, propelling the ship forward with sudden force. Lucian smirked. I mean, honestly. Can you blame him? He said smugly. The crew groaned collectively, rolling their eyes at his arrogance. Reyna, who had been silent until now, crossed her arms and fixed Lucian with a suspicious look. Wait a second. Did you take us along just so you could bring us to this Roman camp? She asked, her tone cautious. Mostly, Lucian admitted with a nod. You two don't yet realize what you're truly capable of. As well as Aunt Circe treated you, she wasn't helping you reach your potential. Both of you have the strength and heritage to become some of the greatest warriors Rome has ever seen. His gaze lingered on the sisters, sharp and assessing, until they shifted uncomfortably under the weight of it. Annabeth's analytical mind was already running ahead. Do you know who their godly parent is? She asked, studying the sisters from head to toe. Lucian smiled faintly. I have a pretty good idea, he said, then looked over at Percy. But before we get into that, Percy, can you check in with Grover and see if we can make a slight detour? Percy nodded, closing his eyes as he pressed his hand against his temple, focusing on the satyr's distant presence. Everyone aboard waited patiently, or as patiently as demigods could manage, while Percy concentrated with his fingers pressed to his temple. His expression was serious for about 5 seconds before it suddenly broke. A snort escaped him, followed by a barely suppressed laugh that he tried to muffle with his fist. Sorry. Percy said between chuckles, shaking his head. I just saw something funny. He cleared his throat and forced himself to sound more composed. Anyway, the Cyclop that's got Grover trapped is currently asleep. So, we've got time for one detour. After that, no more distractions, got it? Lucian nodded approvingly, his attention shifting toward the two sisters standing near the ship's railing. The ocean wind tugged at their hair, the sound of the waves filling the silence between words. All right, he began, his tone even and measured. I'll keep this short. From what I've been able to gather, which, admittedly, isn't a lot, you're both daughters of the goddess Bellona, the Roman goddess of war. He paused, letting that sink in. And that's about all I know. Talia crossed her arms and gave him a flat, unimpressed look. Wow, she said dryly. You weren't kidding. That really isn't much. Lucian shrugged, unapologetic. I never said I had all the answers. I just know enough to get us moving in the right direction. He adjusted his grip on Sebastian's reins before continuing, anyway, my plan is to drop you off with the Amazons. They'll be glad to help you. You can either stay with them or they'll guide you safely to Camp Jupiter. Hilla's brow furrowed as her jaw tightened. And who exactly says we want to go to some stupid camp? She demanded, her voice sharp with irritation. You can't just swoop in, practically kidnap us, and decide what's best for our lives. We were fine staying with Lady Circe. You have no right interfering. Lucian's expression didn't change. His tone remained calm, but there was a quiet weight to his words. You're right, he said simply. I have no right. But answer me this, is being a masseuse really how you see your future? Is that what you want to do for the rest of your life? His gaze didn't waver, sharp and unwavering. I'm not forcing you into anything. What I'm offering is a chance, a choice. An opportunity to decide your own future, to work for something you actually want. Hilla opened her mouth to retort, but Lucian continued before she could. You need to think beyond yourself, he said, his voice low and commanding as he leaned forward on Sebastian's back. You have a sister to look after. What's best for her might not be staying trapped on an island serving others. Out there, she can learn to fight, to protect herself. She can go to school, have a future. You both can. Circe kept you safe, sure, but safety built on someone else's goodwill isn't freedom. And depending on others for the rest of your life. He paused, eyes narrowing slightly. That's not living. The ship's deck went completely silent. Even the creaking of wood seemed to fade. Hilla's lips were pressed tightly together, her defiance faltering under the weight of his words. Reyna, meanwhile, stood still beside her, her eyes fixed on the floorboards as the wind brushed through her dark hair. Lucian's tone grew firm, his words carrying across the deck like an unspoken challenge. If that's truly what you want, if you're both content staying with Circe for the rest of your lives, say the word. I'll turn the ship around right now and drop you off. No questions asked. His gaze swept between the two of them. But understand this, if you stay, that's the life you're choosing, a life spent serving others instead of shaping your own destiny. No one else dared to speak. Even Percy and Annabeth, who usually had something to say about everything, stayed silent, watching the moment unfold. Hilla turned to her sister, the fight slowly draining from her expression. She looked at Reyna for a long time before sighing softly. What do you want to do, Reyna? She asked quietly. Reyna hesitated, her fingers fidgeting at her side. Her voice came out barely above a whisper at first. I want to go to the camp. She looked up, meeting her sister's eyes with a flicker of determination. I'll always be grateful for everything Lady Circe did for us, but I don't want to spend my whole life washing hair and fetching towels. Her voice grew stronger with every word, her confidence building like a rising tide. I want to do something meaningful. If going to that camp is how I can do it, then I want to go. Hilla stared at her sister in silence for a long moment. Then, a faint smile tugged at her lips, tired, but proud. All right, she said quietly. If that's what you want, then that's what we'll do. Lucian gave a single approving nod, then turned Sebastian toward the front of the ship. Good, he said firmly. Set course for the Amazons. Annabeth blinked and raised an eyebrow. Lucian, do you even know where the Amazons are located? Lucian turned back over his shoulder, gave a casual thumbs up, and said with complete confidence, not a fucking clue. They all comically fell at his words. That's the end of this tale for now. Thank you for watching and I'll see you in part 13. Peace.